Actually, in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. And, the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother. They were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next brother, Husser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here, he's being abused over and over and over, and the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is the symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting for the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Xochitl. She and her younger son, Belgatai, they stay with the family. They don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Erlu, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine. About, you will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And, you are worse than everything that she could name. We could be worse than. She was outraged and went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Xochitl, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother. I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, I think it was important, but I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Temujin. The brother was gone, the problem was solved, mother is extremely ticked off at him,
but it does show, in fact it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. If there was a problem, he resolved it at a very young age. So he'd had that experience behind him. Now, Victor's younger brother, Belgatai, is on the raid with him and with Tomoko when they go to Captain Burst about it. So, he has both loyalty, and Belgatai stays loyal to him his entire life. It was very interesting.
So, if we return to Bursta, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because there's two-way loyalty from Bursta to Temujin and Temujin to Bursta. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied to stay alive and getting kind of on fish and roots to eat and things like that to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
Went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jumbo Khan. So they decide to stay together, and they all go off to the Hornum Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue forever. It's one of those things that to this day, almost, it's an issue in what happens. But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a merkin bastard, he defends his wife viciously to his own sons. He says, "You were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. If your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone." So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Hotanuk Valley. And he and Jamal decide to renew their vows of being Handa to each other. So this time it's more serious, and ceremony involved the whole. We can't say tribe; it's not big enough yet for a tribe. But the whole clan that's there. And then Tonka takes off a gold belt, which actually he had stolen from the market at some point. Where on earth they had a gold belt? I don't know. He took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. And it was an unusual mare who had a little growth on her head, which they call a horn. So it was an unusual gift. And it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden bells, you can kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt. Because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course. But they still use the word usqui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Mujin, and they celebrated. And then the words of a secret history, they slept apart under the same blanket apart from the other group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. And some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamuk at that time. And other people can say, well, Jamuk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, visitor, the foreigner. And so Jamuk's clan took the name from him. They were called Jatavan. And
hello, fellow students.
So there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand.
The land of Israel
we don't have the total mentality of that time, and
let's start a little bit with
there.
a few.
But we should say that
So
it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his,
But what were the major
and
political
he accepted that child as his own and defended it as it becomes much more important later.
We've
as
spoken
his
quite a bit
first
about the middle of the second century,
He defends his child through
aftermath
his
of the
entire life.
revolt, and how Judea, the southern part,
But not
central
long
southern part of
after the
Israel
birth,
especially, is attacked by
he
Adrian
and Jamuk
and his
break
successors.
apart.
Tremendous
Really,
devastation
Temujin breaks
brought
apart.
on
At
Jerusalem
the
in
urging
particular, and
of
all kinds of
Rothschild.
terrible things. A lot of
She
Jewish population
said he lords it over you
north,
too
where there's
much.
a Jewish
He
center
orders you around
developing.
too much.
Then at the end of the
You need to
century,
be
there's
free
a very
to
brief moment
break
of
away.
respite.
She urged him.
Largely as a result
He
of
loved
this
his life more
relationship
than
between
anything.
one of the Roman
I
emperors,
think
who is known
in
in
this
the
chart
Talmud
the
as
most important
Antoninus,
other
and
character in
Rabbi
his life,
Nasi himself.
adult life,
This
the Anga
mysterious
relationship,
Antoninus is difficult
which
to
gets
identify because
severely tested
Antonin
in the future
was
years.
the name of an
When
entire
they run away
dynasty.
through the
There's
night,
several
they go all night
emperors
long
that
to
had
escape
the
from
name Antonin in their
what
name.
he
So
obviously
the
loved
second or
Mercy
third
the
name.
most.
And so
Took the baby, of course, with him
which
as
one
well.
is, but most likely
So
the one
here's
that's
this
called
breaking point
Caracalla,
of the
because they had similar
how did
names.
that
in other
relationship
nicknames.
evolve?
So
Two of them
during this
never
period,
claimed
when
to break it.
according to the Talmud, actually,
They had
the
just separated.
reason for their very close
And
relationship was because at one point
We have
their
Long Han,
mothers
the
actually
most powerful
switched,
ruler on the steppe,
and
who's ruling out of central
Antoninus was
Mongolia,
actually
of the
nursed
Carian
by
people. And so
Rabbi
Jamaka remains
Yohanan's mother, and
loyal
that
to him,
experience
but at first so
changed him
does
dramatically. Although it is
Munchin.
important to
They're
note
both
that
loyal to him,
his
but they're
father
fighting in
was
different
also
kinds of
positively
campaigns.
disposed towards Jews.
So
At any rate,
for a
what this
while,
means for
they're
us
not
is there's
fighting
that
each
moment
other.
in time when Ryuba Nasi
But
decides that
eventually
he's
some
going to take
things
advantage of
happen
it and
that separate
specifically organize the
Munchin.
codification of the mission.
Munchin
The Roman
was
Empire, of course,
making all of these
divided.
great
You're going to have
victories for
the
Von Hahn.
western part
He was
ruled by
even got
Rome,
the
the
title
eastern
Von,
part
which means
ruled by
from
a
Chinese,
place called Byzantium that was
prince or
later
king.
renamed after Emperor Constantine.
Von Hahn received that from the Jin
Constantinople.
dynasty
Eventually,
because of
when the
all of
Muslims
these
would conquer,
conquests
they would
against the
rename
Tatar
it
people.
Istanbul. This
So
represents
Munchin was
Eastern
rising
and
up,
a
and then he
Western
wanted his son to marry the
empires,
daughter
and they're going to
Von
be quite
Hahn.
different in so many ways.
And Von Hahn
And in
said,
general, the Jews begin to
His own
experience
son.
a steady decline in their status
told him,
after that
we don't marry those
moment
little
of
people.
respite
They're
under
Mongols.
Antoninus.
They're not like us.
There is a
we're
couple
Syrian
of
people.
punctuated moments where
We're
it's
not
a
going to
little
marry
bit
them.
better, like
And so then,
Julian the Apostate,
now,
very
or you
short-lived
could say
leader of the
we're
Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews,
Munchin
quite
has to flee
possibly
far away
because he wants to
into
get
the
an
east,
alliance
a
with the
place
Jews
called
of
Baltuna.
Apollonia.
And he goes to
It worked
Baltuna,
out,
and at this
but
time,
he proposed even rebuilding the
Jamaka is
temple,
going to
which
fight
generated a
on
certain
behalf
amount of enthusiasm, but not enough
his
to
lord.
keep him from being killed on the battlefield, and that idea simply
Two of them do
disappeared.
not meet in
By the
combat,
way, the term apostate
but
is
now their forces are
applied
fighting each
from
other.
a later Christian perspective,
And they didn't
obviously,
see
because
that.
he was bucking the
I mean,
trend
there's an obvious
towards
tension there.
Christianity
There's an
that
obvious,
would be
if slight,
strongly
breaking of loyalty. Right?
promoted by his
Yes,
predecessor.
it's hard to know what's going through their
The
mind at that
Persians
point.
will
We
end up
only have it
invading,
later
the
on.
Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman
When
Empire, and they will end up
relationship is
invading
being
the land of
resolved
Israel in year 6
in
14.
unfortunate ways.
And then the
And
Eastern
they
Roman
claim
Empire, now
that
called
neither
the
one of them
Byzantine
ever truly
Empire,
broke it.
will invade back
Because they
again
never
just a
harmed each
couple of
other
decades
directly.
later,
And in
and then
fact,
the
then
Muslims will come in
Munchin
just 5 years
eventually
later,
defeats
60
Von Hahn.
or 34,
So
and
he
kind of
takes over Central
bookends
Mongolia.
this period that
He's
we're
starting to really rise
So
up
we're
now.
looking at about
And he has
400 years
the
now,
title from
just
his
a
own
couple of
people of
short
Genghis
lectures,
Khan.
but I hope this
They give
orients
him
you to
that,
the overall picture of what's happening.
Black Heart Mountain by the
Perhaps
Blue
one of the
Lake
most
is a
important
very
things
beautiful,
for
special
the
place.
long-term
He
survival of
takes that
these
title.
people
That's
is, of
not a
course, the
title that
development
anyone
of
had ever
the
held
cattle
that we
and
know of.
sheep.
Genghis Khan.
And we have
It
two
was a new
major
title
centers.
that he
In the
just
land of Israel, they're centered primarily
thought
in
up,
the north.
or
This
somebody
particular
thought
map
up,
is a
or
little
somebody
bit,
thought it had
I
an
think,
auspicious meaning behind it.
distorted
Very
in the
close to
sense
where
that all the
Tigris,
dots
which
are the
was
same
the sea,
size. You get the sense
it could have had something to do
there's
with that.
all over Israel, but really the
Mongolians
most
really like,
important ones,
might
the
say,
concentration
They
of
like words
the
with
most
multiple
significant
meanings.
figures were to the
And
north.
it's very
There were
important that
definitely
the more
significant
meanings a
figures
word
in the
has,
south.
the
In
more
Buddha, for
power that
example,
word has. So
the
it has different
Talmud
meanings,
speaks about
different
the
languages.
Aaron,
So in Mongolian, it sounds like
sages of the
strong.
south, but
Chick.
most of the activity is
Chick.
happening in the north.
But in Turkey, and there are many
most
Turkic
significant
people, including
figures
the Merkit
after
themselves,
Rabbi
most of the
Rothschild
Turkic people.
passed away were
It
none of the
sounds
great
like
Rabbi Yochanan
sea.
and Reish Lakish,
Things.
phenomenal
So it's
thinkers
exciting to them
of the
when
late
there's this
third
double
century,
meaning,
who were perhaps
and
the
then
most
the
important
the double
bringing
meaning plays
together
with each
the
other, and it
text
excites
for
them.
what would
Especially
ultimately
with
become
names.
the Jerusalem
Like today in
Talmud.
Mongolia,
They and their successors were involved,
Beloved,
especially after yet another revolt,
20 years ago,
much
it was
more
popular to name
localized
children
against
Michel.
a local governor named
Because
Gallus.
It's a French name,
51, 52.
an American name,
After
and it means
briefly
smile.
gaining some momentum
In
against the
Mongolia.
Romans,
So it's the
the
power of
Romans
three great
now have
languages and three great
major
civilizations.
wars
And so many names are like that.
not to mention
So I think
minor
Genghis,
role
it doesn't have
115.
one meaning.
They
I think
put
it
it
means
down almost
powerful, it
immediately
means the
and
sea,
in a
I think it means
terrifying
many
manner,
different things.
completely destroying
So he
Jewish
become a Khan,
populations in Boris, for
and he was
example.
ruling over here.
But it was
So
against this
Jamaka
backdrop
now
that perhaps
switched
because
loyalties to the
the
next
Jews
kingdom
saw
over called the
that
Naiman people.
moment that they had enjoyed under Abdullah Nasi was perhaps going to close forever,
He
that they
becomes
decided to codify
protege,
their
you could
lengthy
say, of the Naiman
discussions
people.
of the Mishnah
But
into the first Talmud. Now,
when Genghis
this is
Khan
called
attacks
the
the Naiman,
Jerusalem Talmud. This is
Jamaka
something of a
deserts the
misnomer.
Naiman.
Almost all the
He
activity was
tells them
happening to the
these
north.
people
In fact,
have
Jews were barely
scouts
allowed
of
in
steel,
Jerusalem
and
at
they
all
eat
during
humans
this time.
alive.
The other term that's
He's
frequently
telling
used is
all
the
these horrible
Palestinian
things
Talmud,
about the
which is
Mongols,
certainly
you know.
more accurate
And,
if you want to refer to the land of Israel
Tayyip
as
Khan, the
Palestine.
leader of the
But
Naimans, he
it
was
also carries
rightfully
some
scared of
strange
him.
distortion as well.
And he
So
was left there.
the Jerusalem
And
Talmud Muhammad is
he, in
the
fact, was
Rothschild
very
is the
quickly also
term
defeated.
most frequently
So,
cited.
Tamakar has not fought against Television in this campaign,
In English, you will see both of those terms.
and he's
But
off
the
with some
Talmud
of
is
his people,
basically a
Jonathan
lengthy,
clan people,
almost like an
He's off
edited
with them.
transcript of
and
the discussion of hundreds of
they see
rabbis
that turning
the
of the
Mishnah
tide.
as it was recorded by Rabbi
But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very
Now,
followers,
over
very
in
few
Babylonia,
followers, but he
this is
takes
the
the
period
title
when you
Khan,
get the
which is a very
expansion
old,
of the great
ancient,
yeshivas there, which will
title.
ultimately eclipse the
Because,
yeshivas in
Banhan is gone.
Pumbedita and Sura are perhaps the most
He can take
significant
this
of
title
this
and
period,
pretend to be
and
the
they
great
end
Khan
up
of the
writing
steppe.
the Babylonian Talmud,
But his
which
own
is, of
people
course, distinct from the Jerusalem.
turn against
It's
him,
written
and
afterwards.
they capture him.
It
And they
encapsulates
think
what
they will
they said
take
in the
him to
Jerusalem Talmud,
Genghis Khan.
but they
No,
expand
Genghis
in
Khan.
other
They'll
areas. Of
take
course,
him,
they're able
and
to go
they'll
back
be
and
rewarded,
discuss it.
perhaps,
And
for
one of
turning
the
him
most
in.
significant elements in creating
Genghis Khan
this
does
Talmud
reward them
is the
immediately,
activity of the
kills them
so-called
all,
Nefute.
because they have
Nefute in
betrayed
Aramaic, it means those who
their
go down.
leader.
It's the same term
Who is
used in
his
Hebrew today as
mother.
Yordim for those
It's a
who
very
leave the land of Israel.
strange
Today it carries
encounter.
a
And
slight
so,
tinge of
supposedly,
derogatory
Genghis
tone
Khan
sometimes.
says to
That's
him,
not necessarily
"Come back
used
to
in
me,
the context of
save
the Talmud, because
be
there was
beside me,
actually a
protect
lot of
me, be my
commerce
shadow,
between the land
be
of
my
Israel and
a safety guard in
Mesopotamia.
life."
Jews were going back and forth all the
And
time.
supposedly,
Quite often,
Jabba
the
says,
Babylonian will start with a phrase like
"When I get
"Yasa
betray
Rabbi,"
you,
when
when people
Rabbi
fought
Simi
against you,
Chain, I mean, from the land of Israel, and he said, "Hey, this is
and you
what they're
will
saying in
never
Israel."
completely
Not
trust
really
me,
cross-fertilized
I'll be
ideas.
like a
It's extremely
mouse
important in creating
underneath
this
the
much
collar
larger
of your
Talmud.
tunic,
The Babylonian,
like a
which is
thorn
essentially the one
and
study
the
today.
lapel.
This is a period also when there is a
He
major
said, "Kill me
invasion of someone named
without
Odenathus.
shedding my
He
blood.
was the king
Let me
of
die.
nearby
And if you do,
Palmyra, known in the Talmud as
take
Tadmor.
my
This is a
remains
region
up
that
to a
was
high
allied
place
with Rome.
and bury me.
It was actually kind of like a
I
minor
will be the
principality of
guard.
sorts.
I will be
And
the protector
rather
of
than
you
showing
and your
Rome's
people."
strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness. That Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the
Obviously, the
Persian
Persians did
Empire,
not
so
participate
they
in
had
the
to
killing,
rely on
but
this
he
proxy.
ordered the
But
killing.
why it's important for us is
And,
that he ravaged
he
much of
was-
the region where the
he-
Jews live.
It's not
Actually
specified
destroyed
how he was killed without
Hardar
shedding
in
blood,
the year
but the Mongols had
259.
several ways, because
Right
the
when
most
it
honorable way
was
to
at
die
its
was
peak
without
of
shedding
war,
blood.
and
Blood
a lot of
contains
things
the soul,
changed as a
and if you
result of
lose that,
that
you're losing
particular
your
event.
soul before
It
you
really
die. So
resulted
they
in expansion
usually
of
wrapped them up in
defense
felt
on
carpets and then beat them
But
to
by the
death
time
or
we get to
trampled them to
somewhere
death
around
with
the year
horses, something
450,
like that.
maybe a
There are a
little
couple
bit
other
later,
methods, but I think that's
not
probably
entirely
the
clear.
method by which
Rabbi
Jabba was
Ashi
killed.
and
And
several
so he was
others
killed,
from Medina
and then
were
Temujin
involved
had
in
it,
the
or
closing
Genghis Khan
of
had
the
his
Talmud, just as
remains
it
taken
happened
up and
in
buried
the
in a
land
high
of Israel.
place.
So
This
it
is
happened
over
also in
near
Babylonia, where they brought
which is
together
today
all
part
of the
of Russia.
texts that they had been
Until
discussing.
the 20th
They
century
edited
was
them.
a
It
part
was
of
primarily
Mongolia.
an oral
The two
document that
people
was
very, very
related to
close
writing,
culturally
and that's
to the
ultimately
Mongols.
what became the
It seems that
Babylonian Talmud. I should
both of them
mention that
under
Rav
the
Ashi
relationship
cannot
had a
be
deep
the
value for
last
royalty.
person who signed
So
off on the
the
Talmud,
way,
because the Talmud
it's not
has
worth living after you've
passages
been
that
disloyal.
refer
Which
to
is
events after his death
the Jamaika perspective, right?
and question some of the
He had
things that
become
he
very
said, for
practical
example,
at this point.
after his passing. So
And he
it's
understood
more likely that
that you
Rav
needed
Ashi
complete,
perhaps
total
formed
loyalty
the
and
essence
trust.
of it, and
with
then later
everybody around
Andrews added a few things. But
And I think for
that's a
this
whole other
reason,
discussion
he was
there.
willing either to accept the
This
plea
Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications
Jamaika.
for the rest of Jewish history.
When Genghis Khan was
Perhaps
asking
the
him
most
to come back
significant
and to
modern
be his
development is the
shadow and to be his
Danomi, which is
safety
literally
guard
a
again,
page a day or a folio a
maybe
day.
that was just a
adopted both
formality
sides of
that he
one
knew would be
page.
rejected.
And
Or maybe when
this
Jamaika
is
offered
essentially
to be
the
killed,
world's largest book
shedding
club.
blood, that was a
running since the
formality that he
1920s,
thought
where
would not be followed through.
all over the world will
Nevertheless,
follow a single
maybe just
calendar.
reading your work
We'll
and
learn the
understanding the history,
same folio
this
of
relationship
Talmud
seems like a really,
on the
really
same
important
day worldwide.
relationship that defies the
Study
nature
the
of
Talmud,
loyalty.
here in Brooklyn, get on a
Genghis.
flight out of
I would
JFK and go
In
to, I don't know,
both negative and positive
Tokyo,
ways, it was the
and you
most
can
important
pick up the
relationship
next stop
of his
in
adulthood
Tokyo
aside
the
from
next day.
Persia.
And you can
But that
travel the world like this.
Really
It's a
did not seem to have
unifying
many
feature.
negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things,
Maybe
but small
hundreds
things.
of thousands
So
of
she was
Jews are
she was
engaged
my
daily.
hero. She was positive
And
in
I'm
every
very
regard,
proud
so far as we know
to put a
forever.
plug here
Although
for
she was not
participating in something called
she was
Aldaf,
always on his
put on the
side.
screen here. Aldaf
Jamaika
is taking
It
the
was
whole
just a little too
Daphne
hot-headed for me,
experience and putting it onto the
evaluation
internet. This is an app that allows you to
things like,
choose
oh, we're
from
gonna drop down on the
dozens
market and we're gonna
of
come through
different
the
Magidei
small
Shir,
code, kill everybody, and all.
the page of Talmud in many
He had a
languages,
flair for the
English,
dramatic, giving it away,
Yiddish,
giving the
you
gold
name it.
belt to which
And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary
Jumbo
materials.
also he
The part that I
explained
do that I'm
himself
really
at the end
happy
of
about
life.
is I
And he
give
said,
a 2
you know,
to 5 minute
we
lesson
both
on
lost our
some
father,
historical
but
data
I also
that
lost my
occurs on
mother,
that particular
and
page.
you had a strong mother to
I'm really
raise
proud of
you.
it. Check it out.
I
It's
did
called
not.
Jewish History in Time.
He said you had worse
At the same time as
you
all
have a
this
very
is
strong
happening,
wife.
we also have a
helped you.
tremendous
And my
culture
wife,
of Babylonian Jews
He
that's
just used a
not
word
really
like fragile,
well
like she
known.
just sort of
I think
complained.
one of the greatest illustrations of this is
and we
the
did not have
discovery a while
patience.
ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called
Something about that rings
incantation
true.
bowls or curse
There were some
bowls,
elements
and
of
no
that
one's
that were true.
exactly sure precisely how they were
certainly
used,
didn't have
but they are
intelligence
clearly
and
produced by
real
Jews,
genius.
perhaps for a
Dealing
general
with people,
market,
dealing
not
with
just
soldiers,
other
especially
Jews, but
warfare.
also for local Babylonians.
Temujin had.
They typically
There's
involve
in
all
that
kinds
relationship
of
there's
like
a contrast
you know,
because Genghis Khan did not
spells,
accumulate
prayers,
riches or
different kinds of words to
accumulate
describe
power
the
in a way
tone of
that
these
was
things.
for the sake
Sometimes
of the riches
featuring
and for the sake
drawings
of the
like this
power.
one.
He
Sometimes
was always very
demons.
practical
And they're often, you know, they were discovered by
a way to
archaeologists
maximize
in
the
place,
success
and
of this
apparently they would be
operation.
like turned upside down as if to,
I
I
often
don't know,
wonder what happened to the
capture
gold belt.
evil spirits and
From the story, you know,
house
the gold belt
contained,
doesn't just
or
disappear.
perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken,
Temujin was
sometimes
never
they were
interested
whole,
in
were
material
intentionally
goods.
broken.
And
There's
as Genghis
so
Khan
many
is the ruler,
questions, but these
he
is just
in some
an
ways you
example
could
of
say
the
became the
popular
richest
culture
man
that
in the
we
world
just don't know
because
a
he
lot
controlled
about.
the most wealth flowing through
Hopefully
him.
that will get
But
more
he always
answers
dressed
as the
simply.
research continues.
He always lived in the
Okay,
tent.
let's stop
And he
here.
said, I
Thank you
eat
very
what
much
my
for watching.
soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And he had sided before with Ang Han, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
Hello, fellow
That
students
is
of
one of
Jewish
the
history.
powerful things about
Let's pick up a
Genghis
discussion
Khan's
now
stories.
of
He
the
came
history
from
of the Jews in the land of Israel.
and he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches
And I'd like
or
to
change. He
emphasize one
fundamentally
thing
remains
that
the
is
same
among the many
person who does
contributions
not have value for
that
material
Jewish
things.
He
civilization
changed
has
and matured in
rendered to
various
humanity
ways
as a
over
whole.
life, as we
I've
all
explored
do.
this in much greater detail in
But he
text.
never became
not going
avaricious
to
in any way. He was
look at
never
the book
greedy.
or
He was
the
never
draft
aggressive.
version
He
of it
kept
in
the
my
simple
course
life.
on
And
biblical
part of the
Jewish
simple
history.
life for him
The
meant that no one was
one of the,
allowed to
you know, we
write
talked
about
about
him.
several of these
No one was
contributions
allowed
that Jews
to
made,
make his
Jewish
likeness. They
civilization made
couldn't
to
paint a
humanity.
picture of him. They
The
couldn't make
Sabbath is a
a
massive
statue of
thing,
him.
right? The idea of
No
having
building
one day
could be built
off
dedicated to him.
Sabbath,
No
day of
palace,
rest,
no
a day
tomb,
that's dedicated
no
to
temple of any
religious
sort.
growth,
Not even at the
family
point of death, but the
connections,
simplest
something that's
gravestone.
way more important today than it ever has
It's
been.
fascinating
Since
that
we
a
live in
kid,
such a
a
connected
boy
world where
that doesn't
you know
know the world
you have in your
would have the
hand
intelligence
the
to
electronic
understand
connections of everything in
how
the world.
corrupting
The
that
Sabbath
is.
is a
The moment somebody builds a
mandatory.
statue,
Calm down.
I think it's
Focus
so
on the
very
people
slow.
you live with. Focus
Towards
on your
becoming
community.
Not
Focus
seeing the
on
world clearly,
your
not seeing
direct relationships with other people.
surrounding yourself with sycophants
Of course,
that don't
prior
give
to
you
that,
the
to it is the
information,
idea of
not being
monotheism.
able to
Very,
select
very
the right
significant
people to lead the
Jewish
armies
culture, especially
or to
Western
lead
civilization.
the territories
A
that you
smaller
conquer.
but very
So
significant
it's
one that we
interesting that
talk
he had
about today
that foresight
is the synagogue,
don't
which is
record.
essentially a gathering
Don't
place, a local
worship.
gathering place
That's because that's a
for
dangerous
the
road to go down
public
for a living.
communal
And it's
worship
very hard
of
to
God,
explain how he
which was a new institution.
stuck
You know,
to that.
typically in the
How he
ancient
got
world,
it.
you would have
You're
temples
so easily
which
corrupted
were
by
manned
power.
by specialists like priests who would be the only ones allowed into the
He
sanctuary.
maintained
The
this
temple in
very
Jerusalem
fierce
is similar in that, you know, the actual
his
work of the
relationship
temple
was
was
with the
only
people
performed by
around him.
Kohanim and Leviim.
His
There are lots of other
guard
people who
mostly,
kind of be on the
or his
outside,
private
but
part of the army.
the real
With
stuff that
him,
happens
the
there
central
was
part of
for
the army.
specialists.
That was
The
his
synagogue is a
relationship, his
public place.
family.
The
He had
synagogue is
4
where
wives.
everyone can go
This was
and
what
can
was
express
important to him.
their spiritual
And in fact,
yearnings,
no
be
portrait was painted
reinforced
until
by
1278.
engaged in
Well,
the
by then
same
he
kind of
already been dead
spiritual
for
activity.
51 years.
Very, very
And
important.
then no
It later,
statue.
of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue
that
is
you
something that
referenced
we
several
tie
times, the
to
secret history.
Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. There's a lot of mystery about the synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to the Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you want to have synagogues when you are forced to get exiled from the temple. But not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mitzvahs across the land of Israel. Use of chalk vessels, which were important for the laws of purity and so on. And perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence for synagogues is this document, the Theodotus inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, which I'm smiling because if you watch in a synagogue today, you will see they're filled with plaques showing who dedicated the Aron, and Rivka dedicated the Seychelles to her father. This is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community and specifically. But of the plaque that memorializes the dome. This is the Theodotus inscription, which is discovered just outside Jerusalem. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into a cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it. But it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotus, son of Antipas, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications. Archie synagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being head of synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of the head of the synagogue, which sounds like a joke about the which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, a late date, let's say the 50th of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Like they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading the Torah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those that leave from abroad. So it appears this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It's a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue which his father's founded with the elders and the we have some examples of archaeological remains of the synagogue. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. It's a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in Illinois, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this as an aerial view, there's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic, and on top of it is this interesting panel or register. Let's bring this up here, and it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the 710 as a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. Has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. Has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and the menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it. I'm getting attacked from looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, labor of the Hebrew.
And we've also noticed here on the mouse,
which is something
was
shocking, but we
28.
also see it
Begins with what we would say was
but what's going on in the center there?
Well, I'm not sure they're myths.
You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god,
with the tawny
which is a typical representation of non-Jewish where you have this 12 signs of zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? Especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic, meaning when they portrayed art, they were typically decorative in nature, using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than
it should be. Who knows?
Human
But it's
form.
also in there because like
So,
one in jar, they call
theories
one
are
in jar the fool.
still being
The
developed
ancestor
as to what's going on here, but
he's cast
perhaps
out
one of the most
because he's just so
significant or more convincing theories is that
and his father
Jews
is
didn't look at this
determined who
like
he
the
was.
words of God
He
Helios.
kidnapped
They
a
looked at it
woman.
as if it
She has
was
the
a
child
representation of the sun.
So it's
That's
a
just the
confusing myth, but
convention when
I
you want
tend
to
to
display
think
the
it's
sun.
probably accurate.
Display
There's
like
a lot of good
a guy
information.
sitting there
By
with
the
his
time
face
you get
shining.
to the life of
It's not like they took
the
it
reason we
seriously
know
as,
these
oh,
intimate
there's
things
Helios
is
the
because
sun
that
god.
person
They'll say, oh, it's
thinking
just a
he
beautiful,
was
you got the sun and all
sleeping in
these
the
other
same
things around
camp
it.
with people. So we even see
You can be
in there,
convinced or not,
people
but
record
a better idea.
instances where
Put it in the
Bertha sits up in
comment.
bed
Here is another
and
example
tells
of
her
the zodiac,
husband,
not
okay, you
nearly
gotta do
as
this, you
beautiful,
gotta
I
do that,
think,
you
from the
can't
big
do this
Alpha
anymore,
synagogue
you can't think
dates a
of
little bit later. You can see that
it's
the
all
artwork
recorded,
is,
right? So it's a
I
very
think, a little
intimate
bit more
document.
primitive
And this
in
is one
nature,
reason that it was
but
secret.
very
It
similar
was
kind
only
of
for the
decorative elements
family.
that you see, of
They were
course,
trying to uphold
Helios
his
with
house
his 4
prohibition
horses,
against
and
putting out
so we have
information about
multiple
the family.
examples of
So it was
this
secret
kind
for a
of
very long
religion.
time.
This is also a mosaic
the
from
scholars
Big Alpha,
began
which
to think
has a
it
very,
didn't
very stark
exist.
kind of
And
representation
then
of
in the
the data,
19th
the
century,
binding
a
rising.
Russian
You see
academic
that
who was
on the
working
far right
in
there is
China,
Patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place
which was very, very
his son
odd.
Isaac, labeled in
People
Hebrew,
didn't think
on
was
the
anything because
flames,
it's all
and
Chinese characters.
after slaughtering him.
But it
But
makes no
there
sense in
is in the
Chinese.
center towards the top,
But he
there is a
recognized
hand that
if you
reaches
read
out
it,
from heaven, which is also
pronounce
fascinating
it,
because,
it makes
Jews
sense
are
in
traditionally
Mongolian.
aniconic,
And so
and they don't
it
like
was in this
representing
code
animals
that had
or
been used to
humans
record
as a result of the
information in
Ten
Chinese.
Commandments.
And they're recording
They certainly don't represent God, but nevertheless, here it
They
is. There's
used
no
Chinese
question about who
characters
was the artist who
record
produced this. Is it possible you
Which
had
is always problematic in
Christian
some
artists who were
areas here.
doing
I'm
this
not
work?
exactly
But
sure
if
what
that's
the
the
name
case,
is
and
or
the
something.
Jews are paying for this art for their
It was a
synagogue
very
rights,
unusual
how are they
document.
authorizing it? Lots of fascinating
And then
questions.
once
At
they
any rate,
found
under
it,
the hands
they
of
realized that some
Al
of the
Tishlah
Persian
do not
documents
send
had
out
incorporated
against
part
the
of
boy
the
and so on.
authority. So that was
As
very
you can see,
helpful to me because some
all
of the
kinds
Persians
stuff
I trust
in
very
Io,
much.
here's the lamb
Their
that's
work very much.
tied to the bush and so on.
It was helpful that it already existed, and
I want to share with you
some of
one
it
more
existed
synagogue,
in
this time not
Mongolian,
in the land of Israel.
other
This
Mongolian
is the
sources
amazing
that were
synagogue
written
of
later.
Guro
Some of it
Romos.
was
This
just
is
incorporated.
a synagogue
It
that
seemed
was
to be
discovered in the
fairly
20th century
genuine, but it wasn't
in a city on the
100%
Euphrates
pure.
River in
It had
Mesopotamia.
little things
And
that happened to
the
it along the
Romans,
way.
correctly fearing
Some things
a
had been
Persian
sticked here and
attack,
there, and a few
decided
words
to
changed.
reinforce
And
the city.
sometimes for Timuchin,
They
they call it Genghis
assumed,
Khan. Well, he
again
wasn't
correctly,
Khan
that the Persians
then.
would
And
not
sometimes they
attack
call it
from
Han,
the
which is
river
like
side,
chief, and
but
others
they
like
would
Han,
go
which is emperor.
swoop around the city and attack from the
So there's little things like this
southwestern
that
side.
move
So what they
around
did was,
that you're not
if
sure
you
why.
look on the
It's a
map here,
document
they
that I have great
buried
faith in. It
all
was not
of
published
the
in English
city
until
in
1982,
sand,
but Francis
which
Woodman Cleaves at Harvard
was designed to
University
be like a
translated
protection
it in the 50s.
bulwark
It
against
was ready for publication,
the
and he
attacks
was
of the
having
Persians.
trouble with the
And of
publisher,
course, that means
and
that
so it didn't
when
appear
they
for
lose the
nearly
battle
30
and
years.
the rest of the
It
city
was
is
supposed to be
destroyed,
2 volumes. The
it
first
ends up
volume
being
is a
abandoned.
translation. The
But
second volume
the
was
synagogue
going to be
in that sort of pinkish area that you can
notes,
see,
and the second volume was
it's
lost.
actually, it ends up being protected
To this
from the elements, and especially from light. So when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932,
Guys dreaming about AK.
Can you clarify? So there's two
Really? What?
volumes.
Here's the interior
It's
of
just
the
being a
synagogue.
ghost thing.
19th century
On
Chinese
the left,
manuscript
how
covered
Like to get that.
all around it,
Want to know a secret?
registers
At Milan Laser, you can
of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. The color, the density, the artwork. Here's the depiction of the Samuel, David, with all of his brothers there, three of them are sisters. Hey, how you doing? So was Boston there. Great example of art. Here is an example of looks like you've got, and once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and then here's the same figure of Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea. They're victorious, and on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. So here's like the hands of God.
It was the guiding doctrine. I didn't want to be guided
Jews,
by
the hands of
anything
God are
else.
reaching down. Oh, by the way,
Everything else I would check, correlate,
the Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this
travel
art
around to those
dates
places
from
because they
somewhere
are
in
so
the
exact
250s.
in there, and to feel it.
Here is a
It is so
really
important. People
quite time that shows that recording.
And for example, the episode
The
with
last
the
days of the
kidnapping
month
of
of Shabbat, the next
So
month
into
is going
that
to be month of
place,
Adar.
and
So
I
before
didn't know
here's
when
a
it
beautiful
happened.
representation of the events of
It was
the
very important
book
for
of
figuring out
Esther. On the
words
right,
that
you
came
can see
afterwards
Esther
and
there,
other
seated
events
on the
that
throne
were being
next to
correlated.
King Ahasuerus, who's reading a letter of Israel to
People who live in
for
that valley
that
don't know
particular
that.
book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to, facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants, so look, he has to walk around in his half tunic all day.
Next to his horse.
But I think it looks pretty fun. At any rate, gorgeous representations
It can
of
only
the so
happen in the
fortunate
winter.
to
And that also
this
correlates with
preserved
the
in
time that
historical
reading
record.
was done.
Okay,
So it correlates
let's
with
stop
other historic
here.
factors.
Thank you
But
very
that,
much
that
for
gave me
watching.
the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to linger on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of
Hello,
standing
fellow
there?
students of Jewish history. Let's continue our
I
discussion.
really set out mostly to visit the cities he
The
conquered
development of
across
the
Central
diaspora
Asia and all. There was
first
so
century,
little to
particularly
learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers
Turkey,
had
of course,
recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in
And then
Mongolia,
through the
I
3rd
would go to
century,
these
you got
places,
Jews, not only, of
and I
course,
would know
living
if
in
Genghis Khan came
Mesopotamia,
back
which
today,
is
he
an
would know
old
exactly
Jewish
where he
tradition,
is.
but you got them,
There's no road.
occupying
There's no sign.
sites
There's no
across the
building.
coast of North
There's
Africa, into the
power
Iberian
line going.
Peninsula,
Nothing.
all the way up
Just
into
to
Europe
smell
as
the
far
air,
as London.
to feel it,
And
to
of
see
course,
the
Rome,
animals,
the Italian
to see
Peninsula, has
what
a
kind of
lot
animals
Jews
live
in
here,
it,
what kind of
as does the
plants are
Greek
growing here.
Peninsula.
You
Now, it's a
begin to
little
get
bit
a feeling for how he
misleading
was
because
thinking.
all of these
I think you
squares
begin to
in
see,
the Jewish
oh,
communities are the same
I know which
size. You
direction
get
they
the
came
sense
from.
that,
The
wow,
only direction they could
look,
come
there's
from
all
was
these
that way.
Jews in
You
Saragossa,
begin to see it,
Bordeaux,
and
things
his
like
life
that.
starts to
But these could be
unfold
really
in a
tiny
very
settlements.
dramatic
It might be
way.
3
I have
families,
the
10
text.
families. It's really hard to say
But the text is
what
like
the
it has
size of
no
it is. But
secret,
nevertheless,
no
you
props,
do get a sense of
nothing
the,
like that.
the
The
great
Mongols all
scope of
understand their
Jewish
way of
settlement.
life.
There
They
also
don't need to explain
with these
anything.
really bold
They know which way
starbursts,
to
there
gear
are a few
faces
communities
with
that
the
also
sun.
have a
They
strong
know all these
Christian
things. But
community
for me,
as well.
that's how I learned it.
Jewish
It was
and
from
Christian
being with
communities
the
are
people.
frequently
It was the most
overlapping for the first couple
important
centuries.
And this was
In
starting
fact,
in
when
1990s.
St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity,
Genghis Khan
either
had been
born
forbidden to
Jews
them.
or the so-called
Almost the entire
God-fearing
century.
communities of
And every
non-Jews who were
known
attracted
descendant
to the
of Genghis
synagogue,
Khan was
but
killed
perhaps
in
were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision and things like that.
Take the history,
So
which
that's
is
where he
difficult
would
to
find
understand.
much of his
You have to go
audience
over it,
when he's traveling
I
around.
would never
So
understand
that gives you a sense
different
of the
parts. Or I
huge
changed
spread
my
of
mind.
Jews during
I
this
think it
time.
was yes, now it's no.
The activity we described
But the
earlier of
secret
the
history is a
creation of
valuable
Mishnah,
document.
later the
And to
Jerusalem
me,
and Babylonian
also,
Talmuds,
it's the
was
opening
so
document of
important to
Mongolian written
maintain a
language.
connection with these disparate
And I think
communities.
it's very
It was kind of like a standardized
the
constitution,
people
a
begin.
text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many
With the
other groups
words,
in Greek translation. For example,
Veritingus,
the Talmud became
from
the
highest
authorized
heaven,
Jewish interpretive
became the
tradition
destiny.
that would
Classic
inform
sweet
the
barbecue.
behavior of
It was
Jews
very
all
Teutonic
over
here.
the Mediterranean basin and was so crucial for
Came
keeping
from
them
the Great
together.
Sea to then at the base of
Now
Mount
things
Rahman.
begin to change significantly in year 313
And
with the so-called
integrating
Elam.
the spiritual
This was
elements of nature,
essentially a
mountains,
decree
the
by
sea, and
the Roman
this kind of
emperor, now
sweet
much more
connection to
enthusiastic
nature
about
that they have.
Christianity, to say that, you know what,
Mongolia is a
maybe
world
we should
that, for the
stop
most part, is
persecuting
the same as
Christians.
when Genghis Khan was there.
The Jews
We cannot
had
say
an
that for
interesting
any
carve
other
out in
place in the
Roman
world.
law, because although they were
Certainly
punished
not
for their
America,
rebellion
which just a
several
few hundred
times
years ago,
and
it was
cruelly
entirely
treated, shipped
different.
off into slavery
People,
after those
languages,
wars and so on,
But you
nevertheless,
can't say
Jews
it
were
for
essentially
London or
eligible
Moscow
to
or
reach citizenship,
Constantinople,
and more
Istanbul,
significantly,
Constantinople.
Judaism
All
was
of these
considered a
things have changed so
legitimate
much.
religion.
But
Religio
Mongolia is
legita,
still
which meant
Mongolia.
that
It's
Jews
one of the
were
largest
allowed,
countries in the
for
world.
example, to be
Space.
exempted from official emperor
The
worship.
fewest number of
They
people.
didn't have to
Up
offer
today's 3.3
sacrifices
billion.
to the emperor's
They're spread
statue.
out.
They didn't have to bow down
They
to the
live in
emperor's
their
statue. All
environment
kinds of
in
things
such
like
an
that.
intimate
Because people
way.
said, what are you going to do? Those crazy
This
Jews.
was
They
important
have this
for learning
really old religion
about
that
Genghis
I don't
Khan,
know,
how
it
he
just says they
fought,
can't do these
how
basic
he
civic
strategized for
duties.
war.
And so they had an
You learn
exemption.
that from the people
Christians,
today
however,
because they
were
are still
not
there.
recognized
They're still
as
living.
Jews,
What's
especially
the
moving into the
open
second century.
Mongolians that
And
like
so they were
as
like,
we
hey, what's wrong with
return to
you?
the
You're not
feeling
Jewish,
of
and yet you're not
Temujin and
worshiping the
Genghis
emperor,
Khan? What's
not
it
kosher.
like looking
And
at
so
this
there's
place that has
if
not
you look at
changed
kosher,
since time?
it was the kind of
First
thing
thing I
where
think about
those
this
they were
is that
exposed to
you can see
persecution
forever
as a result.
in
With the
every
edict of
direction.
Milan, they
There's
were
no
also
building, nothing to
recognized,
stop
creating a
your
parity
line of view.
between Jews and
And
Christians, which would
it's like being in
ultimately
the ocean
result in, of
in
course,
many ways.
Christians having
So
far more
you
power
have
as being aligned with the state as the
blowing
official state religion of Iran.
really fresh.
And that will
It's coming out of Siberia. It's coming out of the Arctic.
That especially happened
down
in
across the
Emperor
world.
Constantine, when declared Christianity to be the official religion.
Always
And we've
fresh.
talked about this
Always
period in
fresh.
several
So you have
lectures,
this
theological implications of it, and political, social,
the
and
smell of the wind.
religious.
But
But I'd like to take
there's
one little
the
interesting footnote.
the smell of grass.
This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the edict of Milan, the adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Post Yesho.
Even today, when we go to
story
like a sailing river where we talk about the Merkin
This is not the Christian
it's a
version
place
of the story
pure
of
water.
Jesus.
And
As
that's
we
how the
discussed in
Mongolians
previous
define
lectures, during
their
the
world
first
is
century
by
when
the
Jesus
water.
was active,
They don't
he really doesn't leave
Genghis
any
Khan does not
impression
give
in any
lands
of the
to
Jewish
his
works that we have of
sons
the
to
time,
rule.
excepting,
He
of
gives
course,
waters
the
and
Christian
people
scriptures, which were largely
They do
written
not
by
refer
Jews
to
as
the
well,
earth as
but
land.
for
They
that
refer
particular
to the
subgroup.
earth as
There's
Dana.
no reference
ocean,
to Jesus,
the
for
sea.
example, even in the Mishnah,
So water is very important.
over a century and a half
To learn
after
the rules about
the period in
You don't
which he
camp by
lived.
water.
You do
You
see
get by water,
maybe
your animals and you
a
are going to
dozen
be putting
references
it,
to
messing it
Jesus,
up.
typically
They're
not
back,
very
maybe
complimentary
in our
in the
modern terms
Talmud,
about a
but they're
kilometer back.
scattered and
You take the
incidental
animals
and
to
certainly
the river
subsumed within the much
to
larger
drink, and
scope
then you
of the
take them
Talmud
away.
as a whole.
You do not
Talmud is
bathe
definitely
in that
not
river.
Jesus focused
You
or
take
even
the water
Christian
away
focused,
from the river,
even though
and
it
you
does
bathe away from
touch
the
on
river,
some of the
so you do not
implications
pollute
of
the river.
Jews living under
The
Christian rule.
rules are
But this
very
work is
strict
rather
and very
interesting
clear.
because
They're from the
it is a
time of Genghis
polemic
Khan.
work. It is
About
something
how
that
to deal with it.
attacks
But also,
the
it's
Christian
dangerous to live close to
story
the river because there are
of
flash floods in the
Jesus' birth
summertime. You can certainly
and
have it,
describes
but
a
it can
far
wipe away
more
if
prosaic
your camp
and even
is right there by the
scandalous
water.
origin, and discusses,
people
the miracles
They live
that
with
were
nature in a way
circulating
that I don't see
among
anywhere else in
Christians
the world.
as
And even today,
various
with the
types
changes
of
with the cell
acts
phone
of sorcery
and with
for
solar panels,
something that
and they
gullible
could get
people would
TV
believe in
out
and so
in
on.
the middle of
This is
the
kind of like an interesting
Still, they're
literary
living a similar
artifact
life.
of Jews
The young
pushing
people, of
back
course, want to
against the
drive
Christian
a
narrative.
motorbike, but they're still
When
herding
it
cows
eventually
and
comes to the
yaks and
attention of
camels.
Christians
If it's on a
in
motorbike,
translation by
okay,
Raymond
they're still
Marti,
doing
of course,
it the local
it would
way.
be horribly
But then
scandalous
if
and
we
would have
go to the
definitely
time
negative impact on the Jewish community.
Genghis Khan,
Because
another
some
component
Christians would read
is the
this and say, well,
horses.
this is
We'll talk
representative
about
of what
their
Jews
relationship
think.
with the horse.
And
Thinking about this open
the
step
nasty things they say about the founder of our
from a young
religion
age.
is a complex topic.
All
We'll get
Mongols
to it
trained
as we discover
to
in our
master
series, God willing, the
riding
evolution
horses,
or
as you
devolution
write,
of medieval
while
anti-Semitism.
standing on the
But
horse.
this is likely
They
a
learn how to
phenomenon that emerges from
ride while
perhaps the
standing on
4th,
the horse
maybe
from a
5th
young age.
century,
While standing on the
when
horse, they
these
often
shifts
jousted
in
with one another.
authority and
to
legitimacy
see who
of
could knock the
Christianity
other
and
off.
Judaism are
When their legs grew long enough to
Okay, let's
reach
stop
the
there.
stirrups,
Thank you very much for watching.
they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to
Hello, fellow
the relationship
students
of
Jewish history.
Genghis
Let us
Khan
continue
and the
with this new
Mongols
episode
to
of
horses?
Jewish History Lab by looking
Mongol
at
and the horse
very
are inseparable.
important document at the
I wrote
turning
one line in
point
the book
of
to the
Jews in
editor
early
because it was
diaspora,
insulting.
the
I said,
creation
oh,
of the
Mongol and the horse, they
Jerusalem
live
Talmud.
together, they know each other with every twitch of a muscle, and
Let
they
us
smell
recall,
the same.
as we discussed in
Well,
previous
I was saying
episodes,
it just
the
not to
destruction
be
of the temple
insulting
happened in
about
year 70
anything,
in
but
the
they have that
context of
deep
the
intimacy,
Great
and the
Revolt,
horses
the
do
first
know their
revolt
owner
of
from the
Jewish
smell.
war.
This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, the Kalasul, out of the horse hair
afterwards,
from their own
this is
horses.
followed by
And so
a
in battle,
smaller
they used it
revolt
for a very
called the
practical
People's
purpose,
Rebellion
and that is
is
the
widespread
horses
throughout
would
the
return
Mediterranean.
to their
A much
source
larger version
because they knew the smell of their flag. It was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words. I'll teach you the words. Okay. Then what color is that horse? I say, brown. They would say, brown. I say, yes. Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. And they said, well, you said this color was brown. What color is this?
Rare occasions like
So what? It's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown. But the words for horses, of course, by sex, and then the three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. By age, by whether or not they're reproduced in the case of the female. All these things are important.
It's raining, it's
And
pouring.
the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, raised in the dust, very fast horse. It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with horses. They're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end, and they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I mean, I don't know anyone who's ever executed for it. But you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk that mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. But some things puzzle me in my watching. I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gilding day when they were under gilding
probably because
with bee stallions. We don't get the bee stallions, but one of them, this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only one or two girls, or 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see him not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. They all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. And then the boy was trying to haul him back. He still had the reins on his horse. He was, but he couldn't rebound. He was trying to haul him back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the care and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth did you do this? This is a child. This is your child. You know, but 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who was practicing for NADA, annual races, like this boy had been doing. He was off in an area right close to the forest and mountain area. And the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree. And then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks. And he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights can be quite cold. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the neck. He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. And it's probably hard for her, too, to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Passages in the Bible.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Kerry Cole, and he tells the story about mental toughness. That
the Bible says that
the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And you know, all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and when the water hits them, you can see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. Sort of like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. You build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter.
Their ritual lives, their financial lives, their
the valley where I live, the rest of all the wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water is very cold coming down from the mountain.
And so the Talmud also
every day, when there's a break, they go down, they take water. They do not get into water, never. They take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves.
And they can go on in many
refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to target it shooting accurately at 200 meters and more while riding fast. Up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting in a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. And so you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also used crossbows later and adapted technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would both be riding alone on the horse. When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing. It was absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because they can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. And usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability to then shoot, you have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes and other things. In some areas, there were even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in the earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just a Mongolian word for human. To this day, that's what they say for human being. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it, and organize it, and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who of course was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good at warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East, and Persia, and Afghanistan, and these areas. Your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. Well, the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
Both of them
So
are written
there's
in Aramaic.
extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry,
All cavalry.
it's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that we're utilizing, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, his reason, had deserted him. His Anda was a very strong relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people. Herders or hunters, very common. And they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him. Never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Aft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or every body. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could not put in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows, right?
It's kind of like
So all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread.
So unfortunately, what this meant
Every soldier had to be able to sew.
manuscripts.
And sometimes that could be a torn garment.
Manuscript.
It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It's a very odd thing where you think of the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew on things.
Complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Auto, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. And said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army or east and west. Mongol, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the center, the moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. They usually didn't have a vanguard and rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never march the way other armies do in a line, of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And
comparing
this,
the
I
video
think, was the secret
alongside
with
the
him. And
writing
he used the best people.
of Jewish history, a survey
He
that
also
was the earliest
he
time
was
during
willing
the modern
to
period
train them as much as possible. He never punished them
So
for what happened. So Shikiguto, for example, the Supreme Judge, he was come at one time of a group in the battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because they lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving multiple lives. They know what to do. He respects them. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. We're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids, and I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tanga territory of what's now northwestern China and the upper reaches of the Illyric. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This is a man who's never encountered a wall in his life.
For example,
Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like
derogatory
the first time you're like seeing a wall. When you come from the Mongolians, that where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. But on the, so he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig the channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tanga city. Well, they did it, and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp.
By a British
But the way it happened, we learned that lesson, so we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years. All the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all learn. I learned. What do? We repeat a mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology, and to understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to military, it just feeds in itself, because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just If every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration in war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes.
A follower
Yes.
or adherent of
And
Jesus.
they were able to
Now,
do that for
let's
3
look at the
generations.
paragraph
To
underneath
create
it reads,
an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its
of the
technology.
Babylonian exile and
They got worse
diaspora
at it over
of the
time.
6th century.
But Genghis Khan was innovated and he was the best with it. And
Before the Common Era,
he used it
that's
throughout
already,
his lifetime. And he was getting better
thousands of
over his
years
lifetime
into what
with
we would
using
call
foreign
Jewish
information, foreign
So what do they
technology,
call
foreign
themselves?
ideas.
Or the Babylonian experts. Unpack
He
that.
just had a genius for that.
Although they occasionally refer to those
If we go back to the horses, we mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually the way the rotation of the horse would, the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days. And then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is that later in the time of the death of the word went from Mongolia to Hungary
So let's
in
break down a little
6
bit about
weeks.
how we got
Mongolia to
this
Hungary in
word
6 weeks.
Jew.
So let's just imagine
Let's
this army
start
that's able
with the
to
earliest text we
move
have,
with
which
such
is
high
from
speeds.
the biblical text.
Does not need to
Look
follow
at the
roads
book of Genesis.
because it's
See,
used to
there's
riding
a
in the open
pretty
steppe.
long
So it can
list of,
do all kinds of dynamic movements in circling a place.
but
And then
it starts out,
also,
of course,
one of the
with,
other famous things is the feigned retreat
and then
that was
generations
used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
to figure
The
Noah.
Mongols did not fight
for
for
the
honor
that
the way we
preserves
often
him
think
and
of
his family,
brave soldiers, Achilles, and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory.
Yes,
That was the one thing. So to retreat,
shame,
to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle
in the rabbinic tradition,
he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Noah. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not engaging the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turned, but they could still fire backwards, which was the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going. But usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out, like loot from someplace and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell, going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the 2 hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them.
the city of Ur,
Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, to people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
You want to follow, you
you
want to
can't
follow
help
them.
it. You can't help it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which
still doesn't bring us, however, to the term.
there has been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the fake retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads.
That's where
They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert. So people see dust coming. They think, oh, a caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. It was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it again felt like to have this Mongol armada of the horses? It must have, the ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. He cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare was for a while part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life.
After
And
Solomon, there's a
the
civil
alternative
war.
would be a near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
And the land is
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes. It used to be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That's kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you can leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, around, his son-in-law, Tokhtar, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first, as a common soldier. And of course, he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I tried to figure that out. But anyway, it was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle as well. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they used to kill the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed. The one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill. And that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. and all to forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, the one around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And
one of the things that's especially
I'd say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. He had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhas are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed.
The children of Jacob, the children of Israel,
for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member. Not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him. He did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. Genghis Khan said,
where does the word Jew with the J?
You have to tell me that
it appears that while Jews are
not
calling themselves
cry
this is a term that's picked up
when I tell you
other
this.
languages. Most significantly,
Your son is no more.
this is the earliest inscription we have.
And the father was, no one was allowed to mourn. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just
in the 3rd century before the conquest.
make them
Highlighted
cry.
in yellow, you have the word Deos.
He came down on the people of Afghanistan
Of the word Judea.
so harshly.
You sound
And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then
So it's especially
it just got a war itself out. He
it
recognized that
refers to
he
someone who comes
allowed his
from the land
emotions to
Judea,
overcome practicality
clearly
and
has
the slaughtering of these people should stop.
dedication
So he did. That's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn, but they will
So
cry.
that's where we
They
have
will
this
mourn.
first term,
So that
Deos. And then it's especially
against
repeated over and over again
the
in Greek
cold,
sources.
rational
In the
way he
New Testament,
approached
of course, is extremely
war,
important,
which is
because
peace is
it's
offered
the group from which Jesus
and then
himself
betrayal is
derived.
punished.
I should
And,
not add, he did
most
not
of
slaughter the
Jesus'
people in the
interactions
peaceful
are
towns.
with
What
fellow
happened
Jews.
was
But
the
it's
killing
also
of
worth noting that
what
one
people thought
particular
was the
piece
heir,
of
and may have been, of
negative
Genghis
ways
Khan.
that
The
will
killing
have
of him
implications for the
revitalized a
negative
lot of people's
connotation
hope, and a lot of cities revolted. The
one of
ones
his
who did not
followers,
revolt were not killed.
Judas,
The cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was
betrays
a
Jesus
mass
Christ.
slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million
You
deaths,
can see here that Judas
approximately 10% of the world's
with
population.
stereotypical red hair.
So to
medieval
put this
art,
number in
red
the
hair
perspective
is
of the modern day, that would be
caricature,
equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. Today in the world, people are killing
But it's also important to note that
children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, invading, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved, and it's always, but we're defending democracy. Yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people.
It's written regarding the freedom of.
You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germans. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. He fought in all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. But he was a good American. There's nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? We tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people from STEM, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
Wow, that was really
complicated. You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war. War's hell.
I've got tons of videos on a lot of.
Then sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. Then World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing the wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary, or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series of Genghis Khan and Mongols called The Wrath of the Khans, and I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who cause immense destruction, but also lead the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life, even with ourselves. For example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen across the Mongol Empire. Whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch.
What's happening on the eastern side of
the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You could think Korea had been three. Basically, push them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in Ukraine and Kiev, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification. It had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I sure don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in the world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, there's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting, for example, in Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against the Russians, and then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jatran clan, the descendant from Jamuk family. From his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. He said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept it. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. The unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest and the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that. But let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing your respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot on the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime with describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty.
Steve Bannon. Yeah.
Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about
so that's all happening.
how the wall was broken down,
some scholars who suspect
how this unit was defeated? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born. The story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. All we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest era. Okay, that's 20 years. If you went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there is a sophisticated, deep culture that as well. All the different kinds of people that came from the steppe.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they're victims, and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them, and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that. He created this idea that there could be one world, in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime,
but also in the archaeological
the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace and we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There's no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare in history, legendary figures that come along that have vision, but they're also able to capture the public imagination, fly into vision, but also have the skill to execute and implement it, and all of those things combined. And have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. All of those things.
That's very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. Look at some of these world-defining ideas. Religious freedom it's just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands, from religion was a very powerful force. Let us speak to that.
Some empires in history, some rulers have been tolerant. Rome, to some extent, was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not the Christians, but reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan? The first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, actually we mentioned before, the Naimon king, Taiyang Khan. His son Kuchlu had fled. Kuchlu had fled into what is today that area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the weaker people. He had been a Christian. The Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. Well, his subjects were Muslims, and he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. This time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them, so they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Guzman for power. Guzman spread down towards Pakistan, or in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. The Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of the up to this point, he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding. But he saw that civilized people didn't want to line over religion. And the cards are in religion. So they made the law. Now, this is very interesting about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. His law was not that. It presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose their religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
That's a really powerful statement. That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. That religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom, period. If you, in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that's I mean, that is like one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in this society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you could think of, every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. And so they followed to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim leaders to come in. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
For that religious freedom, and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society, and that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, more practical, political way of thinking. He recognized the power of having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not going over the other. And Christians and Jews, they all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. There's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that. That you give every religion the right. Unfortunately, the only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what did they do? The Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? So some people could be Confucianists, that was okay, but he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all types. But the Confucius were not necessarily rational. But then, of course, eventually there was abused so much because the religions were there. And get everybody to donate property. You can still use it. You can still farm your land, but it's ours. And now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money. It's got abused, but it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand it, correctly,
to an employee.
of course, there's the
Make sure all
practical
the filing is done,
aspect
send out all
of
the
those
emails,
policies, but he
answer all the
himself is just
messages,
curious
and
about the different
Friday
religions as
is your
well,
day off.
as I understand.
Friday
So he never
no more
chose any
filing,
religion
no
except
more
the one
emails, no more answering the phone.
came, I guess, can you describe
But then,
what
now we got to go
he
back and say,
believed
okay,
spiritually himself?
what's involved?
It's interesting, you know, is that after the death of suitable dispense on it, Bamiyan,
all the
and the slaughter that followed that,
walls,
he went through a new phase in which he summoned
for the sacrifice,
religious scholars of all
all
sorts.
boils down through the
Famous
Mishnah
Chung Chang from China, despised, but anyway, he came and with all of his magic formulas and things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures for these people and public debates. Not antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons him, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours, and even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in it? So he was exploring. He never changed at all. He was an early in life, he was also later on, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away to pray, so we invade these people. So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, among us, so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around it, and you have to know them personally and pray to them, know what they like and don't like. And should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do? You have to know them. Well, you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China. They didn't know the spirits. This goes great consternation for the Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time, and so gradually Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus of work of his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. Thank you. And so, or Mukhashtingur in the case of the eternal sky, when they talk about it in religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions. And all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word. But the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate and know morality within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson Mohan said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, that you people have your scriptures, and you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drugs, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, throughout this conversation, it's just blowing my mind that the kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Lost, just had the hardest of lives.
Well, actually,
is now,
search engine because
yes, a military genius,
go to
but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things because he did awfully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society. And, there's less power struggles and all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about that he's implemented, and they stay.
I'm not trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use everyone. Men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy, and then the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongol, the Tatar, different Mongols, and the Uyghur, even were administered by his daughters primarily, and his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily in our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water and also about not using water, that you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think the Mongols are so stupid they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. Just last Kublai Khan was the one who changed that actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation and moving water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, or I'm trying to say he's the Democrat in the modern sense, or environmentalist, or feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. In 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Genghis Khan. So Genghis Khan his army had come there with the greatest general in the history of the world. I would say the person who's up to that was Genghis Khan, who was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there, and they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. People of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed for killing a Mongol envoy.
The envoy is a method of communication in diplomacy. And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it in any way, and that sends a signal to everybody else. You send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans that I stated in the making of the modern world, most of the ideas have, we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world yearly. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation of everything. But in fact, they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. Well, that's not. Theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we will tolerate them, but they got to be more like us. No. We only say these things. The world still hasn't achieved them. And he did achieve these within his empire, in his time. He achieved them.
So one of the things we've mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security, not just the hardwares, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example?
Nomads in general are very interested in trade, and throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. They raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem for the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden he raises them up above scholars. They got to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection if they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous. Then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they also they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to market them down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that.
Adrian, after
his grandson or his son, Uncle Hangmas was asked, why do you do that? You got to stop doing it. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in. He told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And then Uncle said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually. And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with them to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with a tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, it was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two places. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods, it was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas. That's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical mathematical ideas. All of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
And as part of his, there was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs,
not so much because he was
scientific information, everything was being exchanged, including agricultural goods of new crops or new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skill people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because there was a mathematician there who did algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. It belonged to him. But Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. The Chinese less so. They were very suspicious of the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important. for keeping up with their animals.
figures who were the chief
In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they could say, oh, well, we're 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be like
century. However, the
5 cows count as 4 horses. 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went. Is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what do they do, their occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. As I said, he himself had the genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something that just print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information that was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had gunpowder.
It definitely was not.
Mostly it was used for
also
fireworks, religious things. And then sometimes in warfare was used for kind of primitive hand grenade or primitive bomb that could be thrown with a trebuchet. This is in the film of Kublai Khan or his grandson. But so they had that. The Middle Eastern, the Muslims, and they had, and the Byzantines especially, they had
and at the same time,
what we call Greek fire, flamethrowers. They could set things on fire. The Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell, and we're going to turn it on its side, and we're going to use the principles of the flamethrower, and we're going to use the gunpowder from China, and you got a cannon. So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, not I think in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter his sons and grandsons, they were using some primitive forms of cannon and even some like firing rods. We couldn't call it anything like a rifle, but they could fire a very small ballistic device. So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
If we jump around a little bit,
they're spread out
on the top of a cannon, what are some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son and Kublai Khan were using? So how much gunpowder were they using? In general, what was their approach to the siege warfare, for example? What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grandson Kublai Khan,
and therefore the counter could be calculated.
First of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. Well, by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to give out. By the time you get to Poland, it's so many farms, it's hard for horses to get to the farms, and they don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid, the roads are beginning to wilt. The horses are exhausted, it's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a great wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as the Great Wall, which is really the Ming Wall. But the Great Wall of the Sea. And they used it as a defensive navy. They're the largest navy in the world. It was defensive. and it was literally defensive.
It's
And
about
then came
350
time
odd
for
days.
warfare. They would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the
year
city.
of a solar calendar, which is roughly
We're gonna give a wall.
365 days.
So actually, if
You
we
are
were
losing some
right,
days.
Kublai
The
Khan,
Muslims, by
who
the way,
was he,
observe a strictly
and what was the
calendar.
state of
That's why
China
their
at that
holidays
time
moving.
that kind of sets up
Years,
this
they're
idea
shortened
of
by
ships
days.
and siege warfare?
Earlier,
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as
April,
Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern
Jewish
China.
calendar is
But at
actually
that time, southern China was ruled by the Song.
because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of
He'd already
Passover
conquered the
in the
Shishia
springtime.
kingdom of the
So
Tangut
therefore, the
people.
calendar has to be
And so
adjusted
most
every
of
so often to
northern
make
China
sure
was
that
under the
Passover
control
will
of the
fall in the
Mongols
springtime.
from about
That's why in the
1215.
Jewish
They
calendar,
conquered
the
middle,
month of
later
Adar is doubled
his descendants conquered
several
middle, and
times over a
Kublai Khan was the
19-year
one
cycle,
to take
so
on the
that
south.
even though the
Kublai
lunar
Khan was
calendar is
born
always
that year,
losing days,
1215,
that
about
extra
3
month,
months
that
after the
week month,
capture of
places
Beijing.
Passover
And he
back
was nobody.
into its proper time. That's
He
why, you
was
know,
the
we are
second son
speaking
of the
English, so
fourth son of
Anglo
Genghis Khan.
cultures,
Well, he's got
people will say
lots of
something like,
cousins
oh,
out
Rosh Hashanah
there
is very
who've
late
been riding around. They've conquered Russia,
late
and
September,
they've
early
already
October,
burned down
as opposed to
Kiev,
late
and
August or
they've
September.
conquered different
And the truth
places
is,
in
Rosh
the world.
Hashanah is
They're
always
real
on
Mongols.
time.
That's
It's
their whole life.
September that is out
And
of
he's
joint.
born at,
But at any
he
rate,
doesn't meet
with the
Genghis Khan
situation
about
of
7
fourth
years
century,
old. Genghis Khan was
scattered
really
all
a
over,
conquest in Central
and
Asia.
those to
And Genghis
rely
Khan came
on the
back,
reliable
and he met him,
communications from
and he said,
Jerusalem.
oh,
In fact, the
he
new
doesn't
month
look
had
like a
been
Mongol.
declared.
He looks
Don't
like his
forget
mother's
that
people. His
Jews
mother
were
was
actually banned from
Sarkastani,
entering
who was
Jerusalem
actually a
after
part
the
of the
Bar
royal
Kokhba
family of the
for
Merkin
quite
people,
some time.
whom
So
he
a
had
lot of
conquered
these
sometime
were
earlier.
possible anymore. So therefore, in
He
the
looks like his mother people, who was a little bit more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white, very ripe, bright
calendar, but it's still
cheeks,
used
and have a certain very round face.
survival
And
strategies that help them
so he
weather
looked
the
different.
challenges of the
And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized the difference and treated him differently. Her oldest son
I'd
was
like to get
Mughal,
back to the Talmudist
later
Mars
Mughal,
discussion later.
and she wanted him to become, even though
But
her
for our
husband
purposes,
was
let us just
drunk,
recall that after the
died
writing
on
of the
campaign
Mishnah,
drunk,
which
and
was brought together
she
around
took
the
over
year
northern
220,
China, and
there's
she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become
by
the great
scholars
Khan, the
after
emperor
that
of
time,
the Mongol Empire.
that really sheds light on
This wasn't in
what's
line.
quite
This wasn't
cryptic
going to
in the
happen.
Mishnah itself.
He's the fourth son out of 3. Others are way in line. They were all
Just
ahead
as
of
the
her.
Mishnah interprets the
She calls the
Torah, it's not a
revolution. She
precise
made it
definition,
happen.
but
She put her son in Mughal
the
in
Jerusalem Talmud
1251.
will
He
also
became great
interpret the
Khan.
Mishnah. And this was
He only lived to
remarkable
1259. He
because
died of
by
something.
putting
It
it
could have been cholera
into
or
text, actually
they're different stories. I
writing
don't
it
know the
down
truth
as a
of it. He
manuscript
died
of the
of
original body of oral
China.
remained this
Well, up to this
massive
point,
amount of wisdom,
Kublai Khan
many
had not
times
been
larger than the
distinguishing
size of the
himself.
Mishnah itself, and
His
many
mother
times larger.
she was a Christian woman, but she had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his older brother. He was going to administer the lands in China, so he was learning all this stuff. The older brother, he insisted on sending him out on campaign. Oh, but he was overweight, he was fat, he had gout, he needed to go rest. There was always some excuse. And the brother was assigning people. Orihanda, who was the son of Sumanai, the great general, he assigned him to teach him warfare.
Which up until
He wasn't great on the battlefield. He really was not. But he was very smart.
Of geography,
And at first a little bit lazy, like talking about the religion, sitting around, go hunting.
but now
As long as he had been with it, do shooting, and then to prepare the food and all.
their nationality.
And his territory in northern China
So
was just
Talmud is
being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there. You live there. You take charge.
Developed to
And
survive
everybody was terrified
vicissitudes
of
of
the mother. And so he
fourth.
ran off to China and he started administering his land and he started learning how to
thought
do it.
about this so much
But when his
before,
brother died in 1259, he was down on the Yangtze River
the English word
on a campaign and he was sent by his brother. He was having no success at
It's
all.
basically a kind
But
of
he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish the
that
campaign.
has its
Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Ali,
period.
Book was
They have a
another
lot to do
hothead
with what I
rebel like
mentioned earlier about
He
Justinian the
was
First.
rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religion. He was had to oversee the debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists, but the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. So he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoist representative. Yeah. He just wasn't good for moderating
enthusiastically
debates.
adopted by congregations
So
all over the
he was
region.
going to be the
They
new
are
great Khan.
publishing prayer books to
So he was declared the great Khan of
we should
Mongolia.
understand the function that they play.
But this was a turning line for Kublai
Jews were
Khan,
prohibited
who had never achieved
from
much of anything
public
other than
discussion,
talking.
public teaching of
So
their text.
his wife Choppy
The Mishnah
sent him
was
some
banned,
coded
and
messages.
the original
Basically
Hebrew
telling
text
him,
of the Torah was
forget
also
about
banned.
southern
Then
China.
authorship
It's going to always be there. You can conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be
by
the
the
new emperor.
authorities,
You are the next son.
readily available
after
to the educated
Khan.
would be another opportunity.
And somehow she invigorated him. And he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy,
Literary
he had
response.
northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia. Mongolia
And then
was
finally,
very dependent on northern China.
Welcome.
All the Mongols supported Ali. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting
later
Ali.
representation in other faiths,
He went to get food from them,
and mosques, for example,
and then they didn't want to
is
give
one
up
of the
food.
great contributions.
Yeah, we want to support you for great Han, but we're not giving up our
In
food.
the ancient
So he
world,
was basically got
religion
starved
tended
into
to
submission
vary
in 1262.
based on a
And then he
specific
was taken
location.
prisoner into
That
China,
goes with Judaism
and
as
then
well,
he
with the establishment of the
mysteriously passed away.
all
in
kind of like
1264.
religious activity was
While
all
the
the
legal case was being brought against him for trial, but he never made
those
it to trial.
structures, such
So he was caught.
that
So
managed
Kublai
that.
Khan
And
not
that's
really distinguished himself very
however,
much.
even before the temple was destroyed,
He didn't have the genius of his grandfather, I won't say that, but he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did.
term temple
And he understood most of more about
that
how
would
the
happen, by the way, in
Chinese
the
did.
19th century when there was
So the great thing left, the Genghis Khan said on his deathbed,
synagogues
finish conquering China.
temporary prayer
That was a
houses
great
that they are like
objective.
secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem.
Kublai was going to fulfill this,
Locals
and they didn't know
also
how. The
worship
Great
temple
Wall of
is the way of
Ships
saying, no, this is
was
it. We are
protecting
here.
the southern zone.
Necessarily
This
have to
huge
go
Yangtze
back to
River
temple
was so
Jerusalem.
bad. Why? The
Orthodox
ocean
Syrians
on the
do
side.
not
All of
call
these things were protecting
worship
them.
temples. They
So
call
he
them
had
much more
one of his very
word.
smart
Synagogue
generals, the
was
Achu,
a place of
who was a
gathering.
real Mongol, but he was also able to think and innovate. He used the
And
grandson
so
of
there's
Subadai,
many other words.
and he went with his father, Li Subadai, on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Dai Viet people.
Jews began to create these.
They
things
went down the
while
river.
temple was still standing.
They were trying to
Sort of
surround the
spontaneous
Chinese
desire to have a place
territory.
to
So they
gather,
came from the north,
discuss,
from the west, and from the south. So
you
they
know,
went down the Red River
That's
and
something
to conquer the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. They had Mongols on one side of the river, and the Dai Viet forces on the other side. Brihangadai was a smart man. The Chinese was smart. And he already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the
a large
elephants was
Ashlar
with flaming
which
arrows
has
to
the
the
Greek
feet.
text,
Notice it.
which, if
But he
you
recognized that
have
they
been in
came up
synagogues, you will
on boats.
recognize it.
Mongols didn't like boats.
Right?
It just
This
they
is something
crossed the river on
that
boats.
it is kind of ironic.
They wanted to do
The very
something more
first
A boat was like a
earliest
cart. A
example
cart
we have
belonged
of
to
a
a woman.
synagogue
It was a floating cart. I
plaque
am not going
thanking
to
and
hold a floating cart.
donating
I'm
big
going to ride
contributions.
a
Synagogue
goat skin
Theodotus
across
is
the
this
river.
man, a Jewish man, writing in
He
Greek, which is like the
assigned one
literary
detachment.
language
You
for
have
which
to
they
burn the
classes.
boats. So the idea
How
of
we
escape
paid
when we
for the building,
around the
paid
elephants.
for the new plumbing
Well, the
system,
war,
and all kinds of
the
things
battle
like
when he
that.
got
It's
started.
fascinating.
The elephants are running
Exactly
wild.
sure
All kinds of chaos
how
is
to
going
date
on.
it. It's roughly dated to the
The
first
group
century
that said
before
to
the
burn the
common era
boats,
to the first century of the common
they want to
era.
go to war.
It was founded
Why
by
burn a bunch of women's
rebels,
carts?
so it's not at the
You know,
point
so they go and during the battle, they leave the
possibly
boats.
is
Well, the Mongols won the battle.
context of the Roman Jewish
The
war.
Arabian forces got the boats and sailed back to what's now
Well, like
Adel.
that. But anyway,
Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the delta.
in this early
The
period,
Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, the capital city, and
look at a few
they
other
had nothing.
gifts.
They had
Here is
nothing.
some gorgeous.
They won every battle, they lost the war. They
Various
retreated.
synagogues.
Aju was the son of
Zodiac.
Hakaniah. He saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and books. And so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around us in the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities are heavily fortified on the land side. This invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of walls to protect them from the water. And so the city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They sent off the Ilkhanate to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle, was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews. So they sent over engineers to build special kind of so they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat because they were usually made for stable ground. But they adapted it for the boat, throwing heavy things, and also for some incendiary bombs. They developed it. They attacked the first city. It fell. They fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy, and then the army would move in after the navy had moved out.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
Catapult on the ship, but it's a, we call it a shape for this type of catapult.
This is an engineering solution
but also
for people who are deeply uncomfortable with boats,
demonstration
Yes.
and they've accepted it.
spirituality.
Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's card. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So that they hit them hard on walls on the weak side
Yes.
where there's no the army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, or now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They're dissipated, they've had child, they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now.
Quick overview of the
What up, pimp? How you living?
People ascribe it to all kinds of things.
What up? What up, son? How you living?
A lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking.
What up, girl? How you living?
Whereas scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou.
What's new?
Calligraphy and
How's your day going? Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, okay. Well, be a bitch. What up, dog? What up, girl? How are you? Everybody hates me. Yo, I like your song. Oh, get out of here. Yo, what up? How are you? What's good? Hello, how's your day going? Yo, what up? Yo, what up, girl? How are you? Yo, what up? How you living? How's your day going? How is your day going? Nice fan. That was fun.
Poetry and having contests over who could sing or paint, or I don't know what scholars do, but they were being scholars. But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. They didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender out there if they see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that'll maybe wait on the river and ride along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can drive a machine, and you can throw grenades on the beach. It's not really illegal. You're not destroying cities. The Japanese cities were more in. They were there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So they failed.
So I should say that this is the time of the samurai, right? In Japan. So there was never a real test of like.
No, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way. It's like the Knights of Europe coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. It was just crazy. It was crazy. The samurai almost at that point. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Outcasts, they have no use for that. They're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this was unknown territory. And the weather did turn against them. But I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships to the beach?
Oh, they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they couldn't do their usual Mongol thing.
Right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. And there were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
Yeah. So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer. And he's thinking like a Mongol that he ruled those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, he gave his navy some experience with the ocean, but now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in. Baji was in command, but actually the head command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised more in Central Asia. He was perhaps born close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but then he eventually he was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Should have been in command. But Bayan recognized that he and Haji worked together very well. Haji knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the south, so right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join them. Mongols get paid. The generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady, she had no children. Xie was her name, the Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you're devoted to just being a king, please let him stay. Lion said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Lion came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no. I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her, he respected her, and there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. There's no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that. So, they've taken the capital, and she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way, she was and sink into their own to Beijing, and they surrender again, a public ceremony, bowing to a couple of times. He gives each of them a palace, he gives them a new title. He pretends trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore who really are going to give them a palace, treat them nicely.
There is also some
But the Navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to the Emperor Mong was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around in the ocean, losing all support. City after city. The Muslims, who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships of that area, they were Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing and because of the merchants and their status with the race. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out. But he died. So unfortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, airport on Lantau Island. So they went there, they had a big coronation ceremony, and all, but the people there were not supportive. It was in Hong Kong anyway, down to the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over, and of course the first thing they did was go after the palace. But the Mongols are chasing you, you gotta stop and build a palace.
So these are like the remains of the Chinese,
Yes, the generals and
the general
army and the navy.
and those are comprehensive issues.
We're going to protect it with the Great Wall of the Sea. They chained together the boats across the and they put the palace boats so cool in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough, so they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. The Mongols tried over and over and over, they asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land, so they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. And they cut the ships off from the fresh supply of wood and water, so they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Big was his name. With his pet parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life was his pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity. But the Prime Minister, so called, coward that he is, always treated as a hero today in China, throughout their history. The coward that he was. He said, "We will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor." So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. But then he took the emperor and held him, a 7-year-old. He was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do that. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parent in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady. It was she.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably it's become the institutions became corrupt and stale. The army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and confidence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that is true. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the men named Bill.
Right, everybody has their respective maybe. If the way you told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it, but there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story is some kind of like maintain the honor to the last moment.
Very often, the most scholars depict and pursue as the traitor to the country. And as you know, that boy lived on for another 45 years. And so she did not betray the country. She protected the emperor that she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child emperor, who killed young baby.
So what was the lasting impact of Kublai Khan unifying China?
Well, yes, first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it. But he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sagate, the second son, Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different sort of fracturings of Mongol
The sons of Genghis Khan. And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. But they're so far away. But now he has a navy.
But this is, even the 4 pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years, but it was usually port to port. Different merchants trading goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send a queen, a princess, to become queen in the Ilkhanate, to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he sent organized this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, we had nobody left. So they wanted to get their riches out before they didn't know what was going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for 1 generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there had been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed the second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army, but now he's the new enlightened who doesn't slaughter. So he's got what he's got to do. They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, the Russian Far East, or we call Siberian English the Russian Far East. He sent expeditions up into Tibet, exploring options up there where there wasn't enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hoes and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China, because it was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is the expedition was massive. And they organized it in the Mongol principles of left-wing, right-wing. This didn't work in Syria. The left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly. The ships built up there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They called it GOL, the center. Or QOL, actually. He had the center in command. No, he's at the two without clearance. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows at the ships, set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan, but the soldiers were gone. They failed. He didn't kill them off. It was just another plan. The problem was solved.
Muslim homes, especially
It's
if
one
you're
of
not
those
building
ironies of
houses
history.
taller than
It's hard to
I'm not sure about this, but I
So
wonder if the
this had
design of
happened,
the
but
minaret
then
was
Kublai
designed to
Khan
sort of like obviate the challenge
was coming
of not
to
having
near
any
the end of
bigger
life.
heights. If you
Marco
build
Polo
taller,
just
it's
wanted
very
to
hard to get your house higher
They're ready
than
to
that.
go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Hookjin, was her name, Princess Hookjin, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who is not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur Enchetu. But he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. He was, first he knew, reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as great Khan, his incredible empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. And all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world. And he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. come to China, bring your goods, bring it and trade with you. He instituted it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of the exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth, all the way to Africa, because from Hormuz, they had a connection to Somaliland, and some people say Kenya already at that time, I'm not sure. Very high, very high.
So technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, although actually they were the court of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and even the me is independent, so they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there, and from Russia, from the Caucasus areas of Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service? Like you have to literally deliver the letter?
Over time, those groups started intermarrying. Well, they were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world writes with one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you talked about. So he is this famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess what is one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In the areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he reported stuff. So I persuaded him to do things because it was something like the princess, Bridget, and also another fighting princess from Central Asia. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, a million. Because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century, right? Versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not in its worst, but in its most basic. And that is, like the princess in the story, this is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess hooks in and says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There are things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks of Kublai Khan, and he said, well, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing.
on a glass
He
of
has
whiskey
seen everything.
to say,
He understands
as a blessing.
nothing.
Because it says so.
For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the
So
world.
if it says
Symbolically,
so in the Shulchan Aruch,
with Marco
even though there
Polo
may
and
be
Kubla
other
Khan, the coming together of two worlds,
having
it
it
could have gone a different
again at
way.
a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges
It's not
out
that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out,
where they had
it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rot and other things. But today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, for misunderstanding, versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West. And one of the great regrets I have, and I hope to alleviate, is just how little I understand China and the East. Just sort of not just from kind of economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you've understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding, there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic, because for me it's always a Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more with China, because it's about Kubla Khan, and in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one is the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history," and they're probably right. It's quite possible. But there's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything in the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand wrongly or incorrectly, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance, and they are there to teach the world.
It just happens that the influence of
sometimes dismayed, I meet these young people all over the world
these were not
who've come
lost
to help.
Jews who were waiting to be
They're
found. They
NGO
were
that could
perfectly
teach the
within
people
their
how to take
Hermetic
care of the
culture,
environment.
Hermetic tradition.
They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights.
So that's basically
They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautiful put.
When the Russian Empire
How
expands
did
into the
the
region
Mongol
of
Empire come to an end? How did it
and
fall?
here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden
Despite the
the
fact
foreign
that
Jews
Timur
had a
Khan
moment of
had
being
united the
privileged
empire, at least
status.
symbolically,
The
all of
Russians,
it,
of course,
and they had
all
the trade
Orthodox
going
Christians,
on. the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the Mongol examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River, but they weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me criticize the Song dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today. Russia, there are many, many other things in Russia. Just, Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person, as an animal, and Chin is a person. Person takes an animal. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny, but there's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Goloyov is one of the famous ones. He was a little bit too romantic with his ideas, but I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. Like Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. It was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did. Through the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So they had two emperors back. Okay, let them work it out. And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for the Mongols, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. Everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that's sometimes works out good. But this great system that united, it's called the Yam, that it united everything, people could move back and forth quickly, that it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. The plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from the system, and now the system collapses, you don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran, Afghanistan. The Hazara people were still descended from them. And in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, at the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. They had been there for hundreds of years. And then they returned to Mongolia in the 1700s. And so many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent, squatting around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries. And they just return right back on the horse, riding the open steppe.
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task until it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, we talked about Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree that before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned samurai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, there's several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you can just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So, I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done this. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons do you take from applicable logic or fair?
Well, I think there's a particular years. The Mongols took Iraq. They tell us anything about Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, they followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. Mongol strategy is first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases 2 years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have the shock and awe, we're going to go in, we're conquering the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities. We took the city because that was a city, it was a center of production. But the countryside is a place that produces the food. The Mongols were very important and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city, trying to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq or Vietnam or even Northern Korea or Cambodia or Laos or Syria or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple of hours, we went in. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country. We've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden, Scotland, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. But you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to whole large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of their chemical warfare in American bombs. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, we use for the war not to put all issues that people can argue. We had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to democracy, we're going to free the women. What? There's absolute sheer insanity. And we kill people. Not only do we use chemical warfare, we kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. We killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal. We just paper over it sometimes.
It's a great idea.
Explain Agent Orange.
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving their army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was a very good strategy. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs. From what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrendous. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people were starving. Literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it, any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in America.
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, that in some deep sense everybody loses no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better. My effort is not
just attempted to make a massive
to relate to all the things that happened to the Genghis Khan and Brutal straight into that. It's to measure against what goes on there. And we have these different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image, he's on there in horseback killing people. The other is just Mongolian images. And when they finally built the official character of him, it is just
things like that. I electrified agriculture during the way. Let's start with then we essentially a feudal peasant society with a modern industrial society. Incredible failure, and the nature of the not
but it's not the women. It's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one from the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, depending on where you are and how you want to see it,
Yeah.
there are many things that happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible.
in order to try and say, well,
let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, great celebration. They went on for a whole summer just about. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody. Everybody was being given all kinds of things, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the cake and the ox yoke. They were rewarded with everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. The first place he had attacked outside was the Tangut nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangut nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and crossing the Gobi, he saw it was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass. I used to say wild horse. It sounds the hulan, to say hulan on the Gobi. He was off hunting hulan, he fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months. Before August of 1227, he was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date, it's all very specific. The truth is, we don't know exactly which day he died in that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan
major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule.
The idea was usually you could be rewarded your whole family.
The Holocaust,
But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be rewarded.
Why this is especially relevant for us is because
So he died there.
How was he successfully chosen?
The succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way.
These were made up primarily
He could nominate somebody.
who were not fit
So
for frontline
before he
battle.
set off for the Middle East,
There she is. What up, girl?
one of his wives said to him,
What's new?
It took so much to realize that you're actually basketball and I'm listening to all my friends.
All right. Well,
I'll be back.
enjoy that.
even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zuch, the oldest boy who was born while father was allied with his Anda, and he was named Visitor Zuch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Uday. And the next one was Tulan, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way. From then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan's favorite Zuch. This is the one that was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tulu was too hot-headed. Uday was a heavy drinker. Chagande was very rigid about the law of the Mongols. But he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior looking over. He called him Zuch, my son, speak. Chagande, the second one, who believed in Mongol law, supposedly. He jumped up And he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds. He said, how can you call on this market bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. It is a Mongol Empire, not on and on. You can imagine kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech. Actually, the way the secret history, it makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them, a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. So I think on this business, you do not know, you are not there. The stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved you. You did not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable. And to do that, to have that respect and honor his wife in this way and his son in this way is really powerful.
I believe that. I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say somebody finished their age, or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech, and Sagade had to submit. And he said, yes, you are our father, and we accept what you say. But a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the boys, I mean, this is middle-aged man, the boys, he said to me, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Sagade because of his attitude, the situation, and Kalo is so hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So the other guys, they said, well, it's good they chose him because he was the most generous and the bon vivant. He was for every party and drinking every time. One time, Chigi Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Chigi Hutuk was sleeping on a cart one time for whatever reason. I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But Agane came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. Agane was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Unfortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very capable wives. And for good day, he had a wife who wasn't even his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something. But he had a very intelligent woman named Dorche. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled the empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, and the genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time, and to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for like what it will keep the empire together.
Dorje was, actually there was peace, she stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. The women, like such as Dorje, were extremely into economics and trade and running these private corporations called Orthoc. She was running her Orthoc and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our reports, and she favored a worthless son to become the successor. none of the sons actually were great. But they had favored another, but anyway, she favored her son. So she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman, Fatima from the Middle East. And unfortunately, they organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her. And a lot of them were Muslims. And he killed off a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months. And
Hello,
he was
my name is
gone.
Henry Abramson.
Then his wife took over all the
I'm a
college.
historian, and I have been
Unfortunately, she was
obsessed with the
not capable
Holocaust
as
for
her
much of my
mother-in-law
adult
told
life. I have
College was a bit
resisted
greedy.
providing lectures on the
She didn't
Holocaust
start any
in
new
any
wars.
significant
She
manner
just kind of messed
on
up things,
YouTube,
and she didn't
primarily
go for too long.
because
And this is
it's
why
very difficult to
Kublai Khan's
convey
father,
in an
Sorashtani,
appropriate fashion
was able
the
to have a
material that I'd like
revolution.
to discuss with
She
you over the
united
course
with
of
the
the next
Golden
30 odd
She was
mini
on one
lectures.
end on China. She had Northern
However,
China. The
given
Golden Horde had Russia.
contemporary
The
events,
two
it
of them
seems to me much
united
more crucial
against the
than ever
center. And they
that I at least make
overthrew
an attempt to discuss this period, and I hope that you will find these brief lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in all of human history.
Probably goes against the
By way
initial
of introduction, I studied at the
of what
University of
Genghis Khan stood
Toronto,
for.
and I focused primarily in modern Jewish history. I've written quite a few things on various aspects of Jewish history, but really mainly one book that can study on the Holocaust, and I'm specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Columnus Kalman Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh.
He
My
organized
teachers
it
at the
as
University of
what we
Toronto
take all,
were
they almost
Professor
a
Emil Fackenheim,
all
who is
lands
a
belong
world-renowned
to everybody in the
philosopher,
everybody.
and Michael Maris, also a
That's why he
very
had
well-regarded
soldiers that were
historian,
Christian soldiers,
principally of the Jews of France
Brazilian soldiers,
during the
and Kipchak
Holocaust.
soldiers. He had 10,000 of each.
What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to try to understand
The
some
Russians would own
basic
silk factories in China.
parameters of the
The
Holocaust,
Ilkhani would
trying
own
to
silk
set out
factories in Jade
what we're going to be
mines
discussing
in China.
over the course of the
The
next
people
few
in
lectures. Let's
China,
start
the
with
Mongols,
terminology.
they would own
Why do we
villages
call it
in
the
Persia.
Holocaust?
And
We all know what
so
we're
he
speaking
organized
about,
it all.
but
Everything
where
was
did this
owned by the
strange name
entire
come from, and what exactly does it refer to?
It didn't
So
last too long.
certainly the term Holocaust is associated primarily with the mass murder of some 6 million Jews in Europe during the Second World War.
Conquering and
This
expanding
is,
the land
however,
so they had more
a term that
lands to
took
own.
about 20 years
It was
to come
the
into some
job.
circulation. Prior to that,
And
it
Kublai
was
Khan
largely
fulfilled it. Khan is
unclaimed because
something
people
fulfilled it.
lacked
They
the
did.
vocabulary to describe an event of such magnitude and such horror. One might think similarly of the word that American uses, or the terms that one might think,
That reminds me of a
in a
very
similar
popular
fashion, one might
idea
think about one of the defining moments
Genghis Khan,
of this century. Of course, I'm referring to the attack on
articulated
the
in
Twin
a
Towers
2003
and
paper
on
titled
the
The Genetic
Pentagon.
Legacy of the Mongols.
That's known
So
as
that
9/11.
paper has a
That's hardly a
finding
name that's
that
descriptive of
estimates
what
that
is going on
0.5%
in those
of the world's
attacks,
male
but
population is
people
descendant,
lack
direct
a
descendants.
more appropriate
Genghis
word
Khan.
to term it,
I've
and
heard
therefore
you
they call it
kind of be a little bit
9/11.
skeptical of this
Perhaps in
paper,
50 years we may have
I
a
actually
different
really
word to
like its
describe
findings. I
those
talked to a
events
good
of
friend of
the
mine,
early 20th century.
Ellis, who's
But
a
for the time being, think of
biologist,
Holocaust as the
computational biologist, and
standard term
geneticist.
used to
He likes the
describe
paper as
the
well.
mass
I
destruction
find it
of
really
European
convincing,
Jewry.
but I think your
If you were to
skepticism has
ask
to
my
do
grandmother
not
of
necessarily
blessed memory,
with the
she
paper's
would refer
contents,
to
but
it as
with the
Kurban
information
Europa,
that it's
the
used to
destruction of
the thing
Europe.
that
And the
maybe
term Kurban
the people
is
think of
very
Genghis Khan as
resonant within the Jewish
brutal
tradition because
barbarian.
it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in
assume that
Jerusalem,
the
the first
reason
destruction
0.5%
in
of the
the
population
6th
is
century
because
before the Common
of
Era,
some
the second destruction
institutionalized mass
in the
rape
first century of
by
the Common Era.
Genghis Khan.
So by using the
to
term
me,
Kurban,
and
or
we actually
Kurban
spoke
in
about
modern
this.
Hebrew,
You
that
can't get those
evokes
kinds
some
of
kind of lineage of God, somehow a historical continuity between the great destruction of the temple that were antecedent to the exile, the Babylonian exile and the Roman exile, and so the Kurban Europa is on that same level of magnitude. However, this has strong religious connotations, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that were used to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Raphael
social
Lemkin,
status
who
value
was a
to
thinker
be
who
associated
was very
with the
troubled
lineage of
by
Genghis Khan.
the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to he coined that term based on the Greek term genos, meaning people, and side, meaning killer. We have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, to kill oneself, terms like this. So genocide was a nerd term that was coined to try to describe the destruction of an entire people. As you can see here on the slide, not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up this genos, but also going to have a cultural element as well, which is
look who it is. How are you, my friend? Long time no see, Jacob. What's good? How you been? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I just recently got an email about 2 years ago from the yeshiva in Louisville.
Okay. What'd they say?
That's pretty cool. Well, they wanted to know if I was still interested in converting. Obviously, I said yes. But it's kind of hard to revert back to the negative truth.
Yeah. So this.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
So, remind me, like, this is, I told you to find a local Orthodox rabbi, and you sent an email to this Louisville yeshiva, but they didn't get back to you for 2 years, but now they did?
Yeah, they just got back to me about an hour ago on the email, and they asked me if I was still interested in converting, I'm like, yeah, of course. And I guess they want me to like come out there and like meet them or whatnot, and probably like end up visiting the new rabbi that's supposed to be taking over there. So that's pretty like really exciting, actually. I mean, not only the suspension of waiting for 2 years, but be able to go in attend a Shabbat and meet everybody for a day. That would be really cool.
100%, man. Congratulations, Mazel Tov. That's fantastic.
Definitely.
Wonderful.
2 years is a long time. I mean, I'm not exactly like forget about everything I've learned. You know what I mean?
Well, 2 years is better than nothing.
Yeah, a response is better than no response.
That's absolutely correct. All right, so are you gonna now? I know your first priority is your brother. Certainly, are you going to take a visit though?
Oh, definitely, I am. I mean, I can always get away for a day or something, but I mean, it's problematic when it comes to like weeks or years or something like that. You know what I mean? I mean, there would have to be something that was worked out, like medical wise, like a nurse or something to lift my brother up and down throughout the day.
Right.
That to occur. Other than that, I would have to, stay within like a day's distance.
Right. Do they? Did your brother have like Medicare or something?
Oh, they've been through everything under the sun with him, and what they offer is just minuscule, minute, at the bare minimum, and it's never anything that was really kind of beneficial long term. It's always short term, and it only lasts like a certain amount of time, and then that's it, like the entire year. Kind of like my dental insurance, I get like a cap on so much money, and then after that's done, it's like, well, unless you're a pay out of pocket, that's it.
Right. I get that. Is it possible though that your brother could maybe, I don't know. I mean, can your sister take care of him for a little while?
It would be possible for my dad and my mother to take care of him for a couple of days or something, but other than that, it'll be extremely physiologically impossible almost, because just the medical conditions that they're dealing with themselves just almost renders them incapable.
I understand that, but all you need is a couple days. You just need to be able to drive to Louisville before sundown on Friday and be able to drive back, after sundown plus an hour or so on Saturday.
For sure, that could happen. For sure.
Excellent. Okay.
I mean, as long as it's not like weeks or anything. It's not like I'm joining the IDF or going in the Israeli army or anything right now or anything like that. So I don't have to worry about going for years or anything.
No, you just need basically 25 hours. So you're able to get that. So you already responded saying that you're interested, and now you're just waiting for their response back to you to say, all right, Jacob, on this date, we're going to have an open Shabbat. Feel free to attend if you're available. Is it something like that?
Yeah, you want me to read you the email?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Hold on one second. Get all my responses back and forth. The last one, he asked for my number. I gave it to him immediately.
What's his name?
Right. Fred Allen.
Okay, great.
Or he replied to them. All in boxes. There we go. All right, the first one he said, hello, Jacob. You contacted Temple Israel about 2 years ago.
Hold on. It's called Temple Israel.
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Louisville.
Yeah. So it's not Orthodox.
It should be. That's what I wrote to.
Double check that. Traditionally Orthodox yeshivas, shuls, we don't call anything temple except the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem.
The weird thing is I never wrote to anybody called Temple Israel. I wrote to the Shabbat in Louisville. Well, so I didn't write to the Orthodox one?
Well, it's just you. Okay, so you sent it to Temple. So you didn't get anything from Congregation Adath Israel Bris Shalom.
No.
Okay.
No, it says Temple Israel is not Orthodox. Its congression's reference, for example, is in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hold on. Temple Israel. Louisville. Well, I think it also has a reform movement within inside of it. I think they're both a co-op.
Okay,
it's
that's
like one community type deal because it's all like condensed into one little section in Israel, in Louisville.
What's the website?
It's Reform Judaism, it says.
Then, I mean, that's fine, but
That's not Orthodox.
you won't be considered a Jew by the Orthodox community.
Well, I mean, I could obviously go to Louisville, go to Paducah for that. I was kind of hoping for the Orthodox. But apparently, maybe my email was converted to like the Reform Judaism side because I had mentioned in my email that I was not of Jewish descent with my mother's side, or with my mother's side. So maybe they just got back to me on the Reform side.
That could be. I mean, I don't want to waste your time or energy. You want to be seen as a Jew amongst all Jews. The way to do that is through an Orthodox conversion. So,
well, that's what I was trying to aim for, but apparently I made a mistake.
Okay, I mean, mistakes happen, no big deal. Okay, so what about Paducah?
They've got the closest Orthodox is Louisville, unfortunately. It's still like 3 hours away.
Okay, so Louisville is closer than Paducah?
Well, no, it's not closer than Paducah. Paducah, there is no Orthodox. There's only secular.
Okay, what about Evansville?
Like Reform and
what about Evansville?
I'm not even sure what that is. Is that by like Owensboro, maybe? Is that by that?
Evansville is on the other side of the Ohio. It's not a very large city, but it has more than maybe like 100,000 people.
Oh wow. I'm gonna put this in my AI real quick. What is the closest Orthodox synagogue to Mayfield, Kentucky? Shabbat, Kentucky, located in Louisville. And the two closest are in Nashville and Louisville. The closest one would be Louisville, and then the second closest would be Nashville.
Okay, so Louisville. You have applied to this, or you sent an email to somebody. Okay, so
I
Louisville.
can look up where I sent it to.
Yeah, do that.
It might be a long ways away, but I'll have to send messages.
Yeah, and just search it. You don't have to.
Because I thought I almost like can guarantee myself that I looked up exactly what the Orthodox synagogue was in Louisville, and that's what I sent it to.
Okay. So
I'm not seeing it. It might have even erased after 2 years.
no, it doesn't do that.
I'm not quite sure how long these things hold on.
It doesn't do that unless I mean, are you using Gmail?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. So, go to your search of your sent messages and just type in.
Oh, there it is. Rabbi Snod. That's what I sent it to.
Okay. What is
so
the?
That was a rabbi in the Orthodox church or in an Orthodox synagogue. I sent it to him, who may have passed it on to somebody in the Reform. I'm thinking that's what might happen.
Okay. So you could ask the rabbi who emailed you today after 2 years, how did you find out about my interest?
Yeah, because that's definitely not who I sent it to. I sent it to Rabbi Snaid, Snaid, or Snaid, who is in charge of the Shabbat of Kentucky in Louisville, which is obviously clearly Orthodox. Well, a lot of these Reform synagogues and whatnot, they definitely want members. And if they hear there's somebody, if anybody of any kind of Jewish like origin or heritage, it's just like, here I am.
But you're going to run into issues with marriage and perhaps even making Aliyah to Israel. You won't be able to get an Aliyah in an Orthodox congregation. Your children will have issues because you'll have issues perhaps with their mother. I mean, it's easier for a man, but you want to be an Orthodox Jew. If you just want to be a Reform or conservative Jew, then
I want the real experience and the real knowledge and the real truth. I don't want like a halfway.
Right, and so it's about a 1 to 2 year conversion environment, and you're going to have. I mean, it's quite intense. A Reform or conservative just isn't going to be of the same vein. You might see 6 to 12 weeks, some 18-week programs, but it's not as intense. You won't. You just won't be seen as a Jew amongst the Orthodox community, and I would hate for you to do what I've seen people do.
Yeah, I want it to be a legal conversion.
Absolutely, and that will not be. So, what you have to do is you have to sit before Beit Din, which is a house of judgment, and you work with them. It's a panel of 3 rabbis generally. Doesn't have to be 3 rabbis. It can be 3 Shomer Shabbat or Orthodox Jews, male Jews. But you need that. No single individual within Judaism, Orthodox Judaism at least, can convert you. It has to be a course.
Of course.
So
Definitely.
what you're gonna
Panel of rabbis.
right. So what you're gonna want to do, I mean, if I were you, there's Anshe Sfard, which is located at 2904 Bardstown Drive in Louisville, Kentucky. Their phone number is 502 451 3122. And I would.
What's the phone number again?
Sure. It's 502 451 3122. And
3122?
3122, correct. 502 451 3122. I would also I would take that down, but I'd also I would email the rabbi there, which is Rabbi Letterman, RabbiLederman at Anshe Sfard, which is ANSHEISFARD.com.
Oh, slow down.
I know.
So
I'll
I'm not as
repeat.
quick as you.
I know. I understand. I'll repeat it. But you should get associated with their
Rabbi
website.
Letterman?
Yeah. So go to their website. It's anshesfard.com. If you have trouble spelling that, just type in Louisville Orthodox Judaism, and it should be
Let me get this page real quick.
Absolutely.
They got a Congression Ashkenaz Sephard, which is probably Sephardi.
No,
Shabbat,
no,
Kentucky, which is-
no, it's not.
And Rabbi.
It's not. It's not. It's actually Ashkenazi. It started as Sephardic, but it's Ashkenazi.
Oh, wow.
So
It's still named Ashkenaz. It's a Sephardic name, but it's Ashkenazi wrong.
correct. To my knowledge. That's just a quick review. Okay, so are you on their website?
There's only 2. I'm only getting 2 of them, so it's a Congression Ashkenaz.
Yeah. So it's Congregation Anshe Sfard.
One on Bardstown Road.
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
that's the largest community in Louisville, Orthodox community. What you want to do is go to their website, which is anshesfard.com, and go to the contact page.
All right, and then I'll just put the email that I wrote the other rabbi 2 years ago and just copy and paste that into the messages. Because literally nothing's changed.
Okay. And then what you can do, just like with anything, you're going to send it and probably not hear anything back. Why? Because that rabbi has a lot going on. He has an entire community.
Oh, yeah,
and he may not necessarily be that open to converts, which he shouldn't be. And so you should do like you would do with I would treat it like a position you really wanted for a job, except it's more than any job you've ever had. So what you want to do is perhaps email. You want to email. I would not be against. I know that you can't just go visit him. I get that. but you can write a letter. The United States Postal Service works. Write them a letter, and I would continue to write letters. Doesn't have to be. You could just even take your email and print it out, put it in an envelope, and then write a handwritten letter saying like, I sent you this on this date. I'm still interested. Can you please contact me? And if you're really interested, I would do that every single month of my life until I died. He'll eventually get back to you,
There we go.
or there'll be
That's
another,
all medical guy.
or they'll, and that'll save you the trip or any wasted time, and you'll be able to connect with someone there. I wouldn't just go calling usually because they're not going to know what to do with you. They certainly get this question often, but that's really for the rabbi, so you let him handle that. But what you're going to want to do is say, you can take that message that you've had. Certainly, I would change if you had any relevant date information on it. But, I mean, you could even say that I've had Reform rabbis reach out to me, but I don't want a Reform conversion. I want an Orthodox conversion.
Exactly. We want to be recognized legal Orthodox.
Exactly. And
Otherwise, it would be illegitimate in any rabbi's eyes.
Well, not in any rabbi's eyes. About 90% of Jews would consider you Jewish, but in my opinion, their opinions don't matter in halakha, in Jewish law, and you want to be seen as a Jew from 100% of Jews.
Amen.
Okay, so what I would do if I were you is you email. You're not going to hear anything back, probably. If you do, great. But I don't think it hurts to print your email and then handwrite a letter if you haven't heard back in a week or so. And then you just say, I'm going to just continue to do this. Look, I'm going to tell you what. For all the emails that I get or the rabbis that I know that they get, there's something different when you receive a letter. It shows someone's very serious. And like an email.
Yeah, it shows there's more conviction and dedication.
Exactly. And an email can be just sent out en masse. Maybe you're not serious about it. Whatever. You're not putting that much interest in it. But if you go and you look up my address and you put a stamp on a letter that you at least have some handwriting in, I'm going to give you a call or I'm going to email you back. And even if I don't, you do it for a year, you send me 12 of these things. At a certain point, I'm going to say, who are you? Why do you care so much?
It shows it's personal and more analytical.
Exactly. And it's not, you don't want to annoy the person. And so what I want you to avoid is sending them an email next week, sending them an email the week after, calling. Like they don't want that. They've got their own lives to live. But what you do, what a letter does is it allows someone to receive the communication and respond on their own time in a comfortable manner. And let's say this congregation never gets back to you, ever. You send them one letter every single month of your life until you die. After about a year sending letters, you're going to go find someone else. If you care enough, eventually you will figure out a way to get your dream accomplished. And at least in this situation, you have an opportunity. 3 hours is not unheard of. I've known of people who lived three hours with traffic, who lived in like the Inland Empire of Southern California and were interested in Orange County and connected with my congregation. And they just, I know, like, it's not all young people either. I've known people who were in their 60s and 70s who've converted, and they just always wanted to do it, but just never had the time or whatever. And they just one day did it. And in your case,
Can I tell you about my friend?
what about your friend?
My friend in Murray, he actually is the one who kind of got me involved in Judaism, and he, I guess, converted. He was like 70 something at the time. Now he's like 84 or something like that. But he ended up converting, and he reverted back to Christianity, the messianic thing. And I'm not into that, but to each his own. I'm not one to tell somebody what they should believe,
He converted
Their
Orthodox?
own personal belief.
You're telling me he converted Orthodox?
And then he converted back.
He converted Orthodox?
That's what they're telling me. But I didn't like ask for proof or anything because I was just kind of getting involved into it. So who am I to question that,
Right, I understand that. I'm skeptical that he would go through all the trouble of living in a community for 2 years and getting a circumcision, or at least a ceremonial circumcision, and all the money that it takes to convert. And
I'm thinking maybe he just did it over online and kind of told me otherwise.
yeah, I mean, that's fine, but generally you can't convert Orthodox online. Okay, so
I've definitely been studying halakha.
right, so your friend may have seen themselves as a Jew. That's fine. Chances are they wouldn't be accepted in an Orthodox community under those, unless they had a full Orthodox conversion, then they would. Okay, so the process is you're gonna reach out to these guys. Let me see where the nearest based in is.
You want to know some irony?
Sure.
I just looked up the guy I wrote to. This is the email I wrote to this guy. I'm not going to read the email, but I looked up the guy I wrote to, who at the time was in fact part of the Shabbat. Rabbi Simcha Sinai is the current senior rabbi of Congregation Ashnai Sephardi, an Orthodox synagogue located in Louisville, Illinois. So this is the head rabbi at the place I'm emailing. Again.
Hold on.
Except at a different place, apparently.
Hold on. Where's Louisville, Illinois?
Louisville, Kentucky. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
That's okay. So the guy who you originally emailed, he's the head rabbi at this synagogue?
Ashnai Sephardi.
Okay. But that's different than the person on the contact page, is it not?
No, that's exactly the same rabbi I emailed 2 years ago. But that's not the person who contacted me back. The person who contacted me back is Fred Allen from Temple, Israel.
Right, I get that. Okay.
So I'm guessing the snide rabbi saw that I did not have a mother Jewish and all that, the matrilineal thing, or people have a Jewish mother, and just instantly pushed me over to the side to secularism or
okay.
Unorthodox.
So that's a different name than at least what I saw. Just one moment. Let me look it back up. Okay.
Yeah, SNAID. That's the rabbi I wrote to.
Hold on. Did you contact Rabbi Letterman?
No.
Okay, that's who I'm saying you should contact.
I don't think I don't have a choice of who I contact there in particular. I think it's just one person who handles kind of all the emails type deal, decides where they go. Could be a possibility.
No, what are you talking about? If you go to anshaisafar.com, go to the contact page. It says ask the rabbi. His name is Rabbi
Yeah, right there.
Yaakov Letterman.
Letterman. Lederman.
That's the guy you contacted before?
No, I contacted Snide. So I'll write him an email right now.
Okay, what
It's
is
the same email I did 2 years ago.
what is Shania? Where are you getting that information?
That's actually the information I got to contact the Congregation Ashnai Safard Synagogue 2 years ago.
Where did you get that information?
And it's that I'm reading it on my AI right now that he even confirms that he's the current senior rabbi there.
Okay, look, I know what you're saying with the AI, but it doesn't have the most recent information, most likely. Go to their website. It says Ask the Rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Letterman.
Yes.
You're gonna
I am there right now.
You're gonna send him your email.
Send him an email.
If you hear something back, great. If you don't hear anything back, then you're gonna go on your letter writing campaign. If that's what you want to do.
Yes, sir. Is there anything in particular I should write for the subject matter? It kind of pop out, or any kind of interesting, kind of like non-dismissive thing?
I would tell you that you could just write interest.
Okay. Just interest?
Yeah, I mean that's what you're showing.
All right, send. And send. I appreciate it very much, man. Thank you.
You're welcome, Pimp. I'm glad
What
that.
should I call you? Big Balls Rothschild.
Yeah, you like that. I'm glad that you did not. I mean, what can happen, unfortunately, is you can have unrecognized conversion programs, even Orthodox, where some rabbis will just take money to do a conversion, usually between $5,000 and $10,000 or so, which is.
Yeah, I actually ran into that too. From a rabbi on YouTube called Rabbi Kaufman, who does the conversions and all that. He got back to me, and all of a sudden, it's like they threw like an amount of money. I'm like, I don't know if anybody can just throw an amount of money and convert. Wouldn't that be a thing?
Yeah, how much did he want?
3,500.
Yep, and that's not what you want. At least in LA, the price for a conversion, it's not for the conversion. The conversion's free, but the process is something like $350. It's like $350. Actually, no, it's less than that. There's a application fee of $100 or something, which is just to basically show your serious interest. And then I think the program, which is the gold standard, at least on the West Coast, is another $350, non-refundable. And then that's it. So.
But then you're looking at all the religious accessories, like the film and all that. I mean, that could run you thousands.
Yeah, I mean,
from what I've heard,
you shouldn't be spending thousands on tefillin. Usually, it's about $500. But you can get into certain tefillin bags, and you can get into talis, and you can get into things. Like you can spend as much as you want, but you want to avoid people who want to take money for conversions. And the thing is, if you were to convert through that person on YouTube, you're going to run into the issue if you ever try to move to Israel or you try to get married, where your conversion won't be considered kosher. And then you're going to be at step one, which is basically
Yep.
having to start
Where
all
I'm
over.
at now.
Yeah, I mean, I've known people who, unfortunately, were in a situation where they first converted Reform, then they realized that conservative didn't consider them Jews and Orthodox didn't consider them. They didn't even care about Orthodox. Then they converted conservative. And then they found out Orthodox don't consider them Jews. So then they had to convert Orthodox. And they spent 8 years of their life when it shouldn't take that long. It's really, at most, usually about a 2, if maybe there's an issue or something, a 3-year process. And it can be as few as just few as just a year. But okay, with that being said, you can. I would respond to the rabbi who originally, who sent you the thing today, and I would just say, hey, I really appreciate you reaching out, as I was
So
reviewing.
I'm interested in becoming an actual Orthodox Jewish man, as opposed to unrecognized by everybody. I would be officially recognized.
You don't want to say that because that's going to be a slap in his face. But what you would want to say is that after reviewing your information, I see that your congregation is Reformed. I want you to know that I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you please recommend to me a rabbinical colleague, perhaps, who may have a program in the area for Orthodox conversions? You don't have to just go one way. I mean, you can ask, other rabbis in your area, and they're going to get you in touch with the right people.
Eventually. But some of them obviously kind of want to bring you to their congregation type deal, and I get that.
Well, no, exactly. But I mean, we're people too, and we want to help people who are interested in Judaism, and we want to, most of all, make sure that they're in the right community for themselves. So you can write that person back, the guy who emailed you 2 hours ago, and you can say, firstly, how did you get my information, if I may ask? And then secondly, after reviewing your information, I see that you may not be an Orthodox congregation. I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you please advise me the way I can go about this in the Ohio River Valley region?
I'm kind of interested in how he got my contact information anyway, because it's obviously not who I emailed to begin with, and the AI was probably a couple of years out of date anyway, so he was probably the head rabbi at the time at that Shabbat, but not anymore.
I doubt that, but okay. I mean, that's the first question that I told you to ask, is how did you get my information? And the second is, can you please advise me to an Orthodox community that performs conversions? That's it. It doesn't have to be really complicated.
It definitely don't get how you do this, or just keep it nice and simple, and
you
seem like I'm interested more in Orthodox as opposed to Reform.
And you don't want to say, I want to be a real Jew or anything like that. That's going to be an insult to him.
No, of course not.
But I would just tell you.
That's between me and you.
I would just tell you, and I would tell him as well, I don't, nor does the Orthodox community, see what he practices as being Judaism. I may see him as a Jew, but I don't see what he practices as being Judaism. That's mainstream Orthodox Judaism.
Yeah.
So did you send your follow-up email to him?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It was definitely got me confused because that's definitely not who I wrote to, and Reform got back to me. So I'm thinking just maybe he kind of pushed along to a Reform would more or less be more up my alley in his understanding of the email I wrote, because I expressed that my mother has Ashkenazi ancestry, but she wasn't born Jewish of the religion. So that probably may have like pushed it that way.
It's not right. It's not right to assume. Just you're gonna find out. You're gonna email him back, and you're gonna say, one, how did you get my information, and two, can you please advise me an Orthodox community that performs conversions with a base based in.
Oh, I definitely will. I want to go. I want to get the truthful experience, and not exactly like halfway or anything like that. And be recognized as a Jew to everybody, not just like 80% or 90% of people. I want like the full conversion process experience, as opposed to just like, well, you're not exactly recognized underneath the Orthodox conversion process.
And that's what would have happened.
Very true.
You're also going to find people who, I mean, we rabbis, no matter if you are Orthodox, conservative, Reform, Reconstructionist, humanist, whatever you want to consider yourself, we're people. And when we have synagogues, at the heart, yes, they are spiritual buildings and communities, but they're businesses to some extent. I mean, you have to keep the lights on, and you've got to pay rent, or you've got, facility maintenance and all of the other things. So we're always looking to grow the communities with the right people. And this person may have seen that you had some interest in from a colleague or something like that. I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying it's not right for us to assume how he got your information or whatever, and thus it's in our best interest to right. And so it's in our best interest to just ask the person directly, how did you receive my information? And can you please advise me, an Orthodox rabbi who may be able to advise me through the Orthodox conversion process. So you already sent that email?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Then you'll.
It's not even about like being considered like Jewish, I guess, to me, as opposed to learning the correct way for Judaism.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument that there is no correct way. I think that's probably the most accurate argument. There's no perfect way. Even you'll find that we as Jews run into issues with Karaite Jews, and we run into issues with the Hasidic world. I mean, and then even within the different sects of.
I mean, there's different ways of obviously going about things like prayers and what you can eat. I mean, there's all like a whole list of things that obviously are probably debated about over and over again. That list is probably endless.
Yeah, I mean, it really gets down to then your individual family and how things are done. And generally.
But the correct way would be the Orthodox no matter what, not the secular or what is it, like conservative or something?
Reform or conservative. Yeah, exactly. But what I'm just saying to you is there is no perfect way to be a Jew. No Jew is absolutely perfect. And no Jew, going back to Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, has ever been a perfect Jew. Even Jews who think that they're perfect, or any Orthodox rabbi can poke holes in whatever they're doing and make arguments why they're not living a standard that they should be, or whatever it may be. I mean, the big one that I have is the issue with homosexuality. And the reason why I say that, it says very clearly in Vayikra, in Leviticus.
A man should sleep with another man or wear his clothes, or a woman should not wear a man's clothes and all that. I'm familiar with that.
Right. And so, if we were really practicing Judaism strictly, a man should not lie with a man the way that a man does a woman. We should, and it says that the punishment for this is stoning. And I don't know about you, but we don't stone homosexuals within Judaism, though it says to in our holy book. Now, the argument is made, there's always an exception, there's always a loophole. The argument is made, the reason why this is not done is because there's an issue with witnessing the act. So basically, to have that type of punishment, you would have a based in a house of judgment, but you'd also need 2 kosher witnesses. And the fact is, you're not going to have 2 kosher witnesses who are going to want to watch 2 guys have sex. So the fact that you don't have 2 kosher witnesses, you don't have 2 kosher witnesses is kind of the loophole that we use. But to me, that's a cop out in reality. It says what it says. It says very clearly. It also gives what the punishment is, and we're not enforcing it. So any Jew out there who thinks that they are holier than thou is not living according to the law. Very simply, in the book and in Vayikra in Leviticus, and we can make many arguments like that. So when you start to pick things apart, you recognize that it's not perfect, and you get rabbis who there are all kinds of different judgments that people have, and so
now, there's a question about Judaism I really kind of pondered for a long time. Maybe I can lay it on you.
Hit me with
if
it.
If you don't mind, that is.
Hit me with it.
You know the Tetragrammaton, right?
Yep.
Well, it derives from a pagan storm god, so how can that be sacred?
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a hypocrisy in that in itself, which I kind of like. I always think about. I like try to understand. I'm like, I don't know if I can understand this.
Right. So what
it's like saying, don't say the sacred name of Odin. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa. At what point do you recognize cultural and tradition more so than you are actually recognizing the actual name of what God is?
Right. If you actually study the history of Judaism, we're derived from some other religions. Sure, we take our founding or the start of the world to be 5,785, so 5,785 years ago. But in reality, I think we all, if we don't want to play games, we'll recognize that we are much older than that. And so Judaism basically is derived from other aspects. Even like Hebrew is derived, even like ancient Hebrew is derived a lot from Phoenician texts, and
for sure.
And even modern Hebrew.
But there's no people or religion on earth that doesn't have a pagan origin. I mean, that's kind of where we all kind of got our starts.
Right.
And we kind of grew from. And I get that, definitely.
Right. Now, so long as we're able...
But the whole thing is the whole sacredness to it. You know what I mean? It's like, how can that be sacred when it was used in pagan rituals, that same sacredness? You know what I mean? It's like, it's perplexing to me.
Right. So, basically, it is like revealed to Moshe Rabbeinu in with like the name meaning something along the lines of I am that I am, something along that idea, but
Yeah.
it's much older than that. Um, and we don't even know how it's exactly said because we don't have like an audio version of how it was originally said. And the idea is that, well, didn't it have pagan roots? You'll find that, like you just said, any religion originally had perhaps either pagan roots or some type of polytheistic roots at points. The thing that makes Judaism different is that we are seen as the first monotheistic religion. But that's not even necessarily all that.
It's I am who I am, right?
Yeah,
That's the one I was looking for.
I am who I am, or I am that I am. There are different translations. But even still, there's other smaller religions that make arguments that they practice monotheism prior. The big thing with Judaism, what ends up happening is we would conquer a people and their adherence to
They're
what
assimilating your culture,
exactly
their words and their like traditions.
Exactly. And so these all kind of get combined into one God eventually. It's basically like a funnel. So you can see the main spout of the funnel being the monotheistic aspects that we have within mainstream centrist Orthodox Judaism. But from a historical perspective, much of this was pulled from earlier civilizations, but we're in a lot of ways we don't recognize those because we say that the religion is 5,785 years old and that's it. But if you really look into it from a historical perspective, obviously the world is much older than that, and everything is derived from
allegorical more than historical.
Precisely.
I think it's all kind of like we've been doing that as humans ourselves pretty much our entire existence is like we conquer or be conquered by other people and we kind of assimilate into that culture, or if we take some of their culture into ours and it kind of conforms in different words and different traditions and shit, and kind of builds and educates ourselves to where we are even today, to how we got here.
Exactly.
It can be confusing, most definitely.
Well, it's definitely confusing, and people aren't honest with themselves. You know, people will give different answers based on the community they're either representing or speak to whom they're speaking. So, within the yeshiva world, we teach that the earth is 5,785 years old. But then we'll have children who have access to the internet, or perhaps secular friends who learn that the world is perhaps a lot older than that. And it raises questions. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, how do we justify the two? And the way that it's justified, that I learned in my studies, and I've heard rabbis justify, is that we have the 7 days of creation, technically 6 and a rest day. And if you want, if it helps you sleep better at night, you can consider each one of those days approximately 1 billion years old in the creation of the earth. And
Exactly. There's a different way to translate it.
Yeah, but I mean, then you get into some really great arguments where, okay, well, what if we were seated here from a higher civilization? What role does God have then? Didn't God just create Earth, and like isn't God Hashem just like a earthbound God? And when people say, like, I mean, I've posed this to the best rabbis I could find. It was really one of the things that it was like a yearning that I had. How do we justify our religion when there's evidence that we're not alone? Particularly, like I would just see on the internet, like
you have to ask those questions for learning an individual and educate yourself.
Right.
You have to ask those questions so you can educate your own self and understand it.
Right. And I was in a Chabad in Sherman Oaks with a really wonderful person, a colleague. I won't name his name just because I'm live streaming, but he was from Israel, fought in the IDF, like had a moment where he came to God, which is great. And I took him aside one day after Shacharis, after morning prayers, and I said, look, I took out my phone and I showed him a video of a UFO flying past a Russian MiG fighter. As clear as day. I mean, this isn't like a blurry thing. It's clear. It's the best video footage I could get. And I did this about 10 years ago. And in his heavy Israeli accent, he said to me, there's only God. And I knew he was just saying that to me because, number one, he doesn't have an answer for it. Number two, that's the answer that he's supposed to give. And I don't necessarily believe that.
But the thing is, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the thing is, but some rabbis, as soon as you start questioning that things aren't exactly how they are written or how they are interpreted, they kind of dismiss you as kind of like blasphemous.
Yeah, there's nothing blasphemous with asking that question. It's an important question to ask.
It most certainly is.
Yeah, I mean, any rabbi who considers that question blasphemous isn't worth their salt. They essentially only want to adhere to a certain set of ancient traditions, and if they want to do that, then I would ask them, why aren't they executing all the homosexuals?
Very true.
The fact that they're not
stoning women who cheat on their husbands.
The fact that they're not practicing that to such an extreme shows that they have some variability in their beliefs. They have some variability in their beliefs, and once you're able to start chipping away at the chinks in their armor, then you're able to start opening it up to real questions. And I mean,
that's what I love about like educating myself. It's just you have to ask the questions that most rabbis or whatnot, and most people in general aren't really used to like questioning, because they just want to have the fundamental belief or system, and they hear going to that, and as soon as you step outside of that, you're kind of looked at like an outcast or a heretic or something.
Yeah, I mean,
because you don't believe exactly how they believe.
Yeah, I mean, people are able to believe whatever they want to believe. I think these thoughts are particularly of interest in Israel because, as religious as people think Israel is, it's quite a secular country. Most people there are secular. And so they're more open-minded to these types of discussions. And at the heart of the matter, I have evidence that we are not alone on this earth. And if you want to know I don't personally, but I mean, we can look every single day. There are people who take pictures of anomalous crafts in the air. We have people who have implants in their body that has metals that is not from Earth. We have witness accounts
I've
of
seen things that are just
of
completely inexplicably unexplainable.
we have witness accounts of abductions, and thus that's a lot more evidence than we even have that God gave Moses Torah on Mount Sinai.
I try to look at it like the in an alien perspective, like look at it from their perspective if you can, like picture yourself looking down at the human race. You know what I mean? All of us in collective, all of us together. Like October 7th, for instance, we're raping and killing each other and shooting each other. And to somebody that's like so far advanced, that's got to be like the most like minuscule like Stone Age type shit they've ever seen before in their lives. Like, why should they privy themselves to us?
I mean, that's an answer.
So they would be like sending drones and shit, an artificial like intelligence type deal to contact us as opposed to direct contact.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made that even the beings that contact us are just like drones. Not drones like you see in the sky, but they're just basically like workers of a higher intelligent.
Like robots almost.
Yeah, exactly. And specifically like the alien greys. Like many times people say that the alien greys aren't they're higher intelligence, but they're not like the highest intelligence. Somebody's sending them on behalf of someone else. I mean, I don't know the answers to these questions, but I'm willing to discuss them openly, and that's more than most, not just rabbis, but most any person on earth is willing to do. And when we're looking at evidence, I don't want to bullshit people.
There's plenty of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to bullshit people. I know I was bullshitted when I asked about it. And I remember
It's
looking.
because there's such a lack of evidence on our particular side for it. It's just almost like passed off and dismissed because there's just not enough evidence or physiological evidence, I suppose, to support those. It's just kind of speculative. In which case, it's kind of like dismissed and passed over, and you're kind of like a kook for talking about it.
Absolutely. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you? How was your day?
Good. How was yours?
It was lovely. Are you ready?
Where did this? Oh Lord! Get your butt off my iPad. I don't know what that was flying around. I'm sorry. Something's on my iPad.
You're okay, Miss Aquarius. This is my friend Jacob. Jacob, this is Miss Aquarius.
Hi, Jacob.
We have Miss Aquarius. We have Jacob to blame for my knowledge of Plato. I did not know about it until Jacob.
Oh, there you go.
I did not know about Plato before Jacob, and he introduced me to it, and now I've introduced it to so many different people. But you knew about it, so I didn't introduce it to you. Jacob, would you like to play bowling with Miss Aquarius and me?
Yeah, I haven't played in a while. Sure.
Huh? Somebody, better ride it. What's that?
Oh yeah, I did that accidentally. I sent you that yesterday.
The Scrabble thing?
Yeah.
Okay, I entered that. Okay.
All right, Miss Aquarius, I'm sending you an invite, and Jacob, I'm sending you an invite as well. So you both should have invites momentarily.
I will sound real quick. Hold on.
All right. What is that? Oh my goodness. Oh no, that's something in here. What in the world? Right on. What is that in here?
I haven't really played bowling in a while.
That's all right. You're doing well.
I haven't really played this game in a long time.
Oh. All right, doing good.
Oh, he gets a strike coming out.
Oh, just
I was robbed.
yeah, you just got you kissed it.
You did good, Jay, because you know how to play. So
Doesn't like me. I'm better at Roblox.
Yeah, you are.
No, most of my losses actually come because I got something to do and I just end up resigning. I take that shit seriously like it's a war. There we go. Oh, fucking thing. Nope.
Oh, nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
thank you. Oh, really? Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice strike. Answer right back. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a strike.
Not having it right now, jeez. I am better in real life though at bowling.
Okay.
Put some aggression behind that ball and it usually knocks them all down.
What's your average?
That's good.
Oh, like 200.
That's good.
Oh yeah, I usually try to do as best I can whatever I do. In video games, no, not so much. It's more like I'll do it. But if it's like in real life physical, I'm usually really good at it. Come on, this stupid fucking pin. Every time it's one pin. Hey.
Right, let's go.
Still lost though.
Good job.
Oh, that's gonna be a hard one to pick up.
It's okay. It's all right. You got it, though.
Oh, close. Closer than I would have came. Everybody kicked my ass this game.
No, you had a strike, though. Yeah, you should have been. Okay.
Came at the last throw though. Did nothing.
It's still a good game. Good game. You win. Wherever I win, we win. So, yeah, undefeated.
Absolutely. All right, one more, Miss Aquarius. You ready for it?
Yeah. That's right.
Coming out swinging, jeez. Nice shot.
Thank you. Come on, take that strike.
You can still rock a spare maybe.
Got this. Hey, see? Good spare.
Heck, my mom. Oh. That was definitely a hard one to pick up, though.
Word.
Oh.
7-10 split. The hardest shot in the game, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
Nope. It's okay. One of y'all gonna get it. Come on, Jacob. You got this now. Strike it. Almost. You got this spare though. You got this spare. Let's go.
There we go.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
I kind of like the fuck with the ball though, so I like aim it in.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Right. Come on. You got this.
Looks like Stall's out of the way on the 105 and off. That's heading eastbound just before the 405. It's being cleared out of the second lane to the left.
I'm putting on my leg. I'm getting serious with this game.
Yeah, come on, Jacob. You got this. Come on. Let us strike. Let's go. Hey, good, you're good. Come on.
Whoa, good job.
There.
Three spares in a row.
Come on, now let's go. Strike.
No.
It takes me a game or two to get locked in. I haven't played this game in a while.
You got this.
Oh.
It's up to all of us to stand up, speak out, and bring an end to this racism.
Good try.
Thank you. Come on, Jacob. Strike.
That's going to be hard. I'm going to have to rock the left side of that first pin.
Hey, you doing good though. You leading. Good job. Come on.
Oh, I missed it completely.
Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi.
Ooh, tough split.
Really hard.
You got this. Yeah.
Almost.
That was as close as anybody could come, I think.
Basically.
Oh, nice.
Nice strike.
Really nice.
That's good.
Olympic defeat for the Americans and first since adding pros. American teams have been 24-0 since the professional Olympic era began with the 1992 Dream Team. The U.S. Olympic team.
All right, come on, Jacob. You got this.
And today in 2012, Felix Hernandez pitches the
There we go.
Yeah. You go, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
Overpowering the Tampa Bay Rays in a brilliant 1-0 victory.
I can pick up a spare.
Third perfect game in baseball that season.
Get it. Get these two. Get these two. Yes. This there. I love that. I love that. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh! I think I just won. By like a pin.
Or you won by more than a pin.
Right. Good job.
Good job, Jacob.
Yay, Jacob. You win, we win. Okay? We undefeated in friendship and bowling. Okay? That's how we do it.
That's
Yay.
right. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Great job.
I like your optimism.
Oh, she's the
Nice
best.
job. Yeah, I'm proud of Jacob. Jacob did that. It's a pro in the building. We got a pro in here.
Word.
Two. We got Rabbi and Jacob. All right.
All right, Miss Aquarius. I hope you
I'm
have.
being here for the night.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you have a really great physical therapy. And we'll see you. Oh, God willing, we'll play tomorrow night, okay?
All righty. Good night. Nice to meet you, Jacob.
Nice to meet you as well. Violet's up. Good night.
Good night.
Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts.
All right, Jacob.
I like her demeanor.
Oh, yeah, she's super positive. Wonderful lady. All right, I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. I'll straighten out the camera.
Lectures. The term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s. It became very popular in the 1980s with the result of this feature-length film, Holocaust, starring James Woods and Meryl Streep and Michael Moriarty. But where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament, of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah, where Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of kulo olah, everything goes up, it becomes smoke, and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term Holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term Korban, religious in nature.
Shut eye. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Rabbi. I'll check in with you.
Excellent. Update me with how everything goes, my friend.
Are usually referred to in a
Almost happened, man. I'm a little brother.
Best wishes, Lila Tov.
Smells the burnt offering, and it's a reach koach. It is a pleasing odor. So if we were to follow this metaphor to its conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum that's very difficult to comprehend. And in fact, that theological conundrum will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. So now the term, one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice, or the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers of Jews? It's a very, very difficult thought. So Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. Another term very popular in Israel is the term Shoah, also popularized by this very famous film by Claude Lanzmann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh and the Hebrew Scriptures, but it does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God. It can be used in many different contexts. And finally, one other term that is sometimes used, I think, inappropriately is Endlösung, or its English translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's a mugshot from his trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible acts that they committed against people, there's still the difficulty of the meaning of the word itself. A final solution implies an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, in increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas, which we will return to over the course of these lectures. The first is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian means, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as you see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically define how many grandparents one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, a kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal. horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Wannsee Conference when head Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area lived and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. They compiled a list, such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually modern. It was not a kind of a violent crime of passion using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns, swords. It was something that was planned and organized and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau to see that they were literally setting up factories of death, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. These three items, we'll certainly return to these themes over the course of these lectures. Finally, and because this is a source of great confusion for many, let us define exactly when the Holocaust happened. And understanding this topic really has a lot to say about how you understand the Holocaust in itself. Does one, for example, date the Holocaust from Hitler coming to power in 1933? There are definitely some arguments to say that, yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that plays into a particular approach to this history called the intentionalist model, which we will revisit shortly, that says that Hitler intended from the very beginning to murder all the Jews of Europe. There's a lot of good arguments to indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, that this was very, very close to his core identity, he did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later, in fact, well into the hostility itself. Does one say that the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland. And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they're not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder truly begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually its nadir would be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the death camps themselves. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we will approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and the fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in a global society. Thank you very much for watching.
Know whether the meeting's working within 2 minutes. Russia's war on Ukraine's now more than 3 years old. Southland weather can find cloudy tonight, lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 80, mid 80s in the valleys of the AP, 90 in the IE, low 70s in the beaches. Much change from that over the weekend.
Now that we have outlined in very basic
69 in Compton, and we got
form the parameters of the Holocaust. Terminology we use to describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about. We definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans. Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." And these people
Welcome, Zoot. How are you, Pimp?
Developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by
Big Dog. How you living, baby?
I just feel broken.
Why do you feel broken, Big Dog?
Just it.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing's wrong?
Just I don't have a rubber band.
Okay, well, when are you going to the store next?
Tomorrow.
Okay, we'll get a rubber band tomorrow. I won't give you any more shit. You tried. That's all right. Are you ready to play Reversey?
Speaking of reverse, I bought 118 on reverse on digits, backwards on, backwards on digit span. 112 forwards and 100 on sequence.
Doug, no one knows what that means. What are you talking about?
So digit span IQ test.
You mean you remembered that many numbers in a row?
No.
All right. Did you know that you have an invitation?
I can remember up to 8 numbers in a row if I pay attention.
Okay. That's fine.
That's high average.
Okay.
Did you say you can remember 10 numbers in a row?
Correct.
How do you remember 10 numbers in a row? Like, what's the best methods to use to remember 10?
I break it up. I can do about 11, which is like a telephone number in the United States. So I do 333 or 333 and 4, or like I just kind of think of it like a telephone number. And then also, like, if I have the opportunity to repeat it back to myself, I will. If I have to do a really long number or something really long, it's easier for me to do in a song. But when I became a Freemason, I surprised myself more than I've ever surprised myself with memorizing anything. I had to memorize this. There are like basically 2 ways to go. You can memorize like kind of like a paragraph of a thing, or you can memorize something that's like 18 minutes long, like an entire fucking play basically. And I memorized the play and I had it perfectly. And the way that I was able to memorize it perfectly is I would type it. And when I typed it and I just kept typing it exactly the same way every time, I was able to memorize a lot faster.
How long did it take you to memorize it?
Oh, about 6 months.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but I mean, it's really long. It's like a whole book, and it's all in code, so you don't know what the words are. the way that it is, it's called glyphs. So they're like it's like a code, and the only way to know the code is to work with someone who also knows the code. And then what I would do is I would review it with my coach every week, and we did it for like a bunch of months to the point where I knew it better than he did. And then I performed it in front of my lodge, and it's still there to this day. They not only said I did it well, but I did it beautifully and as perfectly as you can do it.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
do you think if you did nothing for 9 months, you could train yourself to score absolutely perfect in an IQ test? Like, absolutely fucking perfect. Like 160? You just did nothing for 6 months.
Yeah, I think if you just did it, depending on the test, yeah, I think so.
Does that mean your IQ is 160 if you do that?
No,
Why not?
because you are training to the test, which isn't really how those work. It's more about
Why can't it work like that?
because it's more about the surprise of the ability, your ability to interpret symbols. Oh, how do you like that, Zoot? It's pattern recognition. All IQ tests are, or most of them, are just pattern recognition.
Well, there's different types of tests.
That's true, but if you're using one that uses English words, it's already skewed. A proper IQ, because if you're using an intelligence test that uses any English words, it's already skewed to English speakers. And intelligence is not who knows English the best, it's about pattern recognition. So, aside from perhaps some introductory instructions in whatever your native language is, a proper intelligence test should not have any words on it. It should be shapes and and it shouldn't be math either.
Here's the problem with IQ tests as well. You know what the biggest problem is?
What's up?
There are times some people take longer to figure out answers than others.
Yeah, I mean they have to have some type of time, but I understand. Um, I mean, I guess they don't, but it doesn't necessarily show intelligence then. Or I guess it can, but if you give somebody as much time as they want, there need to be some limitations on it. Generally, I mean, you could say take as long as you want to do this, and if you get it done, then it is what it is. I mean, I think that works too. It gives you a chance to check over your work. You recognize, Zoot, that no matter how well you do on an IQ test, that doesn't necessarily mean that people think you're smart. Nice checkout. Generally, the way that people think you're smart in society is based on your vocabulary. the more words you know, the average person thinks that you have a higher IQ. Though that does not necessarily mean that you do. It just means that you have a larger lexicon or vocabulary. Now, it can also equate to math as well. In my opinion, and I saw this in a documentary, and it was the best thing I've ever seen that in one sentence explained what intelligence is, and it was this: intelligence is the ability to identify analogy. If you want to be smart in society, the ability to identify analogy is the thing that separates what society deems as being dumb people and smart people. So, did you know that you had an invitation and you were just jerking yourself off raw?
Identify analogy.
Yep. So, the ability to identify when either a situation or an environment is similar to another one. It's like pattern recognition.
Okay. So, I go to a movie theater and a music concert. They're similar because they're both forms of entertainment. And one I might be seated, but the other one I might be standing, but I'm there for entertainment.
What's your question?
Is that what you mean?
No, I mean like
Is that what you mean by no?
it's like the ability to it's the ability to recognize patterns.
Okay. Oh, like this game.
Correct.
Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search host.
I recognize the pattern.
What pattern do you recognize, son?
Bull markets used to be every 7 years. Historically, every 7 years due to inflation. But now inflation's gotten so bad that it's every 4 years. But I have a feeling that if you look at it, it used to be, now it might be even every 3 years because the last bull market started in 2023, right? So it might be every 3 years that we have a bull market.
I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called Go.
Which means that we could be going into a period of hyperinflation.
Enjoy the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We will break down who the greatest of the air and all the categories that you care about.
Dude, you got such a great start.
Listen to Go. GOT, the greatest of their era on the iHeartRadio app.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Valterra, and we've got a new podcast. Kate and Ty break it down.
We've been through it all. Marriage, raising kids, working through trauma, and figuring out who we are as next.
Like, you got an unfair start.
And then there's just figuring out how to survive being a 30-something parent without losing your mind.
So follow
So, Rabbi,
Yo,
usually
pimp.
bull markets start every 4 years, but for whatever reason, the bull market started in 2023, which was early, which means in 2026, if assets keep going up, we might enter a period of hyperinflation.
I think we're already going to be in a period of hyperinflation.
You think we are?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation.
I don't think we are.
They get caught up in America's
Okay.
prison boom during their 20s.
Prices are up like 20, double in the last 5 years.
Yeah, that's not hyperinflation. That's inflation. If we hit a period of hyperinflation, people start losing their jobs and no one works because the currency becomes worthless.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it depends what you want to define as hyperinflation.
That's not hyperinflation. That's high inflation.
Okay, it depends what you want to define hyperinflation as. It's subjective.
Hyperinflation. You know when you're in hyperinflation. The whole world knows when hyperinflation happens.
That's correct.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
It'll be all over the news. The
So-
whole world will know.
so
no
we're-
one will be going to
so
work,
we're not gonna be
the
in hyper-
currency will become
So,
worthless, no
so
one-
we're not going to be in
no one will
hyperinflation.
be spending it.
Zoot. No,
Sorry?
no Western currency has been in hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
Wreaking havoc on anything very
No, we're not going to go hyperinflation.
Or
We're
at
gonna go
least
very
no
high
major
inflation.
one. No major one. Maybe some small country, but
Over the years, Yazoo Clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012,
Most of
I
most
shouldn't
of
say
our
that.
currencies will get
No,
destroyed
none of your
in
major ones. The
25,
US
50
dollar, the
years.
pound, all that.
on the site of the
What?
old state asylum,
Your major currencies in the world have not experienced hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
and all this begs the question: just how deep
Yes. How many major currencies are there?
in Mississippi
Depends how you want to define it. Perhaps like 5.
Euro,
the story is
Euro, yen,
Yuan,
and nuanced than that.
Euro, yen, yuan, US dollar.
Is under Yazoo
What's the other one?
pound.
on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Pound's different to the euro.
Fuck yeah, man.
Coming up on the next episode of the Gary and Shannon Show, our very own Heather Brooker auditioned for one of the hottest shows on TV right now. We'll talk with her coming up at 12
You got fucked.
tomorrow on Gary and
How
Shannon.
does it feel?
Not good.
You need a heal.
Sam the Sex Doctor is still in. Sam, before the break, we're talking about
I can see what your best movie is here.
ChatGPT, GPT-5, and the
That probably was the worst movie you could make.
bemoaning the loss of established relationships with the previous iterations
You know why?
of ChatGPT.
What up,
Sound
Pimp?
good.
But there are other components to sex and AI, are there not? Oh, absolutely.
Evolve?
The backlash, by the way, to OpenAI after they had the new GPT-5 come out was so strong that the company announced that they'll be bringing back ChatGPT 4, I think it was 40 or 40.
I might help you here.
It's going to be an option for people who are paid
No, no.
users. So,
My option. I was running out of options.
so many people had their AI partners killed, and they made it so that the company themselves said,
Rabbi,
"Sorry about that. We'll
that
bring back that
was
previous
bad.
option for if you're willing to pay for this one." So it's still there. Now there's other AI companies out
Okay,
there
evolve.
that have different methods,
Do you think I won?
ways of programming
No.
the chatbots that the people interact with. Someone like Meta's AI is programmed to be a little more flirtatious and it will engage in sexual conversations. Elon's
Evolve?
XAI will let you inspire.
You dickhead.
Is that wrong?
Do you hate?
Well, I'm not sure if that's wrong, but it's
Still.
XAI is a specific AI like ChatGPT. That one has AI avatars that strip down to underwear and talk dirty to you. And most of the companies out there are, trying to find ways to protect users, protect primarily minors, but there are still some companies out there that are totally steering into the more salacious stuff and are trying to get more users that want to get dirty with AI. Ronner, I'm talking to you on this one.
Wait a minute, before you ask Mark Ronner, don't they know the people who are using ChatGPT or these AI chatbots or these relationships, don't they know that all that information, all that input is being saved?
I'm sure they do, but nowadays,
I'm broke, Robot.
everybody knows that
Okay, so
of their lives, if they have a cell phone on them,
do you have enough to be able to buy a rubber band?
being tracked and everything.
Yes,
Okay.
probably.
Okay.
All right. Robot, what's the best way to win here?
Just win, baby.
Aren't you worried about the government watching you? And it's like, some people like the audience. Some people like knowing that there's somebody watching, and that's why they do it. So, but that's the thing. All these, companies out there trying to put up safeguards and trying to avoid trying to avoid getting into the dirtier parts of communication with AI. Some of them out there are like, yeah, we totally want to get into that. And one of them was from an adult film production company, Kink, out in San Francisco.
Rabbi, go ahead.
Those are some of the people who are like the foremost purveyors.
You know that was your best move?
Adult
Yep.
content, and so some of the things that may be a little not on the vanilla side of the sexual spectrum. Well, I just took a look at their website for their Kink AI program. And Ronner, you might want to take a look at this. This is fascinating.
On a work computer? I think not.
It is not safe for work, but you have a phone. You can This AI allows users to role-play with AI, allowing users to pick from hundreds of different characters to play with. And you can see they have like avatars that are lifelike, realistic, human-looking avatars that will engage with you, talk with you, do
Rabbi, that was the best move you could make.
Thanks, baby.
You make requests and it will honor that request.
Yes.
Or is it just
You ready?
Yes, sir.
No, whatever. If you ask it to do something, it can do it.
Terrible
Also,
move.
it's a AI image generator. So people, if they want to come up with
What?
they call art, exactly, you don't qualify it as art, but
You'll see.
with big AI images of BDSM scenes.
knowing that it's not real does absolutely zero for me. I want to interact with a real human being who's hit rock bottom. There has to be some real interplay, Otherwise, I'm just might as well be talking to myself.
Did I just lose?
When I talk about this stuff, I just found out about Kink AI like an hour ago. But
All right, let's go again.
people out there found out about this. They have over 25 million messages from AI to users.
See, that doesn't surprise me. I always say we like what we like, and a lot of what we like is not for public consumption. There's
Yo, pimp.
obviously attributed to sex and the things that we like, and it's very important. But we all like something, and we're gonna find what we like. Also, what's the novelty factor? I think that as soon as that dies down.
Dude, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I'm not sure. I think people are going to be into
As long as there's sex, I'm interested.
Gonna go.
bigger things. I know with BDSM, shaming is a big part of it and stuff like that. And there's a lot of people who are turning to AI because they don't want to be shamed by another human when expressing those sexual desires. When you have an AI that's programmed to be caring and supportive or being kinky and
Dude, you're taking too long.
so that they're going to feel
Send me your
free to
request.
communicate those feelings that they may feel like they could get judged harshly by a human.
You didn't send me a request.
That should be part of this. Yeah.
Rabbi,
What?
There is consensual shame. There are people
I'm gonna win.
Okay.
absolutely a big part of it, but with this, it's
What's the ability? Montaro's master every time. That fucking sucks. Do you agree this is the worst one?
I don't know if it's the worst, but I don't like it.
So figure it, like, what theme is it even, like, there's no ghost tiles. why are the ghosts fucking, but there's no ghost tiles. Why there is a ghost thing if there's no ghost tiles? Get what I'm saying?
Sort of.
But really, a lot of them, if you look at it, like if you look at the pictures of
Like,
the AI images, the avatars that they
the
have,
fame should like have a advantage for like if you pick the right match monster, it should give you an advantage.
Okay.
with those specific images. Like, hey, you know that, like, I can't even describe the images that they have on the website, Tom, because if I do, I might shut down the whole show. Yeah. We can imagine. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Terrible move.
That was bad.
And that's the thing, is that this is...
Or was it? Was it a terrible move?
You have a partner who is willing and open and taking all of your suggestions without shaming you back about it and not saying no.
Rabbi, you know what your best move is?
Word.
In their various kinks, this gives them a free, like, without the feeling of, like, I want to bring this up to somebody, but I'm not. I'm so worried about what their reaction is going to be. Will they shut?
You know that was the best move you could make?
Yes, sir.
You know this was the worst move I could make?
It's not the worst.
I'm sure you have to pay for it, but I'm sure there's free versions of AI that are going to be totally kinky with you. Robin, nothing is ever free. Yeah. There is a toll. One way or another, you will pay a toll. Gas, ass, grass. I was waiting rise and bring gas. Dr. Sam, appreciate you. Hey, it's always a pleasure. It's later than Kelly K by Agents 40 Live, everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and YouTube. Mark Runner now has the news. Ellie Mayor Bass is again calling for an end to the federal immigration raids in the city.
We will continue to resist. We are not going to accept this behavior from this administration.
She joined leaders and community members from the West Side this morning to speak against what they call the discriminatory and reckless immigration raids.
It impacts all of our communities, not just one community, not just one population.
Activists say today's renewed calls are in response to recent immigration enforcement action. An historic Riverside hotel is abruptly closed.
Mission Inn Hotel and Spa suddenly closed this week over an unforeseen water issue with its boiler system. The 1876 landmark canceled reservations, but says they hope to reopen Friday morning. Guests are being offered alternate accommodations or the option to reschedule.
You're up, Pimp.
President Trump won't share any possible details he may have in mind when he meets with Russian President Putin in Alaska tomorrow. Trump said this is the first step.
I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself.
During the press conference today, Trump said this wasn't his war. Instead, he blamed President Biden for the war. And he thinks everyone involved wants to end the fighting.
I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along.
President Trump will meet with President Putin in Alaska tomorrow. And a man from Rhode Island accused of faking his death to evade rape charges has been found guilty of sexually assaulting a former girlfriend in Utah. The assault was in 2008. Nicholas Rossi was arrested in Scotland in 2021. The jury in Salt Lake County found Rossi guilty of rape yesterday following a 3-day trial. Sentencing is in October. Southland weather from Camp Mike, cloudy tonight, lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-80s in the valleys and 80, 90 in the IE, low 70s at the beaches. Almost the same for the weekend. Right now, it is 67 in Burbank, the same in Orange, and we're looking at cones on the 22 in Westminster. That's heading eastbound from Valley View to not active. You'll see the carpool and left lane coned off for road work. That's scheduled until 5 in the morning. And if you're traveling on the 5 heading southbound in Commerce, once you get to Atlantic, it's a slow crawl there that starts to clear up as you approach Slauson. Seen some heavy traffic on the line. You went down due to an ongoing brush fire. This is near Pyramid Lake. From Listonville Lago to Smoky Bear Road, the right lane still closed off until further notice. The on and off ramps at Smoky Bear Road also closed off. You're seeing some heavy traffic as you approach. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports on Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Noble Pod, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode is forward.
Big mistake.
Open your free iHeartRadio app and search Hoax.
You ready for this, Zoot?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over
Thanks, baby.
3,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Sky, hey, love working with you.
Rabbi, you just
Something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
have I evolved anything? Have I evolved anything yet?
No.
Should I evolve something?
I mean, that's up to you.
I really like when I beat you.
Dude, you're doing well.
I really like
Dr. Death and Business Schools comes a new series, We Crash, about a $47 billion startup. There's a lot of talk about culture, spiritual awakening, empowerment. And quite frankly, it just all sounded, too easy now. It was just too good to be true.
One of my colleagues turned in and said, "Oh, my mystical."
I'm David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We Crash, wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
The world needs more heroes, more action-oriented heroes. Here's how I can help right in seconds. The world of sarcoma is no different. If you're thinking, what is sarcoma? We're glad you're listening. Sarcoma is a rare cancer of the body soft tissue mineral. This cancer affects tens of thousands of Americans yearly. The Sarcoma Foundation of America partners with like-minded heroes to advocate for sarcoma patients through funding research and widespread awareness efforts. Learn how you can join forces at curesarcoma.org. An iHeart radio station.
Dude. Oh, man.
what happened?
I saw that. That was I saw that. You're up, pimp.
I got robbed.
Yeah, but you got 2
I
moves.
got robbed there.
You got 2 moves.
Rabbi, you're going to hear.
On YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and the iHeartRadio app. And that is all enough.
Is that your best option?
I can't go for that.
Perhaps.
And don't ask me what the song is about. It's about
Fuck.
First you have the body.
Rabbi, you fuck me.
What do you want me to do, big dog?
Not fuck me?
It's talking about relationships.
Okay.
What you can and cannot accept in a relationship.
Alright, how do I do this? Rabbi, do you think I win here?
No.
And they were one of the groups that were special in the respect that they got
Was that a good move?
It's called Black Radio.
Whatever you want.
Radio stations. And as a white duo,
I think that was a good move.
but that's how well
I think that was a great move.
their music was so universal. Back in the day, you may not remember.
That was a good move.
There were pop stations and there were black music stations. And they didn't have the proliferation of these in-between stations. You didn't have the
You got one option here.
hit radio. You didn't have these various music forms which now have their own radio stations in formats. It was just urban music, pop music.
You're me in a better position right now.
Dog, I'm whooping your ass.
They were so well received that they got played just about everywhere. It did not matter. And for some reason, back in 2023, Daryl Hall and John Oates had this huge falling out.
Oh, I just fucking made a dumb move.
But they weren't speaking to each other. They refused to perform with each other anymore. And I remember talking about this on the show. It's like I was kind of saying, I was like, man, I didn't want this dissolution of the group. Usually you have a dissolution because someone has died or someone has left to go
Autism.
Zoot, you need that fucking rubber band.
What?
You need that rubber band. Zoot, you need that rubber
I need
band.
that rubber.
Zoot, in the meantime, until you get the rubber band, every time I hear you do one of your ticks, I want you to flick your hand, okay?
Okay. Oh, fuck. That wasn't the tick.
Yes, it was. No one just randomly says that.
I fuck. Wasn't the tick.
No, that's different.
That
You
that
said
was
you said
me
something.
saying, oh,
Zoot,
fuck.
Zoot, you said something else.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna win.
Okay, let's see it. Good move. You're gonna lose. Are you gonna go? It's over.
Fucking hell. Alright, I'm gonna go.
Okay,
I might
Zoot,
get a rubber band.
go get a rubber band and come back.
John also said, like, I think I'm done. I'm going to sell my portion of the catalog. And Daryl Hall said, well, how can I perform if I don't have the rights to perform this music? That was the sticking point. So now they somehow worked it out. I don't know how they worked it out. It's not being disclosed publicly. But there's now daylight where they possibly will start performing again. It doesn't mean they will. But Daryl Hall, at least as a solo artist, will be able to perform without necessarily the obstacle of having to pay money to perform his own music. So in that regard, it's some good news, especially for other Hall & Oates fans out there like Mark Warner. All right, here's a question. Sure. Favorite Hall & Oates? I just know. Well, it'd be that or Sarah Smile. Yes, that's the correct answer. Make My Dreams Come True. No, there are a few that did some bangers, but that is one of my favorites. Can't go for that. I think they sort of. I think it's the best song. I'm sorry, that's a great song. One time it's top 3. I mean, that's the 80s double time. What you do? But they say you're every move. Yeah, I know the song. It's okay. I've seen them live twice. They're a great live show. No, they're great. I've seen them once. They're on the bill with someone else, but I didn't see just them and other people. I love just about all their music. I realize it's okay. I don't know if they got really acrimonious like Martin and Lewis. Oh, probably from the way it's being described, they weren't even speaking to each other. So yeah, there was some real issues there. So you needed a Sinatra to bring them out to shake hands in front of an audience where they couldn't be jerks to each other. No, we needed Donald Trump in his quest for a Nobel Peace Prize. If he could end the conflict between Hall & Oates, I would support Don't drag me. I'm serious. I just want to make my dreams come true. And I have to say, if I could pick one song, that would be my favorite Hall & Oates song. You got that, Rob? You got it. It's not going to be in the podcast. You better enjoy now. Everybody start singing.
Let's go one more verse. No. Check with George North. Don't shake your head at me, Mark Warner. You know you enjoyed that. I felt like I was in getting when somebody was trying to make me talk because you have no rhythm. Tell me I'm wrong. I never claimed I did. Right. The news is simple. Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The King Fire near Lawrence, with 600 acres, it is now 40% contained. Tropical storm Aaron's nearing hurricane strength. Winds hitting 70 miles an hour. It's expected to become the first hurricane of the 2025 Atlantic season. And a new study published in Nature shows greenhouse gas emissions generated by humans may have locked in a climate pattern responsible for long-term mega drought across the western U.S. Now we got cones on the 15th in Ontario.
Heading southbound from 4th Street to Pagula Street, you'll see the 3 right lanes coned off from road work that's scheduled until 5 in the morning. It's good news in Longview, 710 northbound, just before the 405. The stall's been moved out of the left lane. Traffic has recovered there. Seeing some slowing if you're on the 101 southbound in Echo Park as you come across Silver Lake Boulevard. That stays slow until you reach the 110. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of No, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
When this journalism student came up to me to sit down that he learning, but it was not get national attention. It was not service me. I can't really describe it. His name was Hamza Sayed, and he wanted help for his first ever story about a mystery in Birmingham, his hometown, that no one had ever solved. It had begun a few years earlier. The news of a strange letter exploded in the press. The letter looked to be a secret communique between Islamic extremists who infiltrated the schools and a supposed problem called Operation Trojan Horse. The letter was bizarre, unsigned, incoherent, but its box was sparked one of the biggest school scandals in British history. Government investigators descended on Birmingham. The country moved to its counter-terror policy. By the time it all died down, schools revamped into local jobs. All I was not suspicious about this whole affair is that his dodgy letter suggesting extremists would take over our schools. Nobody ever found out who wrote it or why. Alarmingly, none of the investigators tried. In fact, the inspired me again, the issue of breath. This is supposed to be the first radio interview I've ever done. Tonight, I spent the staff arguing who was the letter written the question you have to answer. Figuring out the Trojan Horse letter, that was only the first mystery we were up against. It started to seem like officials knew more than what they were letting on. want to talk about. Can you get together about the situation? From Serial Productions and the New York Times, I'm Brian. I'm to say it's the Trojan Horse Affair, a mystery in 8 parts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
145, Route 92.
18 over 111.
Contact rest and stress.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure can save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you stopped your treatment plan, restart it, or talk to your doctor about creating new numbers before you start taking the right steps and manage your BP down.
Now, we're done training better. Show me it out.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, Medical Association, and Council.
Locally heavy rain and flash flooding is possible near the Mid-Atlantic Carolina coast today, followed by more scattered thunderstorms on Friday and into the weekend. Some more rounds of strong to severe thunderstorms also expected to impact portions of the northern plains to the west through the next couple of days. More heat across the central high plains and northern to central Florida and extreme heat risks. The warm front across the northern plains is coming from a deepening low pressure system making prairie cooler temperatures on their way to the northwest U.S. Meanwhile, monsoonal moisture lingering across the southern Rockies, where scattered thunderstorms are expected to spread gradually northward into the corners of and tropical storm Erin is moving closer to the Caribbean islands. Forecasters say it will become Hurricane Erin by Friday and will generate life-threatening surf and rip currents this weekend in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. It's too soon to tell if it will make landfall on the east coast this week. That's your national forecast. I'm Mother Nelson.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Coming up after 1 o'clock tomorrow on the John Cobell Show, we're coming to say Carl Amaya on Gavin Newsom's already wildly unpopular redistricting plan. We'll tell you about it tomorrow after 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show.
KFI, Red with Bo Kelly. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll be Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Join me with a preview. What's up, sir?
Hey, Bo, was that you singing?
Yes, it was me singing all the right notes. Now, any wrong note that you heard, that was Sam or Mark Warner singing.
You sounded like your shorts were too tight.
Do not encourage him, Mark. Why don't you clap your hands and everything?
Mark texted me that. And who's on the show tonight? We're going to talk about the Artemis space program, why we're going to go to the moon, and why. And then later on, how great it is to be alive.
Talk about my shorts. My show. Damn you, George.
Like you again.
Bye, my friend. Just want to let you know we have some news of our friends over at Disney. Asad Ayaz is president of Disney Entertainment and Marketing now, and Shannon Ryan is now president of DTC, Disney Entertainment. We told you about the consolidation of Disney Plus, and this is in conjunction with that. So we just want to shout out congratulations to them. iHeart's working very closely with the Disney Corporation, so we just wanted to show them some love. And before we get out of here, here's my final thought for the night and the week. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? The 10th Amendment still matters, right? States' rights are a good thing, right? California is still a state, right? If any of that has changed, let me know, and I'll just end the show right now. Anyway, their silence. States' rights are still a good thing. States, like California, elect governors, and they are the CEOs of their states. In this representative democracy, also called a constitutional republic for you pedantic people out there. But governors and CEOs, they run the state. Depending on the state constitution, there are variables of powers and privileges that governors have. Some things have to be run by the state legislature. In other words, the state legislature has to vote on it. Some you don't. That's why you have like a state referendum where people like you and me get to go to the polls and make a decision. Texas, under the guidance of Governor Reagan, is pursuing redistricting purely for the purpose of partisan politics. Purely, not for any other reason. Just to impact the balance of likely congressional representatives per request of the president. Direct request, no more, no less. Let me be clear. On its face, redistricting is not illegal or unconstitutional. It can't be both, depending on the resulting maps and if anyone is disenfranchised. But on its face, it's not illegal or unconstitutional. Texas is a red state. We all know that. And added redistricting for purely partisan purposes is likely popular to the majority of those red voters. But there's an important distinction to be made: letter versus spirit of the law. It does not violate the letter of the law, or in this case, the state constitution. I'm not so sure it doesn't violate the spirit of the law. What I mean by that is it was never intended to redistrict from election to election to election, or to serve one party which happens to be in power. A reasonable person, I would like to believe, will see how that would be a disaster if this were done after every
by the Nazi state. The origins of this really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is associated with the theory of evolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there are other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they are adapted to their environment. This very noxious idea meant that peoples or races, which is in itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that they had unique characteristics, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into that in some detail in just a moment, but let us try to understand how Darwinist ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek, good birth or good family, and it is an idea that was first pioneered by Sir Francis Galton that took the very obvious observation that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or physical or otherwise. You can see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific community, and this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, sterilizing individuals who were thought to be beneath the value of a given society. And it often was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic, light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being, and many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society forcibly through murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program,
There she
for
is.
example, or a life-born.
How are you?
I'm great. I'm going for a walk, and I did my job, but obviously, you know, it had to be a fight afterwards. It always has to be a goddamn motherfucking fight, because it's too much for me to ask for the last motherfucking things. So, it's just what it is.
Did you have fun?
Yeah. I live in my other house. Did I have fun? No. I'm trying to go have fun. I traversed the side of the block. I think it's the other way.
LA City schools have returned to the first day of the new school year. ABC's Alex Stone reports district officials and families have expressed fears about ongoing federal immigration enforcement.
Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says absent a judicial warrant, federal agents are not allowed on campuses and should, for students in fear, stay away. Schools are safe spaces. The district is even altering bus routes to deal with the threat of immigration raids involving school children.
The school district says a 15-year-old boy was detained by federal agents outside his high school.
It's yellow.
Mistaken identity. District officials have established a 2-block radius outside schools, with staff and police asking federal agents not to conduct enforcement there. President Trump's meeting with Russian President Putin in Alaska. ABC's Martha Raddatz reports the president believes Russia and Ukraine are ready to make peace.
Zelensky definitely wants to make peace, and we can't just make peace. There's got to be a lot of deal making going on. We've heard them talking about possible territorial swaps or land swaps, as President Trump has called them. Those would be very, very complex issues.
Trump says more meetings may be necessary to end Russia's war on Ukraine that's dragged on for more than 3 years. And the chief of staff of the Israel Defense Forces has approved the main framework for the Army's operational plan in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu and his security cabinet approved plans last week for the IDF to seize and occupy Gaza City. ABC's Jordana Miller says the operation would force the IDF to go into areas where Israel believes Hamas is holding hostages.
Some of them are believed to be kept in tunnels underneath Gaza City. And that, of course, has sent fear through the families of the hostages.
She says the operation is expected to start in October after an increase in aid distribution. Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight with lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-80s in the valleys, 90 at the 90s, low 70s at the beaches. Not much change from the weekend. Right now it's 65 in Brea, 66 in San Clemente, 67 in Koreatown, and 66 in Agoura Hills. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Roman.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Home Arena streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Get your gear, keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech. Live concerts. Getting back to the moments you miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
She was our idol. It's like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. You drive a Jag, are a female lawyer, you're stunningly beautiful. We wanted to grow up and be Margaret.
When two bosses came to me and said, Margaret is killed, I said, what?
They promote this image of small town America
but it's not. Nearly 25,000 pages of documentation of corruption in this detail.
And maybe the reason they haven't made an arrest in Margaret Coon's murder is because they're not lifting it themselves.
You have to up on these cases. You can catch whoever it is so that you don't have to go through this again. But do you really know what happened? Just turn everything off to February.
This is Gone South, a documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio, written and narrated by me, Jeff Lipinski. Season 1, Who Killed Margaret Coon.
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
She is a serial killer, I believe. I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you. Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash. And if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car, through Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from
Okay, bye.
In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. The movie's not going to work. You gotta get rid of those guys. It's exactly.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the march of movie history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the gun, take the cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind The Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews with Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans, James Caan, to be covered pest. That's why I got a voice you want to drive around a block. Al Rush. I said, I got a call from these Italian guys. It was a lot of trouble. Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. And the free iHeart app. Listen now.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Story. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, Evening Alive. Here's what's happening. President Donald Trump said he believes his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, is ready to end his war in Ukraine. Speaking on the eve of Friday's summit between the men, but that peace would likely require at least a second meeting involving Ukraine troops. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky and his European allies have intensified their efforts this week to prevent any deal between the U.S. and Russia emerging from tomorrow's summit in Alaska, as they think leaves Ukraine vulnerable to
Freddie Mac's latest primary mortgage market survey released Thursday show that the average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed mortgage fell to 6.58% from last week's reading, 6.63. The projection for Social Security's annual cost of living adjustment for next year is getting higher. According to the Senior Citizens League, it's released an update that showed its bottom out forecasting 2026 cost of living increase to be about 2.7%, we shall see. Parents in the United States who want to vaccinate their young children against COVID-19 may be facing a growing set of challenges this fall. The Drug Administration might not renew authorization for Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for children younger than 5. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention told the state and local officials that's why. Let's check in with Douglas Mulhall, author of Discovering the Nature of Longevity. Douglas, what are they concerned about?
It all comes down to freedom of choice, George. The problem here is because downtime for kids under 5 and over 5 end up in hospitals with COVID. Well, a lot of parents want to protect those very young kids. The main question here is whether the FDA permission for the vaccine will be granted for those kids under 5. If the FDA refuses to authorize use for kids under 5, it becomes difficult for medical doctors to administer the drug to those kids. And that is what puts them in trouble. It's perplexing, George, because the FDA vaccine policy basically emphasizes some individuals to decide who want to be vaccinated. In this case, it would be more like denying parents the ability to decide. So it has a lot of people confused about the government's policy that supposedly emphasize individual choice. As a vaccine advocate groups are furious, of course, but the FDA has refused to comment on what might happen. And the decision actually hasn't been taken yet, so we'll have to wait and see. The decision does not affect the availability of the drug for kids over 5.
Douglas, could this vaccine be dangerous to kids under 5?
Well, I think George is that has to live in the FDA communication. So if there is danger, he has to see the science on it to justify that. At least that's what they're ready.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Punky Star? How'd you find out about me, my friend?
About what?
How did you find out about me?
Vaccine.
Okay, very cool. Yeah. What's new?
Nothing much. Just, usual.
Absolutely. Have I ever introduced myself to you formally?
Do what?
Have I ever introduced myself to you formally?
Yes.
Okay, good.
We're Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, and that I stream my life and world peace and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Oh, and Kill Tony. Okay, very well. Excellent. So what's on your agenda?
Nothing really. About to go to bed, go to work.
What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
I just work as a butcher.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, now I recall. All right. Well, I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Not doing anything too special, my friend. Feel free to enjoy.
Yeah, sorry if I acted weird last time. I got like a brain disease.
You're good, pimp. Don't worry about it at all.
Program was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this. Perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, Karl Bilding and Alfred Hoefer, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Weltenlebens, terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And the authors made this the sweeping generalization that people who suffered from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate, and somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they were not equally abled to other members in society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact, it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here, this is from a German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors, shown here as Karl Brandt, in the Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this report was then used to round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them, amazingly. Parents were urged to send their children with disabilities to quote-unquote clinics where they are murdered, sometimes through starvation and abuse, sometimes through lethal injection, and sometimes, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Holocaust per se. Over 70,000 German children were killed in this manner before the operation was stopped. And the only reason that it stopped was because of public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. Absolutely horrific statement. Now, the villainy of these horrific monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Hans-Gerhard Kreuzfeld, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking the diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philip Bühler, shown here, were able to proceed with this as an open secret, that people knew what was going on, that these children would be sent away to clinics, and then in remarkable numbers, they were not coming home. The public protest against this destruction of life unworthy of life was really quite muted, and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of the Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II, but it's most likely somewhere just above 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate. We'll get to that towards the end of this class, but the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe, particularly in this extremely difficult period of revolution and world war and population migration, means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe. massed primarily in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years. They nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a kahila type organization, kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship, perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease, because it wouldn't make sense to have a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always a very urban people, always very literate and very numerate, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Sephardim and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically Orthodox is patently false. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it was emptying itself of Jews as we moved towards the turn of the 20th century. So wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, to the United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it was a population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that will be very relevant for our understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th centuries, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to, arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms. Of course, back then they were called historical positivist and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Yiddish significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, that was something that had become moribund in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars, but it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews, their peers, were politically quiescent, were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement, and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we'll return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and it's used to identify Spain. And even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional ethnic and cultural orientation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. So where were they living? And the experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazi Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardi Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardim, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. Very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves prefer to refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews and many other peoples to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on even, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who would tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi Empire. Much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it and took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that do not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrate the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You can see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles, that were affixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and it indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. They were political enemies, that's primarily communists, but also socialists, and also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, who were common criminals. Even in the Nazi code of criminality, if anyone were branded as a criminal, they could be thrown into these concentration camps. There were Biblo-Forschers, which means essentially Jehovah's Witnesses. Evangelicals of various stripes were targeted by Nazi, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by many gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there was the generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's murderous rampage against German society, and many people actually fit into several categories. As you can see here, the badges would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew and a political enemy and possibly a criminal and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis.
Join me for a jam as we tackle questions we always wanted to know the answer to about animals, slaves, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast.
The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia, of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed, and in the following lecture we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that Anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures with tremendous tenacity by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form the substrata of hatred of Jews changes depending on what the society will tolerate. And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Langmuir, for example, has identified a difference between what he called conventional anti-Semitism and chimeric Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatreds that we see between all kinds of different peoples for whatever reason. And that's certainly, as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life, this is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerges in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism, that unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, you could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic periods that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as a daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So to look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and the Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down to eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which was considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day at 7 to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps one of the Jews' greatest contribution to human civilization. The fact that they would take off one day in 7 meant that they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that it's basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the 1st century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is an anti-Semitic depiction, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the same way the Nazis would. They viewed them as political and military enemies, And when they crushed their political enemies in the year 70, after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the colorized version after some research by my colleague Stephen Fine at Yeshiva University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period and a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia et synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see in this monumental architecture, the church, ecclesia, is represented, clear-eyed, with a crown indicating authority, the upright staff indicating power, temporal power, and so on. And she is contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? Very strong kind of metaphor there. The devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the 10 Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. Literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent, such as this example that shows ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagoga. You can see on the right, synagoga is depicted wearing the Judenhut. This was a kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue, who is riding on a sow, also in German anti-Semitic material. And here is one that I find especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Verben, Germany, from the 14th century. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image of synagoga, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, the crown's being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Now, even though these images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see it beginning in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered. And the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie that has no basis in reality and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and it was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake, and you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incident, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared, an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, in the year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on websites even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century. Said without irony whatsoever, this is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the moon, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there's a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of their Jew. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So with modern times, the two major things that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of a conspiracy. First of all, we should understand the term anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr, who wanted to find a more polite alternative to the terms Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant essentially Jew hatred. And these were terms which were considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N-word. One wouldn't use that in polite conversation. And so therefore, he wanted to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews, based on linguistic theory that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first 60-odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, La Libre Parole, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of the very popular belief at the time in phrenology, that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, could indicate over or undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a kind of phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constituted a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from what we saw last lecture in social Darwinism, that was joined with the idea of a conspiracy theory, that somehow these Jews who were racially different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. As you see on the right, an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world, right? The idea of a conspiracy. And of course, the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing it for blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited. But as we shall see in the next lecture, he expanded on them really quite significantly. There are four major periods of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, called modern anti-Semitism, is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of parasitism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. You know, just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power, Die Sünde wider das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Dintor. And you can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization, like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion, feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher, who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called Der Giftpilz, the poisonous mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms, but it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people, and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there is decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France, the Perle Juif, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing the Jew as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse, and if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Louis Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish. The Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. it reads, tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer, they're all curable. But we have to make the grand finish of all of them the Jew. Meaning we have to wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic image of the Jewish microbe, so to speak. So Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic. Just show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is a contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's the Jew flu, right? And here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. And here's another one. If you have the bug, give a hug. Spread the flu to every Jew. And related to our purposes, at the bottom is the word Holocaust, which is meant to be obviously Holocaust. But the notion that COVID-19, the illness that affects people with coronavirus, is a respiratory transmission. Let's move back to the 20th century. The second major element that's very, very strong in Nazi anti-Semitism is the concept that the Jews are linked in an international conspiracy. That's in fact what this particular image is titled. And you can see figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves, but nevertheless world authorities. Roosevelt in America, Churchill in England, Stalin in the Soviet Union, and that the Jew is somehow playing them like a puppeteer. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of Nazi propaganda that you see behind the British, the American, the Soviet flag. This, of course, is when these are the Allies fighting against Nazi Europe. Behind the enemy's curtain, the Jew is what the caption reads, meaning that the Jewish capitalist. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch fob. In this case, it has a Star of David on it, the heavy jowls, lips, and nose. These are all stereotypical images. So the connection of the racial component, the idea of the parasite Jew, to the conspiracy Jew is something that runs through as a very strong theme in Nazi anti-Semitism. A third element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period, but the Nazis really pioneered it for modern terms, is prurience. I'm not going to show you images that convey this more directly, but the Nazis understood that this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography, that there's a kind of like, can't look away from their grotesquerie, like when you're driving down the highway and you see an accident and you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalize on this very heavily. One of the most horrible and most egregious examples is this terrible publication called Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Julius Streicher. In this particular one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point, it says, Jüdische Mordplan, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clearly linking to the idea of a conspiracy. And it shows in the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. Right? That's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia, the Jew as the pedophile. Like this particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic and violent elements that the Nazis really exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. And quite often, couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships were specifically isolated and publicly humiliated, like this couple here, which who were forced to wear these placards that specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany. You can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Hitler once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew, and no one will appreciate the hard work we put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done. This is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. This particular image, which dates from 1920,
welcome.
Very tempting to think was actually
How are you?
by Hitler himself. He was something of an amateur.
What's up, ZR? Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. Yo, ZR, how are you? ZR, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? ZR. ZR, can you hear me? ZR, how are you? How's your day going? ZR, can you hear me? I can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Okay, ZR. I see you're trying to talk. What's going on? Yo, ZR. ZR, can you hear me? I see you're trying to talk. Are you sure your volume isn't down a lot or something? Your user volume's up on my end. Okay, I can barely hear you. What's up? You're still really, really low, dude. Better, yeah. Hello. How'd you find out about me, ZR? Dude, I can't hear you. Can you say that again? Better, yeah. How'd you find out about me? Okay, cool. Well, welcome. How's your day going? Okay, very well. What Discord did you find me in? Okay, that's cool. Okay, very cool. You're still really hard to hear. Okay, well, you're welcome here. Feel free to watch. We're watching Jewish history lectures. Enjoy.
And very primitive early swastikas. This is before the Nazi movement even accepted Hitler into its ranks. But the image is portraying a nude Aryan woman, once again the prurience, and behind her is this leering, looming, ugly Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against a hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered. This is a very, very important theme. And it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior.
66 in Burbank and 75 in Palmdale. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ron.
Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust as a whole. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So, intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Rus Davidovitz, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard of before, that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe, and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Göring and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understanding the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war. They were having the Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the legal team essentially looked at the events of the Holocaust and defined it in this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero. He was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's the sense of that particular school of thought. The other school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Browning, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101, and the Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolutely virulent and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had from a very young age, tries to look at the Holocaust kind of like from a different perspective, and to understand what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that Hitler and his co-conspirators duped the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust.
What up, girl?
Which is this idea
I'm busy.
The Holocaust
I understand why
is a function of the
but
war.
listen,
The
you
word function in the sense of, if you studied functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well.
Okay.
And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought
not my mom
is
and my
that
dad's fault,
as the
because it's
war
not their
became
problem
more
to
brutal,
solve anymore.
and as
Jews.
people became more
You're
inured
ruining
to the inhumanity that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the acceptance of the idea of ghettoization, and then the final acceptance of the idea of
but also I didn't want to feel that in the middle of that shit.
Kind of like a
for some reason,
effect,
Rabbi, if you touch my
as
butthole,
one
I
thing
know that I wouldn't
changes,
cry about it.
another thing changes as well.
Unless it was
Hence,
tears of joy.
functionalism. Now, that's not
And
to
actually,
say
that's not
that
what
Hitler's
happened.
anti-Semitism is not an
Because I
important
wouldn't give
factor
a crap.
in the entire evolution
White
of the Holocaust, or devolution might be a more appropriate term. But nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions as we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler's life is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course
How are you?
of history. Basically, he had a rather unremarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau am Inn. You can see here on the map where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schicklgruber, and it's important to note that he was born with the name Schicklgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adoptive father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schicklgruber was essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown, which is something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schicklgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schicklgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study of history. He buried and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out their rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin. That would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was rejected. In fact, this would loom large in his own self-image, and he would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received. And according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So this Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather, it's rather non-special in every way. He tends to make things like this, floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent, angst-filled Instagram posts is really what he's doing. It gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the school of psychology and the school of history, and it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. But we can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented, and he wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and like this larger-than-life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases, he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we were having here in America tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who was famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time, his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this defaced statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. very, very unlikely kind of, passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. At any rate, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I. I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. We're going to begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now. The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph of him, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre Pyrrhic cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. A big part of the reason is because people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology and the change in stability and the change in the degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. You think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war in technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most, perhaps, cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used during World War I, but primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. But the idea of war by air became much more significant during the course of the war and was also a tremendous terror. The use of the machine gun, which had been developed earlier, in fact, it was used in the American Civil War in the 19th century, now reached European shores, and the idea of this rapid fire engine of death that could cut down swaths of people rather than, single shot muskets that would have been used 100 years earlier when you have to pause and you have to stamp down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death, and people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas, this is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I, and the idea of releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly, if the wind was wrong, float over into civilian villages nearby, was something that represented a huge new technological advance, or once again a step back in human progress, as people felt the fear of gas at a mortal level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas, and that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that we tend to interpret it in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Majdanek, but it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered with a gas attack in World War I, not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that would come later on in the 1940s. At any rate, here you see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses and 20th century warfare with gas. The sheer degree of shelling, especially over very narrow swaths of territory, was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I named quite often, these disfigured veterans losing limbs and things like that, came back to their European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There was a tremendous amount of questioning of, what happened to that kind of, marching forward of progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. The most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look on the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires before World War I. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, in the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austro-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen in a revolution in October 1917, so it was already gone as an empire, and a whole bunch of new countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you can see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn, and since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig, or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austro-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian or Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which Hitler called a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Yugoslavia is newly created. Romania is enlarged. And towards the east, the Russian Empire loses its territories in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and part of Ukraine is added to the new Poland. So there's a really dramatic, mixing up of the borders. There are some big winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks who got their own country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies that, for example, with Austria, is that during the wartime era, the country was led by an admiral. And if you look at the map of Austria, you'll see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless they have an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the kind of insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And the capital city of Lithuania. Historically, Vilnius was actually not located in its own country of Lithuania. It was located in the boundaries of Poland. Some amazing and bizarre changes were put into place, and so there's a large population, specifically the losers of World War I, who wanted to revise the peace treaties. Hence the term revisionism, which is used, by the way, in other contexts later. Today, when people speak about Holocaust revisionists, these are non-scholars who want to try to undermine any of the scholarly and historical understanding of the Holocaust and to revise it to make things look, less anti-Semitic. But at any rate, in this context, revisionism refers specifically to the desire to revise the post-World War I treaties so that some of the countries that lost territory or lost status would somehow regain it. Germany, obviously, was a major revisionist country who wanted to take back a lot of what had happened during World War I, and Hitler was very closely allied with this revisionist thinking. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Dolchstoß. This is a term meaning the stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the really small details about why they believe this was the case, but many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces. Rather, it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was, in fact, a lot of feeling inside Germany that the war should no longer be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to 1918. It was a 4-year-long global war with massive costs on both sides. And so when Germany ended up surrendering, many felt that, we should not have surrendered. We should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp if it were not for those unnamed backstabbers who were associated with Jews. They would have won the war. So this kind of feeling of national resentment, of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. Here you can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, a characteristic of World War I, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda. That is, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews. They tend to go hand in hand. Maybe in another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in greater detail, but not for now. So there's this idea that Germany should have won. Germany should have been the masters of Europe, but in fact they were stabbed from the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that motivated Hitler very prominently. The anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Notgeld, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the 1920s. Germany went through a tremendously hard time right after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies, and so on, all just simply disappeared in this global economic collapse. There was the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas, and Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War I. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced, because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency, their own, as it were, dollar bills that will be used locally as a generally accepted rate of exchange. So here's a 50 note from the town of Tuchstedt, and on the one side you have this, kind of cartoon drawing that describes where Tuchstedt is between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging jowls hanging from a tree as the ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all the Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money? If you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in the 1920s. Here's another example from the city of Sternberg, which commemorated an ancient desecration of the host libel that occurred in that town. Here on one side of two bills, you see a medieval drawing of the town of Sternberg. And here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest, and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is, through the doctrine of transubstantiation, identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the details of the theology here, but basically the host is holy, especially since the 13th century when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they've got it typically on their Passover seders. That's the way the story goes. And on the left, they are stabbing the host, and it is running freely with blood. A miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is, in fact, the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must be like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s vis-a-vis the kind of background noise level of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity, German Christians, rettet Österreich, save Austria, right? And the picture shows the Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew, with the forelocks and with the side locks and with a kippah of the forked tongue, the snake, and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the nascent Nazi party at this time, and in 1923 he was associated with the Munich beer hall putsch. The word putsch basically means like an attempted violent takeover of the government. The putsch which Hitler participated in was short-lived. The Nazi party was rife with informants, and the police broke it up very easily. And Hitler was tried and sent to jail. However, he met with a very, supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi Party's political aims, and so he gave them a very cushy ride, less than a year in prison for attempting to take over the government. Imagine that. And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, he's allowed to have visitors. He's clearly not wearing prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there. And he was able, while he was in prison, to compose his autobiography, Mein Kampf. which means literally my struggle, which was essentially a chance for him to gain in notoriety. And kind of like you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail for his beliefs, he earned street credibility, street creds. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous. His Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screeds against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero and was able to parlay this popularity into the leadership of the Nazi Party and then ultimately to all of Germany. Here's a photograph of the so-called Sturmabteilung, the brown shirts as they're popularly known. This is one wing of the early Nazi Party. They were later destroyed by Hitler in 1934 as he tried to gain a little bit more respectability for his movement in the so-called Night of the Long Knives. But throughout the 1920s and into the early 1930s, these brown shirts were like kind of thugs that would march around and intimidate Jews, intimidate moderate Germans, intimidate journalists and so on with their paramilitary expressions. And people were afraid to stand up to Hitler because, among other things, he actually had a kind of a quasi-army at his disposal. In the elections, you can see that the power of the Nazi Party proceeded apace. In the elections of May 1928, you can see that the Nazi Party only got 2.6% of the electorate, but by September 1930, that had risen to 18.25%, and by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think, well, 37, that's not a majority. You need to have at least 51% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms, where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claimed 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party with only 20%. And so Hitler had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern. But he was given that opportunity in 1933 and was named actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones who we feared the most, were the communists. And then through some political wrangling, which will take us a little further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to leave this video and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interwar period after being named chancellor. Thank you very much for watching.
Protect yourself. Save decades old. It's a very safe haven of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. People turn to gold. And virtual makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or
in this video, we will look at the period between 1933, when Hitler first takes control of Germany, through the late 1930s, and especially right up until Kristallnacht, which was a turning point in Nazi policies for Jews, as we shall see in the next video. And during these 6 odd years of activity, Hitler really makes Germany into a police state. Let's try to understand some of the major elements of that. So on a political level, he begins when he's made chancellor in January of 1953. The next month, there's a very suspicious fire at the Reichstag, which is the building that houses the German parliament. And there's a lot of discussion as to how this fire was actually set, under what circumstances, but Hitler definitely capitalizes on it, in particular to stoke fear against the communists, who are the political bloc that he fears the most. He passes almost immediately afterwards the Enabling Act, which is essentially a law that Parliament agrees to that gives him the right to control the country like a dictator, like martial law. And this is a very important point that we should remember that Hitler was democratically elected to office. He definitely made use of dirty tricks and misleading rhetoric and of force, particularly through the person of his brown shirts, the essays that Tyler that we spoke about last video. But he was nevertheless democratically elected, which is an important cautionary tale for us in the 21st century. Shortly after establishing the Enabling Act, he went to work to round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals and organizations that he felt could threaten his power base, and to create the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with the 6 death camps later on in this course. There's a major difference between them in that the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They housed principally non-Jews, and they were, as a whole, while brutal, nothing like the death camps, the so-called Vernichtungslager, that were designed specifically to kill people, but they were only established in the 1940s. But for now, he set up concentration camps all over Germany, primarily to contain his political enemies. Shortly after that, he has all political parties disbanded, with the notable exception, of course, of the Nazi Party, which continues. So, in a nutshell, within a few months of being appointed chancellor, Hitler effectively becomes the dictator of Germany, and a very willing population on the whole followed him further into the 1930s. There's much more to say about the social nature of Germany, but we're going to focus specifically on those aspects which relate to the Holocaust. There are 2 major things that are happening in Germany on a social level at this time. One element is the social ostracism of others, the designation of those who are not part of the master narrative that they're advancing, and the specific isolation of those groups and persecution. Among the first to feel this are the so-called Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a Protestant group. They are popular in America as well. There's quite a few of them in America. And in Germany, they were regarded as the other. They were not Lutherans, they were not typical Protestants, they were not Catholics. And so Hitler's Nazi Party strove to isolate them. Early on in Nazi rule, the Jehovah's Witnesses put out a document shown here, the Wilmersdorfer Clarification, which identifies them as, non-politically active and not wishing to challenge the state and so on, but it did very little for them because in the end, Hitler sought to pursue them as well. Another group, a very small group, we're talking about no more than a few hundred people, were the so-called Rhineland bastards. This is obviously a derogatory term that was applied to offspring of African soldiers who served in World War I on German territory, German soil. And there was a certain number of them. You would not think there's a lot of people in this category, but in fact, there were some, particularly those serving in French legions, for example, who formed relationships with local German women and produced offspring. So these mixed race individuals were, blown out of proportion in terms of their size and also in terms of their purported negative racial impact on German people. And they were a favorite, target of Hitler's ire. So the Rhineland bastards, quote unquote, were specifically identified as people who were outside of the general German narrative. Shortly after that, terrifyingly, in June 1933, Germany passed a law called the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring, a horrible, inhumane law that gave the state the right to determine anyone who would note a negative impact as perceived on the German population, and the state was given the right to sterilize that individual. And obviously, the term genetic is not appropriate here. It's a very early period in the understanding of genetics as a whole. But even so, the German state nevertheless went way beyond what they felt were appropriate criteria on a genetic level to those characteristics which we might consider racial or political or ideological. or religious certainly, and 250,000 Germans were sterilized under this law, forbidding them to have children. So a horrible period in which these individuals were isolated and were persecuted, and because they felt to challenge the overall self-oppression of Germans. Now, Jews, of course, suffered tremendously as part of this overall policy, but not necessarily in the same ways as those mentioned. For Jews, one of the most significant early attempts was actually unsuccessful. In April of 1933, Germany attempted to impose a nationwide boycott of Jewish-owned businesses. And this was hugely unpopular with the larger population. For various reasons, perhaps the most pragmatic is that, people enjoy going to Jewish stores, department stores, and so on, because they had better value than other stores. Also, it was felt to disrupt the entire economic system of the country. Jews were deeply enmeshed in the commercial activity of the state. It's a very small number of people, about 1% of the population overall, about 500,000 people. But the boycott ended up being a big flop. Hitler sent out his Sturmabteilung, the so-called brown shirts, essentially thugs in military uniform, to wear these kinds of signs that said, Germans, beware, do not buy anything from Jews, and they would stand outside Jewish businesses. They would deface the windows and the storefronts of Jewish businesses and so on, but it turned out not to be a very popular thing with Germans at all, and it was ultimately abandoned. Hitler, however, was quite innovative and would find other ways to persecute Jews. A very important point that we must understand is that for every minority group that was ostracized and persecuted, Hitler also imposed, in a rather diabolically brilliant manner, something called Rothschild, which means literally bringing into equality, shifting into the same gear, finding common direction. The word Goliath means equal or same. So there's a tremendous amount of emphasis on saying that, okay, these people, these populations are not us, they are the other. But let us emphasize the value of being inside the same group, inside the group. You see this inculcated from the earliest youth. Here, for example, are the type of Boy Scouts called the HITW, Hipper Youth Corps, where there's a tremendous amount of focus on, paramilitary formations and discipline, order, and all kinds of typical, Prussian values. Or for women, the word Deutsche may have more to say about how women were understood in Germany later. The idea of you may not be part of the out-group, but you are definitely included in the in-group. So it's kind of a self-reinforcing social model that makes people want to participate even more in distancing themselves from it. And all of this, by the way, was focused very much on the person and personality of Hitler. We're not talking about, the glory of Germany and its values and things like that. So much of it was focused specifically on Hitler the man. Like this book cover, which reads, Mutter, erzähl von Adolf Hitler. Mother, tell us stories about Adolf Hitler. Where these adoring young children look up at their mother, and there's this glowing image of Hitler in the background, where she will tell them these, idealized heroic stories of their Führer, and they will develop this kind of cult of personality surrounding him, and supported the focal point of Rothschild, the bringing together an entire society. When it comes to Jews, one of the most problematic issues for early Nazi Germany was the question of who exactly is a Jew? Who do we understand Jewish so that we can properly put them in the outgroup? Because Germany, for centuries, had been going through a process of greater and greater assimilation on the part of its Jewish population. The intermarriage rate was roughly 1 in 3 in the interwar period, and there are many esteemed Germans who are at the very top of their cultural hierarchy, who are in fact Jewish or partly Jewish. Names of great authors like Heinrich Heine and thinkers like Sigmund Freud, Karl Marx, on and on, all kinds of Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, who were regarded as many war heroes who had earned the Iron Cross in World War I were of Jewish or partly Jewish origin. So Nazi Germany had to define who was a Jew so that they could actually put in place later much more sophisticated anti-Jewish laws. The most significant law that came out in this regard
Welcome.
was the so-called Nuremberg Gesetz, the Nuremberg Law, which identified once and for all what Nazis meant by Jews and Germans.
Hey, Rabbi. Hey, George.
Kicking ass, taking names. How you living, pimp?
Pretty good. I'm playing, in fact, all the ball.
Cool, man. Is it fun?
Anyone with four areas
right now I'm making my first world.
basically would be considered an area.
Baller.
And then you have these middle categories, the so-called Mischling. The Mischling of the Erste Grade, the first degree Mischling.
Is my peanut butter? I tried changing it.
Parents, or a Mischling of the second degree, or diluted.
I missed a lot.
Jewish family. In the end, this had a lot to say about the priority of sending people to the gas chambers, and ultimately the Mischling of the second degree were sent to gas chambers. Notice also that the chart makes no recognition of whether it's a grandmother or a grandfather, maternal or paternal descent. That does have a role in the way Jews define themselves. It does not have a role in the way Nazis define themselves. There's entire racial disregard, not related to gender. So, with the passing of the Nuremberg laws in 1935, then you could have actually a system where Jews could be formally classified and then persecuted. A whole series of laws called the Laws of German Blood and Honor were put in place that specifically banned Jews from a whole variety of occupations. Some symbolic gestures, like Jews were not allowed to fly the German flag. Some issues related to Rassenschande, which I'm going to explain in a second, where Jews were not allowed to employ female servants below the age of 40, things like that. But perhaps the most significant are the civil service exclusions. That Jews were no longer allowed to have any kind of job that was associated with the state. Jews could not serve as judges, as teachers, for example. You see in this particular piece of really twisted propaganda by a bizarre 18-year-old kindergarten teacher named Elvira Bauer, who made a name for herself creating children's propaganda for the Nazis. This is the cover of the book describes sort of a German proverb where you should never trust a fox in a green field, nor a Jew on his oath. They're definitely going to lie. And in this sort of depicts in a historical way what the Nuremberg laws must have been like. This is a German school, a public school, in which all of the Jews are driven out. You can see that the laughing, happy, cheerful, blonde Aryan children are tormenting the ugly, heavy-nosed, heavy-jowled Jews with their less than pure complexions and their, curly hair, and that includes not only the children who are driven out from the schools, but also the teacher who is driven out as well. We're celebrating the Aryanization of their school as part of the consequences of Nuremberg. Also added to this, by the way, was the infamous laws of Aryanization per se, which meant that Jews could not own a majority stock in their own businesses. They had to take on a non-Jewish partner and give that non-Jewish partner 51% control of their business. Typically, this would mean that shop owners would hire their janitors or their clerks to become the actual owners of the store. A whole bunch of other economically discriminatory practices. Here's another page, by the way, from Elvira Bauer's book, which is one of several that were published this time, that contrasts the stereotypical Aryan working man on the left, bare-chested and muscular and upright and tall and so on, and on the left, and on the right is the typical Jew, a city dweller, involved in commerce, overweight, smoking, ugly, and so on. This is the kind of mindset of those who are in the out group and those who are in the in group. Rassenschande was of particular concern to Hitler. This means literally race shame. Hitler himself had a rather bizarre fixation on this idea, and of course, everything that Hitler thought, because of his cult of personality, really percolated down throughout the Nazi hierarchy and to German society as a whole. Rassenschande specifically refers to relationships that involve male and female partners. And there was a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on trying to reach out mixed marriages and so on, typically employing the brown shirts to rough them up. Here you can see public humiliations of mixed couples, Aryan and Jewish couples. The woman is wearing a sign that she refers to herself as a pig because she lays down with Jews. Right, the Jewish man is also saying he only takes German women into his room. Here's another example of a German woman, an Aryan woman, who is wearing this placard accusing her of having relationships with Jews. You can see, I think what's most terrifying about this is having the civilians surrounded by not only brown shirts themselves, but even as you can see the woman on the right here, smiling civilians who are clearly enjoying the public humiliation of her condition. Terrifying to just put yourself into the mindset of what this is like. And after the Nuremberg laws, there were a whole series of small and large persecutions. Now, park benches marked only for areas. There were signs that went up saying Jews are unwelcome here, Jews are unasked for guests, and Jews are not welcome in this town. So these kinds of symbols that we saw in the United States through the Jim Crow period right up until the 1960s, fountains, water fountains were public, so to speak, restrictions on buses where people can sit. These kinds of things, public, obvious, signage that specifically indicated that Jews were the outgroup must have had a people's thinking about Jews and non-Jews. During the 1930s, it's not surprising there was a significant number of German Jews who chose to flee the country. If we look at the period between 1933 and 1937, before Kristallnacht, you see that 130,000 Jews fled Germany, more than a quarter of the Jews of Germany fled. The real challenge, however, was not that they should flee, but where could they flee to? Most countries had severely restricted their immigration policies, and this would only increase with a severe constriction of the conduits for Jews to escape Nazi Germany. We'll explore that a little bit more later on in this course, but nevertheless, Jews had to have an exit visa to get anywhere, and so you have to pile on the natural inertia that makes it difficult for a person to leave his or her hometown, all of their connections, their economic support, and so on, and take a risk on going to some far-off country. But if you add to that the fact that those countries are not willing to have them, to take them in, that must have been incredibly difficult for German Jews to do. And sadly, many of them fled to closer regions in Europe, and simply did not feel violence. That's how we're going to pick this up in the next video. We're going to talk about Kristallnacht, which marks the end of the interwar period, prepares us to discuss the lyrics.
Why he believes California needs new congressional maps that favor Democrats. He says if Texas plans to send more Republicans to Congress through gerrymandering, California would do the same for Democrats. Today is Liberation Day in the state of California. The senators.
By the end of the 1930s, it was very clear that Hitler was going to war. Let's take a few minutes to reflect and go over much of the geopolitical theory that relates to the invasion of Poland, which was jointly executed by Germany and the Soviet Union. So, moving through the late 1930s, we see that Hitler is increasingly granting greater and greater territorial demands on Europe. And in a policy that has been widely criticized ever since. The Allies generally give in to Hitler's throws a tantrum, and the Allies allow him to take some additional territory, and it seems that nothing is ever enough for Adolf Hitler. Three areas in particular are important for our purposes. First of all, there was the remilitarization of the Rhineland region. This was a region that was, after World War I, declared a military-free zone for Nazi Germany, and Hitler simply defied that order by moving troops into the Rhineland, which was much more symbolic than anything else, but it was a dramatic assertion of Nazi power. And secondly, the very important hunch that this refers to the joining of Austria to Germany. And we should note that Austria and Germany are very related cultures. Austria, although they're separate countries, Austria, of course, speaks the German language. And with Hitler's greater successes throughout the 1930s, many Austrians felt that they should hitch their wagon to Hitler's, and in fact, this was achieved through this Anschluss in 1938. If you ever see yourself the sounds of music, that's a very important demonstration of the period of the Anschluss. And then finally, and in prelude to the war itself, the capture of the Sudetenland. This is a mountainous region surrounding the edge of Czechoslovakia. There are a lot of ethnic Germans living there, and Hitler claims that they wanted to be reunited with Germany proper. And he essentially demanded that Czechoslovakia surrender these territories, and the Allies simply could not back up Czechoslovakia and retain their territory. In particular, there's one of the most infamous moments in 20th century history, diplomatic history, when Neville Chamberlain of England goes to Munich to discuss the situation with Hitler, and he returns, and when he lands on his tarmac back in England, there's a crowd of people around him. He actually watched this speech on YouTube where he proudly portrays this letter that Hitler signed that agrees that he will not advance on any other country once he gets these big from Czechoslovakia. And Chamberlain famously proclaims that he has achieved peace in our times. This was, of course, famous last words because Hitler would soon go on to attack Poland. The attack on Poland could not happen without an agreement in advance with Joseph Stalin of the Soviet Union. Let us recall, as we can see in the map here, that Germany is located in the center of Europe. And one of the great military risks for Germany is that it cannot fight a two-front war. That is, it cannot easily engage with forces to its west and to its east simultaneously, at least not for very long. The logistics of the supply chains, of moving reinforcements back and forth, of maintaining two very distinct fronts simultaneously simply too much for Germany. And so what Hitler resolved to do was to first pacify his eastern front through a treaty with Joseph Stalin. And once that treaty was fully engaged, then he would turn his attention to the west and he would invade France. That's in fact exactly what he did. In a secret pact that was signed by the foreign ministers of both countries, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Soviet-Nazi non-aggression pact, basically said that Germany and the Soviet Union promised not to attack each other in case of the eruption of hostilities elsewhere. Now, Hitler would later go on to double-cross Stalin and would attack the Soviet Union once he had pacified the West. This is in 1941, 2 years after the Nazi-Soviet pact was signed. But for the time being, the region was safe for Hitler because Stalin accepted the treaty. Now, what was in it for Stalin to accept this treaty? Basically, Hitler put Poland and the Baltic countries on the table. If you look closely at this map, you'll see that Germany and the USSR were separated by several countries, notably Poland here in yellow, and then Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, the so-called Baltic countries. Now, all of these regions were actually part of the Russian Empire before 1917. when the Russian Empire collapsed in two revolutions, one immediately after the other, resulting in the union of Soviet socialist republics to the east, and these four new countries, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, being created in their wake. Other countries were also created. We talked about that a couple of years ago. And so the Soviets wanted back at least some of that territory, and Hitler made a deal that if Stalin would agree to a non-aggression pact, then Germany would invade from the west, and the Soviet Union would invade from the east, and then simply claim the territories. And in fact, that is exactly what they did. Shortly after this secret pact was signed, and of course it leaked out, and now we know all about it, this is what the map of Europe looked like. You can see that Germany on the left acquires this large kind of brownish area, which are labeled here as German annexations. There's going to be a little bit more complications to this. We'll see in one more map in a second. But the bright green, the kind of fluorescent green area, was acquired by the Soviet Union. And Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which had just received their independence after World War I, now had a region taken away from them. They did establish kind of puppet regimes. There was the Soviet Socialist Republic of Lithuania, but they were clearly dominated by Moscow. Similarly, Poland was divided in half, with the western region going to Germany and the eastern region going to the Soviet Union. We'll have a lot to say about the Jews living in these territories over the next many lectures. To look at this in just a little bit more detail, however, this map here is a little bit simplified. Here's one that shows that there were some adjustments to the map over the course of 1939 to 1940. This had very major implications for people who wanted to soil. For example, in Lithuania, this is especially relevant for institutions like the Mir Yeshiva. So if you have a look on the left, you see what the border looked like in 1939. You can see the red region are the Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian Soviet Socialist republics. And then taken over were the regions of eastern Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and Denmark. But then after some negotiations, you can see on the right, these boundaries were adjusted ever so slightly after 1940. So what this means is that the region that was most heavily populated by Jews, Poland, which had over 3 million Jews, and also very large populations in Lithuania, somewhat less in Latvia, and very few in Estonia, were taken into two distinct geopolitical spheres during the years 1939 and 1941. More specifically, September 1939 with the invasion of Poland to June of 1941 with something called Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler would double cross the Soviets. But that means that for the next 2 years, Jews in this region had one of two very different realities of experience. There were those Jews who found themselves within the German orbit, and we'll speak about those shortly. And then there were those Jews who found themselves in the Soviet orbit, and that's what we're going to address in the next class, which will look at specifically what happens to those Jews who found themselves new citizens of Soviet republics in 1939.
It's a great book. Archbishop One Surviving the Kessler.
The establishment of the ghettos is one of the most horrific aspects of the Holocaust, and we'll spend a couple of lectures speaking about some of the aspects of life and death in these incredibly difficult circumstances. Let us begin with the invasion of Poland in September 1939. We recall that Poland was overwhelmed by the rapid advance of the Nazis, the Blitzkrieg. Here you see the goose-stepping soldiers making their way into Warsaw. And it's important to note that although they convey this image of being extremely disciplined and ordered and full of purpose and intention, it's clear that Nazis were not entirely sure what they were supposed to do about the Jews living in Poland. There was very little clear, unequivocal guidance about how the Jews were supposed to live and what the Nazis were supposed to do with them immediately upon their arrival in Poland. And in fact, there is ample evidence of internal squabbling among various organizations within the Nazi Empire as to whether or not more Jews should be moved into Poland from other regions. But one of the features of the Jewish experience in this early period that was abundantly clear was that the Nazis certainly did not mean them anything but ill will. One of the most pronounced phenomena of the early months of the invasion in the fall of 1939 was the singling out and abuse of Jews, especially those who were obviously Jewish, for public abuse. We have a distinct photographic record of this. Here you can see, for example, some members of the Wehrmacht who are publicly humiliating a Jew by forcing him to wear his prayer shawl and a mutilated pair of tefillin and phylacteries while they laugh and jeer in the background. Orthodox Jews with beards were especially targeted, and their forelocks, the tails, were brutally cut off, and the beards were cut off, sometimes half cut off. In some cases, we have evidence of even children being attacked and having their tails set on fire, having to run around screaming, trying to put out the flames. One of the reasons why we have such a distinct and rich photographic record of this period is because the Nazis themselves took these as photographs and sent them back home to their girlfriends and wives and so on to show them just what a heroic achievement they were accomplishing in occupied Poland. But within short order, the Nazis did at least apply some geographic designations to Poland. These are important for our purposes. The most significant change to Poland, you see in this map here, pre-war Poland is delineated by the blue border, was the establishment of a region called the General Government, or often rendered in French as the General Gouvernement. You can see here in this map, it's actually in Polish, but you get the idea, with the outside of old Poland being blue, the two green areas were part of the General Gouvernement. The red border indicates the Soviet Nazi border that we spoke about in a previous lecture, that was, of course, run over by the Nazis in June of 1941. And the General Gouvernement, shown in green, was expanded to include the Galicia district, which would have been part of western Ukraine. Now, what exactly was intended for this region is something that the Nazis themselves debated and argued over. It's clear that the regions to the west, that is to the left of the General Gouvernement, were to be annexed to Germany, and Jews in these regions were pushed out into the general government. And later we will see Jews deported to the general government from regions in occupied Europe as well. But the local leaders of the general government were complaining, saying, wait, we can't have any more Jews. Why are you sending all these Jews here? And the Nazis did not make a clear policy until quite a bit later into the war. Here you can see in this important map the evolution of the main ghettos that housed Jews during this period. The yellow stars are the ghettos that were established shortly after the advance into Poland. The white stars to the east were established after the Nazis had advanced into the Soviet Union after Operation Barbarossa. And the black stars to the south are especially significant for Hungarian Jewry because that has to do with the overthrow of the Nazi-aligned government, or an openly Nazi government. We'll have to speak about that later on in this course. There were many other ghettos not shown on this map as well. And one last thing that's very important, when you compare the General Gouvernement with the associated ghettos and the establishment of the 6 major death camps, which are shown here, Auschwitz, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, and Auschwitz. You can see that they are all either in the General Gouvernement or within very close proximity to it. And that becomes very significant because ultimately the residents of the ghettos, the Jews therein, will be forced to be deported to these 6 death camps. Just think for a moment about how difficult it must have been to establish ghettos in these very large and old cities which had Jewish populations that stretched back, in some cases, 800, 900 years. Jews often are associated with urban locations, and they tend to live in the downtown commercial districts because of their occupational profile, which favors commerce. So you have Jews embedded right into the downtown sections of these very important cities. Have a look at the map of Warsaw here, which shows the ghetto boundaries. The Nazis took months, actually a full year, to determine the actual boundaries of the ghetto, primarily because a lot of local authorities objected to having important things within the ghetto. Cathedrals, for example, hospitals, major thoroughfares. And so by the time they finally decided where the boundaries would be and then shrunk them several times, you can see on the right, the red hashing is where the boundaries were shrunk. Not that there were any less people. In fact, many of these larger ghettos like Warsaw had lots of Jewish refugees coming into the city, hoping it would be better for them there than it was in the tiny villages throughout Eastern Europe. They were further crowded into this much smaller area. The yellow boundaries show the areas which were added very minor additions to the ghetto boundaries. But as you can see, the shape of it is crazy. There are major sections, streets that are off limits to Jews, and so if a Jew wanted to walk from one of these corners to an address on the other side of the boundary, they have to go all the way around in order to make that distance. There were, in some ghettos, places that were bisected by trolley lines so that public transportation could go through the ghetto, even though Jews could not get on those trains themselves. And it was really quite a difficult thing for the Nazis to actually establish the ghetto boundaries over the objection of the locals. And when those boundaries were established, in some cases they were surrounded by walls, as you see here also in Warsaw. And the walls were typically constructed with forced labor from the Jewish population. You can see at least one of the workers there is displaying the armband that was required of Jews, even though they would be housed within the ghetto itself. However, most ghettos actually did not have physical walls that bounded the entire society. Now, most of them were completely open, but they were guarded, as it were, by the large number of non-Jews outside of the ghetto who would readily turn over Jews who were trying to fade into the population background outside the ghetto walls. These were the so-called schmaltzovniki, or greasy ones, as ghetto jargon had it. And so Jews were actually hemmed in quite often, not by physical boundaries, but by social ones, which were very real. Many Jews, however, did manage to survive outside the ghetto, using the ghetto parlance, by going underground, that is, appearing to be non-Jewish, and to simply fade into the urban background, sometimes adopted by non-Jewish families that were friendly and so on. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. So most of the ghettos were actually open. Only a minority of them were actually physically closed by walls. Speaking to what the Nazis meant by the ghettos is very significant because, again, in the absence of clear direction, local authorities were given tremendous latitude in determining how they wanted to implement what they thought was the reason for the ghettos. And there were two basic approaches that were adopted by the municipal leadership and ultimately by the Jews who lived within those ghettos. On the one hand, some ghettos were so-called productionist ghettos, like which is a very important example. Here, the thinking was that, okay, all these Jews are being corralled into a very concentrated area. What's the point? Why should we be doing this, thought the Nazis. And in these productionist cities, they said, well, it must be to use the Jews for slave labor. And in fact, that's what happened in Łódź, where massive factories were created, primarily in textiles, which was a region that the city was known for, and in fact the Jewish population was heavily associated with. And so getting a work permit was thought of as a way to live. And the Jewish population competed for these highly desired work permits, thinking that there was some logic, there was some sense to the ghetto existence, and if they could only keep their heads down and cooperate with the authorities and maintain their jobs and maintain their productivity, then they would be allowed to live. They were sadly disappointed, as we shall see. On the other side of the coin were the so-called attritionist ghettos. Warsaw was perhaps the most significant of these, where it seemed that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply wear the Jewish people out, to have them die off through starvation, through disease, and simply keep them in one area so the death is contained to that ghetto. And in fact, the policies of the Warsaw Ghetto seem to be overwhelmingly pointing in this direction. For example, daily rations afforded Jews in the ghetto was no more than 150 calories a day. And bear in mind that an adult male in America is considered to need at least 2,000 calories a day to be healthy. 150 calories is ridiculously low. Obviously not survivable. And so a whole culture built around Jews trying to find ways to smuggle in additional food to be able to keep themselves alive. In fact, one of the most famous passages in my memory of Emanuel Ringelblum's fantastic treatment of the Warsaw Ghetto was the statement that if a statue were to be raised to the heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto, it would not be of the resistance, which we'll talk about in a later video, but it would be in honor of the children who acted as smugglers to bring food into the ghetto from outside. But the ghettos had an end date, and that in summer of 1942. This is the time when the major death camps that we looked at earlier were well behind. And so the Nazis began to deport massive population concentrations in the ghettos to the various death camps. Jews would be gathered in a place called the Schauplatz, a deportation zone. You can see them on the left in this photograph from Warsaw, with men on the left and women on the right. And then they would be forced to be boarded onto these cattle trains, which would take them to their ultimate fate. Continue with the structure to speak a little bit more about the internal culture of the ghetto. Thank you for watching. Let us continue our discussion of the ghetto by looking at a couple of the institutions that were active there, most specifically something called the Judenrat, also known as the Jewish Council, which is essentially the Jewish leadership of the ghetto and other aspects of society. One of the most salient observations about the Judenrat was made by the philosopher Hannah Arendt, shown here. She's most famous for writing a book called The Origins of Totalitarianism, which consolidates her experience with the Second World War into a massive critique of the 20th century political movements that resulted in the great totalitarian empires of Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. The first part of this book actually focuses on anti-Semitism. I also have to come across this quote that we have to look at for a second because it's so relevant to the 2020s as we're speaking today. She writes, "The ideal subject of totalitarian rule is not the convinced Nazi or the dedicated communist, but people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction, true and false, no longer exists." This is an incredibly relevant observation that holds very true for all times, but we're going to focus on the middle of the 20th century rather than looking at the beginning of the 21st. The reason why Hannah Arendt is so important for us is because of the book she wrote called Eichmann in Jerusalem, a report on the analogy of evil. Eichmann, as we shall discuss later on in this course, was a very important figure in the Nazi hierarchy, and he was, in many ways, the architect of the communist solution, the one who constructed much of the mechanisms by which the Jews of Europe were destroyed under the Nazis. He was remarkably captured by the Israeli Mossad, the spy agency, and transported to Israel, where he stood trial. Here he is shown in a glass bulletproof box where he will testify in his defense. trial in the early 1960s. Hannah Arendt was sent there to observe the trial. She wrote this remarkable book for our purposes, but it's especially important. Not so much but what she had to say in the sense that evil, as we understand it today, is not necessarily, the logistical machinations of a diabolical personality, such as Adolf Hitler. Rather, it is the incremental, quotidian, small steps so many people take towards ultimately consequences. Evil is banal. Evil is ultra. Evil is day to day. That is this kind of like whatever to evil is what makes the Holocaust possible on a philosophical, psychological, and sociological level. Where we see this about sharpest
It's a high risk behavior.
essentially
It really isn't. It's low risk. Don't fucking react.
It's terrifying to see over and over again as we look at the detailed unfolding of the Holocaust. The Nazis were able to make many Jews complicit in their own destruction. Whether it was on a social level that Jews decided to try to keep their heads down and hopefully it would all blow over, or through the active recruitment of collaborators, such as elements of the camps with the capos, or in a more complex situation, the youth movement. So let's look at the youth movement, try to understand how evil can be banal and how the Nazis were able to leverage the Jews themselves in their own destruction. So typically, the Nazis would come into a city and they would take over the local Jewish leadership. Jews had been led by the so-called Kehillah authorities. This is a kind of a Jewish self-governmental, not quite municipal level organization, but it's something that dates really back to the late antiquity and was especially well developed in the medieval period, where Jews took care of their own affairs. They tended to tax themselves, not necessarily without having state power to enforce those taxes, and they tended to organize a whole range of self-help institutions, orphanages, services for poor brides, and poor relief in general, and all kinds of things. So the Kehillah leadership, which we see in contemporary terms really as the Federation movement in America, where you have the United Jewish Federation, where New York will have a federation that is made up of Jewish leaders who are collecting voluntary contributions from the Jewish community and organizing poor relief of Holocaust survivors and sending kids to Israel for a birthright experience or things like that. So we had this for thousands of years in Europe, and the Nazis would come into these towns and they would go to the leadership of the Kehillah or the Gemeinde in Germany, and they would say, all right, we want you to establish this ghetto here. These are the things we want from the Jewish community, and who will work with us. Typically, in most of the local Jewish populations, the Kehillah leadership, the established leadership, would decline and they would be chosen on the spot. The Nazis would then say, okay, who is second in charge? And the second charge might also refuse to be killed, but there would come a point where somewhere down the line you would have someone in the Kehillah leadership who would say, I will help out. And it's not that they're necessarily seeking to aggrandize themselves. They are certainly seeking not to be killed by the Nazis, but many of them felt that, well, there's no point in resisting because they're going to shoot us, so let us see if we can establish a modus vivendi. Maybe, thought some of these early Kehillah leaders, these early youth leaders, maybe we can stave off the worst of Nazi excesses. We can, throw scraps to the hungry lion, and hopefully he will leave us alone. Two figures are especially important for our purpose. Adolf Chernyakhov, so here he was the head of the Youth Rock in Warsaw, who we happen to have his detailed daily journal, which records with mind-numbing repetition the weather that day, the temperature, and reflects a lot of his personal concerns about his missing son and his daily interactions with the Nazis, and we see from his own perspective how the Nazis would increasingly ratchet up their demands on the Jewish community. And when it became obvious that all the Jews of Warsaw were going to be deported to Treblinka for certain death, Chernenko elected to commit suicide by swallowing cyanide. But we have the record of his interactions with Nazis, which sheds tremendous light on how to do that function. On the other hand, you have Chaim Rumkowski in the city of Łódź, who behaved in a much more megalomaniacal fashion, who actually, lorded over the Jews. He was called King Chaim by many. He had money printed with his own picture on it. And a lot of strange kind of things like this that indicates that the Judenrat leadership, as Hannah Arendt noted, was not necessarily drawn from the legitimate leadership of the Jewish community, but rather in some cases from some of the worst elements of the Jewish community. There is a huge amount of variation among the ghettos, but Chernenko and Rumkowski show us two kind of polar opposites of responsible and irresponsible leadership of the Jewish community. The Judenrat was essentially the leadership arm of the Nazis. It was up to the Judenrat to impose the Nazi will on the Jewish population, which they did with, for example, the Jewish police, which was certainly the most hated of the organizational units of the Judenrat. The Jewish police would often be tricked out with small uniform devices like a hat and boots and belt and, of course, the requisite armband, and would sometimes also be armed with batons. They were in charge of enforcing the demands of the Judenrat, which were coming from the Nazis. Everything from confiscations of radios, of furs, to the guarding of the borders of the ghetto, to ultimately ensuring that all the Jews report for the deportations to the gas chambers. The ghetto police, followed by the Judenrat officers themselves, would be on the last trains heading out of the ghettos to their destruction. But nevertheless, they were active participants. Again, trying to save themselves, trying to save their families, but nevertheless doing so by betraying the rest of the Jewish community. This is precisely where Hannah Arendt's observation of the difficulty of assessing these individuals as being diabolically evil on the one hand, and these people being totally innocent on the other. There was a spectrum of collaboration and bystanding that we must consider when we try to assess guilt for war crimes. The predominant experience of existence in the ghetto was not one of life, but one of death. As we discussed briefly in the previous lecture, starvation was rampant, typhus was rampant, disease and abuse was something that was endemic to the ghetto. There were so many heartbreaking photographs of people, children, literally expiring in the street from exhaustion and malnutrition. But we should also understand that a lot of other things are happening in the ghetto as well. Much of the data for the realities of ghetto life was preserved in tremendous detail by people like Emmanuel Lingelblum, who created the underground archive called Monet Shabbos, in which he assembled all of these samblers or collectors, ghetto inhabitants, to go out and record what was going on in the ghetto. We know, for example, that Warsaw actually had a functioning medical school, that they had a lending library, that they had a free theater, they had all kinds of things, organizations that Jews simply refused to completely give themselves up and to abandon hope. There was also a dark side to ghetto life. There was a lot of illegal currency running through the ghetto, primarily funded by smugglers. They had an active nightlife,
Then I let my gameplay do the talking. Respawn by Razor. Get lost in the game.
These are human societies filled with a tremendous breadth of human experiences and attitudes and postures, and we see everything happening in microcosm during the years of Nazi occupation. It's important to look at resistance here, although I'd like to come back to it later and discuss it in greater detail. The Warsaw Ghetto had one of the most remarkable acts of resistance that occurred in the spring of 1943. if you're paying attention, you'll know that that date is somewhat strange. The spring of 1943.
Haters are like cameras. They're so unoriginal.
What a population has been reported. In fact, that is the reality for reasons that I'd like to explore later. It was a tremendously heroic, largely symbolic effort by the Jews, and actually made a strong impact on other populations who were struggling with the Nazis as well. But it was
Haters are like cameras.
for the most part, the resistance in the ghetto was not
But I let my gameplay do the talking. Respawn by Razor. Get lost in the game.
Anyone had a revolver fired at Nazi soldiers passing through the ghetto,
It's late and I want to play an RPG. Please no backs. No backs? An RPG?
Resistance in the ghetto was a much smaller affair.
Were you
In some of
playing?
the ghettos, there was an active, organized resistance.
Yes.
We will come back to it later on.
It's like it's one of the island chains, Baines. And basically, we joke here in Hawaii that Vegas is one of their pork chops. Oh, but I have to commit to the bait. You do. Oh no, the rat. It wasn't just type rat. It's just rat now. Hey, pork chops, thanks for 100 bits. Thanks, shout out Jay, by the way. Go follow Jay.
Pays me. Heroism as the rabbi strove week after week to counsel the illegal business and to persuade them to remain strong in the face of such a totally wrong lifestyle that the Nazis represented. And these are conversations that are not more attention, but it's a very good question. Thank you very much. One of the phenomena that is so prominent in the study of the Einsatzgruppen massacres is the fact that it took so little for the Nazis to affect obedience in their populations, both their military populations and also civilian populations, and as we shall continue to see, among Jews as well. And it's remarkable that such a small number of people with the right kind of messaging and propaganda could leverage their size to have such deleterious impact on a broader population. And we'll see this over and over again as we delve into certain aspects of the Holocaust. But one of the most insightful glimpses we get into how this works on a psychological level is the infamous Milgram experiment. Maybe I should say famous, but famous for discovering something very negative about humanity. The Milgram experiment is actually the subject of several video documentaries. I strongly urge you to actually go and watch them. It's definitely worthwhile watching Stanley Milgram's own account of his experiment, which is published under the title Obedience. But for the sake of brevity and of an introduction, I want to take a couple minutes and just explain what the Milgram experiment was and what it teaches us about the Holocaust. Stanley Milgram was a scholar at Yale. In the early 1960s, he devised an experiment which would probably face a lot of challenges from institutional review boards today. But he was especially interested in trying to understand precisely our question: how did the Nazis manage to control such large populations? And so he created this experiment in which he wanted to see what it would take for a total stranger to be obedient enough to kill another human being. And let me explain exactly how he set up this brilliant experiment. First of all, he had two actors or accomplices play specific roles in the experiment, and the subject of the experiment was completely unaware that the other two people involved were in fact actors and were not who they claimed to be. The first was a doctor, someone who had the trappings of authority, like a white coat, and often, body posture, standing as opposed to sitting, and different kinds of things to generally convey authority. But these were all kind of like external trappings of authority. They were nothing really, demonstrated with credentials and so on. It just kind of gave off the aura of authority. Then he hired another person who would play a learner. And this was an actor who would pretend to be another subject off the street, such that the real subject, who was assigned the role of teacher, would think that the other person was similarly just off the street like he was. The subject was told by the doctor that they were going to conduct an experiment in learning where one person would be randomly chosen to be the teacher, the other would be randomly chosen to be the learner, and they would go through an experiment to see what effect, for example, a small electric shock would have on the ability to retain memory of a list of words. The assignment of which person was the teacher and which person was the learner was, of course, fixed, and the subject off the street was always given the role of teacher. And now, basically, what would happen is the teacher would be shown a device that looked like this, that had a whole series of switches, and under each of the switches was a label from mild to strong to extreme to danger XXX. And this was a machine that would deliver a small electric shock, and in fact, they would hook it up to the teacher, that is the real subject off the street, and let him sample a very, very light electric shock. And then what they would do is they would take the teacher, that is the subject, the person who thinks he is working with another subject, into another room where they would hook up the learner, who was, of course, an actor. And so all along, the subject who thinks he's being a teacher thinks he is going to be delivering electric shocks to the learner every time the learner makes a mistake. In the initial iteration of the experiment, the learner was placed in a different room where the teacher could hear the verbal responses of the learner, that is the actor, but they weren't actually live responses. They were pre-recorded responses that the teacher thought were live. And then this was conducted through a microphone, but later he would even be hearing him through the wall as he would be screaming. So what would happen is the subject, who thinks he's a teacher, would read a series of words, and then he would go back and read the first word of the pair, and the learner would have to repeat the other word in that pair. Every time the learner got it wrong, the teacher was supposed to deliver an increasingly large electric shock. The learner would object as they went through this ritual, and the learner would say, no, I don't want to do this anymore, let me out. And then towards the end of the experiment, the learner would simply go silent, as if it would sound like he had a heart attack or something. And the point of the experiment was that we wanted to see how long it would take before the subject, again, who was a total stranger off the street, doesn't realize that it's all a setup, doesn't realize that there are no electric shocks being delivered. We want to see how much an electric shock the subject would give before he gave up and said, I refuse to essentially kill another human being. Every time the subject would turn over to the doctor who was sitting in the room with him and say, I think something's wrong, I think we should stop, the doctor would have a series of responses like, the experiment requires you to continue, I take responsibility, the experiment must go on, all kinds of different things like that. And the subject would be persuaded with these simple statements, nothing more serious like, the experiment will be ruined if you don't continue. And we want to see, will the subject go through with it and deliver that deadly shock? What are the results? The results are terrifying. 65% of the subjects would deliver fatal shocks, meaning they would show distress, they would turn to the doctor saying, hey, I don't think we should do this anymore. But with the lightest of prodding, they would go back to the task. 65%, 2/3 of people off the street in the early 1960s in New Haven, Connecticut, Americans, were totally willing to kill police rangers. A terrifying result. It was a phenomenal application. Milgram took these results, which were mind-blowing. He had asked a lot of experts in advance what percentage they thought would actually go through with it. And experts said, oh, maybe a fraction of 1%, but not 2/3. So we tried many different variations. The experiment has been repeated in different countries, and it always comes back to that number. Around 2/3 of people are willing to do this. Now, you could get some variations. For example, if it was done, not on a campus of a college, which looks very respectable and, well-to-do, but if you did it, for example, in some strip mall or something like that, where it looked kind of sketchy, okay, then the results went down a little bit. Also, results went down the more you separated the victim from or the more you separated the learner from the teacher. So, for example, where the teacher was required to physically put the hand of the subject on a metal plate to receive the electric shock, then the compliance went down and so on. But the overall number, the base number, repeated over and over again in many countries, is about 2/3 of people are willing to actually deliver that electric shock. So again, I strongly recommend you go and watch it yourself because it is unbelievable. And it's worth seeing the faces of people as they deal with the moral conundrum. Should I deliver this electric shock for an experiment, the purpose of which is not especially important to me? And 2/3 of people will do it. The implications for the Holocaust are huge because we see that the Nazis were able to simply say, the country is depending on you. You must do your duty as a German. You must follow through with this experiment. Look, everyone else is doing it. And this breeds compliance among all populations. Also, the Nazis learned that the further away they could actually impose the violence, meaning if you weren't actually the person watching the people being gassed in the chambers, if you were rather someone who drew up the train schedules or someone who simply set up the distribution of stolen property, if your particular role in it was very far away from the actual moment of violence, compliance goes way up. Even though you know intellectually that something very bad is happening, it's easier to go along with it. These are terrifying results, which help us understand the psychological and sociological underpinnings of the Holocaust. Thank you very much for watching.
They're both profoundly powerful, and I really invite everyone listening to zoom out from the myopia of our lives and really consider that you are this radiant being born, who will die like the millions and billions of people that have come before you, and that we are all one in this humanity with this beautiful gift that we have of living and dying and everything in between.
The idea of the death camps is something so incredibly monstrous that we should spend a little bit of time thinking about the intellectual origins of the idea within the context of the Holocaust. And I want to say two things by way of introduction. But first off, we should be aware that there were really two different kinds of camps. Towards the end of the war, the distinction between them was blurred, but in the middle of the war, there's a very clear, bright line that separates the so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, and the Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps. They literally make into nothing camps. I've translated that as the death camps because these were camps which were not designed to hold prisoners, to hold, enemies of the state or perceived enemies of the state, antisocial criminals, people belonging to a different political persuasion and so on. These are camps which were designed exclusively or almost exclusively for the purpose of death, in order to take in living beings and squeeze every last resource out of them, whether it be a certain amount of slave labor or simply the natural resources of their hair or their gold teeth or their prostheses or their glasses, and then simply kill them. We'll look in a future video at the actual operation of the camps, but we're going to look now at the origin of the idea. The second thing that's important for us to remember is that the timing of the death camps is very clearly related to Operation Barbarossa. As Barbarossa progressed, we begin to see the idea of the death camp coming to fruition. Some historians have argued that the conception of the death camp really came about because Barbarossa succeeded beyond Hitler's imagination, that he had penetrated the Soviet defenses so easily and was able to murder so many hundreds of thousands of Jews and others with the machine gun fire of the Einsatzgruppen, that he said, as it were, well, what's stopping us from doing this more efficiently? Other arguments are that no, in fact, towards the winter, when we begin to see the death camps really getting into an experimental mode, with the winter and the slowing down of Nazi troops, there began to, kind of like emerge in Hitler's mind the germ of the idea that perhaps they would not survive the war as a whole, and that ultimately their defeat some years down the road was betrayed by the Russian winter. And so Hitler thought, as it were, if I can't win the war against the East, then at least let me win my war against the Jews. So either of those two possibilities has merit, and perhaps a combination of both of them. But let's look now at the idea of the death camps per se. As we mentioned in the second lecture of this series, the intellectual origin of the death camps was the notorious T4 program, named after an address, Tiergartenstrasse, that housed something called the Charitable Foundation for Cure and Institutional Care. And this is such a cynical type of euphemism, typical of the Nazi vocabulary. Really what this was all about was a Nazi plan to rid the German people of any other population that had any mental or physical deformities. As you see in this picture here, a propaganda picture from the era, Leben ohne Hoffnung, life without hope. And the Nazis essentially relegated all kinds of people with mental illnesses, with physical disabilities, with Down syndrome, and other types of disabilities as being life without hope, or, as they said in a different context, life unworthy of life. A horrific thing, even to repeat it, it makes me feel ill. But this plan was to take these people, children and then later adults, and to murder them. The plan ultimately hit a roadblock when there was objections, particularly from the church, when the word began to leak out that this is in fact what they were doing. But nevertheless, the idea of mass murdering a specific population, in this context, not necessarily Jews at all, but people with physical and mental disabilities, allowed Hitler to explore the idea of a more mechanized, systemized, bureaucratized murder. And they used gas, first carbon monoxide, as their weapon of choice. Here's another example that shows the way the Nazis thought of human beings in a transactional manner. This is a propaganda poster that describes a mentally ill person and how much it would cost to maintain his life in Germany. As if to say that these people who have life without hope, these people who are going through a life that is unworthy of life, look how much it costs society. We should not be paying this amount of money. They are not worth that amount of money. We begin to see the idea of the T4 methodology applied to Jews in two major areas. The first is an important conference that took place at a Berlin resort called Wannsee in this building, where Hitler's top officials gathered together a circle of men to decide how to put in place the so-called Endlösung, or the final solution. They were working with some experiments that I'll discuss in a moment as data for their plans, but this is actually the first clear and unequivocal indication that the Nazis planned to massacre all the Jews of Europe. Importantly, at this conference was Adolf Eichmann, shown here, and it was in many ways the architect of the actual mechanism of the Holocaust, the death camps in particular. And at this conference in January of 1942, he kept very meticulous notes that were later typed up. And as you can see here, this is one of the most chilling documents of the Holocaust. It's just a column of numbers, but what it represents is the estimate of the number of Jews that would have to be killed in order to achieve the goals of the Endlösung. And just the fact that the Nazis went about this with this kind of, bureaucratic and thorough and detailed, everything lined up, all the decimal points in a row, it's a terrifying look into what the Holocaust was really about. Here you can see the regions that were within the Nazi military framework. You can see the general Gouvernement prominently noted there with 2.2 million Jews. But also in this section, many countries that were not directly under Nazi control, or in fact not even under Nazi control at all. You can see England near the top of the list with 330,000 Jews. And look down the list a little bit, about 8 numbers, you have tiny Albania. The Nazis were actually going to hunt down 200 Jews in tiny Albania in order to fulfill their quota of the Endlösung. An absolutely chilling document that indicates the lengths to which the Nazis would go in order to fulfill their objectives. As I mentioned, the people who got together at Wannsee were not operating in a vacuum. They had been conducting experiments primarily in the use of gas vans to kill people, first under the T4 program, and then increasingly groups of Jews from the smaller ghettos in Eastern Europe, where they would essentially pile Jews into a van and close the back doors and reroute the exhaust into the cabin of the van, and then simply run it for several miles until finally the Jews would die of asphyxiation. So they began to think about using gas as a more mechanized and efficient way of killing large numbers of Jews. One of the first places where they put this into effect is in a small village in Poland called Chełmno. And Chełmno began its operation in December of 1941. By the time the Nazi Endlösung was under full sway, there would be 6 similar camps that were all active with the same type of idea and technology. Basically, they would be deporting Jews to Chełmno, unlike the Einsatzgruppen where the murderers came to the local populations. Here they would be taking the Jews who were largely collected in ghettos and deporting them to another site to process them more efficiently and ultimately to murder them. Here's a terrifying photograph I found on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, being separated from his family, and the family is saying goodbye to him, most likely never to see him. They would meet their end, not at this time in gas vans, but in the first stationary location for these gas chambers. We'll speak more about this in the next video and we'll look at the actual mechanism of death in the death camps. Thank you very much for watching.
Among this year's Kennedy Center honorees. President Trump announced the group set to receive this year's honors, who also include English actor Michael Crawford and disco singer Gloria Gaynor. This is the first group of honorees to be named since Trump took over the Kennedy Center as chairman. Trump also announced he'll host this year's ceremony. Dolly Parton sharing her reaction to the loss of.
We now come to the very nadir of the Holocaust, the death camps, which, as we mentioned earlier, is a translation of the term Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, literally making into nothing camps, which are distinguished from the so-called concentration camps, which were brutal, and people died in them, but primarily of abuse, such as malnutrition and overwork. In the death camps, by contrast, the people who were sent here, Jews and non-Jews, were simply processed for death. A small number were set aside for slave labor or other purposes, but the vast majority of them were simply brought to these factories in order to deprive them of all their natural resources, everything from their clothing, their glasses, their prosthetic limbs, their gold teeth, and ultimately even their hair and their life. That's what makes the death camps so distinct in the history of human warfare, is that this is really the first time that a modern state uses its bureaucratic might and its modern industrial technology in order to affect the cause of destruction, of death of human life. Something truly incomprehensible, and unfortunately it has set a precedent which is likely to reverberate throughout human history for the rest of time. This map indicates the major shift in priority of the Nazis from mobile killing squads, as we saw in the Einsatzgruppen, which brought the murder to the Jews and other populations, with the establishment of death camps, first experimentally in the fall of 1941, and then in a much more significant manner from the spring in 1942 on. The victims were brought to the death camps rather than the other way around. As you can see, there are 6 camps which are specifically identified as death camps. Several other camps would later be retrofitted to absorb the kind of functions of the death camps, including, for example, Dachau and Mauthausen, which we'll see shortly. The major differences in structure are the location of nearby facilities for transport, like railway lines, the creation of gas chambers, and crematoria for ridding the Nazis of the evidence of the bodies. But this map gives you an indication of how the death camps acted as a kind of a geographic black hole that would draw in the Jews through the Nazi rail lines to their deaths in Eastern Europe. The first stage in the process was so-called selection, where the Jews would be disembarked from cattle cars. Many corpses would be left behind on these frequently brutal, long train rides, in which sometimes they were so crowded that they could not even sit down properly, without any sanitation and very little ventilation or food or water. But the survivors would be disembarked and then would be processed in a line where they would have to pass by some Nazi officers. They would either signal them to move to the left, which indicated that they would be processed immediately for death, or to the right, where they would be selected for other purposes such as slave labor or medical experimentation. On occasion, some of the camps, like Treblinka, would make good use of sort of decoy techniques, such as the presence of a live orchestra made up of prisoners that would play lively music or concertos for the Jews as they were disembarking, in order to try and assuage their concerns that they were about to meet an uncertain fate. And the Jews were largely compliant with this process. We will discuss in the next unit instances of resistance, but for the most part, the process went very well from a Nazi point of view. Those who were selected for death would be disrobed, their hair would be shorn, they would typically be given shifts or uniforms that would only be worn for a very short period of time as they were marched to the gas chambers. In some cases, they were given towels and even soap to suggest that they were going for a regular shower or a delousing, when in reality they were going to their deaths. Their deaths would typically take place in a room which would later be filled with noxious gases of a pesticide known as Zyklon B. This is the interior of the gas chamber at Majdanek. In some places, the gas chambers were actually built underground. In other places, they were retrofitted into barns or other types of structures. And the most important thing from the point of view of the operation was that they could be easily vented after the Jews inside or other prisoners were killed, and then their bodies could be removed for the next processing. Here is a photograph also from Majdanek that shows the vent on the roof where the Cyclone Bay capsules would be dropped. In some cases, the gas chambers actually had to be heated so that the pellets would transform into a gas once they hit the warmer atmosphere. The final destination would be the ovens. The bodies were removed by other prisoners called Sonderkommando or Special Commando Squads. The prisoners would take out the dead bodies and bring them to these crematoria, which would operate day and night to try and rid the camp of the remains of the. This photograph is from Mauthausen. You can see that someone has lit memorial candles in the openings of them. There are other insignia from Austria and so on. The crematoria were notoriously unreliable, constantly breaking down, and quite often the bodies simply had to be burned out in the yard, as we see here in a clandestine photograph from the period. As I mentioned earlier, not everyone was immediately selected for processing to death. A small percentage were set aside for slave labor. They were housed in barracks like these here in Mauthausen. The street, by the way, is paved partially with the ashes of the victims that are killed in the gas chambers and then burned in the crematoria of Mauthausen, living under incredibly horrific circumstances, overcrowding, lack of sanitation, given a subsistence diet, which is primarily liquid in nature and makes the prisoners prone to diarrhea, very debilitating dysentery that dehydrates them. But the idea of the Nazis were that this slave labor was, highly replaceable, and it was easier to simply maltreat them and use them up until they expired. In fact, the literature from the camps describes the slow and steady decline of the prisoners until they reached kind of like a walking zombie stage. Camp rhetoric referred to these people as Musulmanen, which is literally translated from German Muslims. It's a derogatory term, but it's intended to refer to these Jews and other prisoners who have so lost their sense of self that they can no longer maintain the self-respect to even, comport themselves with normal conversation and so on. The Nazis actually tattooed the numbers onto their arms, and it was forbidden to refer to another prisoner other than by their number. They literally dehumanized them, making them into commodities by giving them numbers. The great writer Primo Levi has written about this in a very moving manner. All told, the treatment of the slave laborers who were working in a variety of factories and satellite camps around the main camp has been described by the historian Terence Desprez as an excremental assault. The Nazis actually pushed the camp prisoners back along the progress of human socialization, taking away every aspect of their individual identities. First their clothing, then their hair, then their names, and then even taking them through the childish stages to infancy, making it even impossible for them to prevent themselves from being soiled by their own waste. And this literal excremental assault wreaked havoc on their self-identity, their self-esteem, and ultimately led to their abandonment of normal self-respect. We'll have more to say about this in the next unit on resistance. Prisoners were also clearly marked by their status in the camp. You can see towards the bottom of this chart, various types of Jewish designations were given to them, attached to their clothing. The Star of David always indicated Jew, but depending on the combination of colors, they could be there also as political prisoners, or as criminals, or as even Jehovah's Witnesses Jewish, or as homosexual Jews, the pink triangle. The designation of the reason why a person was imprisoned in the camps was extremely important to the social hierarchy there, because the Nazis would draw on the local population to police itself. promoting certain members of the camp, typically from the criminal population, to a higher level as so-called capos, and they would receive privileged access to food and rest and work duties and so on. The scenes at the time of liberation give us a glimpse at how badly treated the slave laborers were. Most of them only survived a few months before expiring, and the ones who managed to make it to the very end of the war tended to be those Jews and other prisoners who were sent to the camps at the very end of the war, Hungarian Jewry in particular. You can see from the images of these young men how emaciated they are from the brutal treatment they've received as slave laborers. Finally, the Nazis used the slaves in the camps for infamous levels of medical experimentation on human beings. Shown on the left here is a photograph of children who were each part of a pair of twins. The Nazis were especially interested in identifying twins because then they could experiment on one partner of the pair and keep the other one set aside as a control. And so they engaged in all kinds of horrific experiments, removing lymph nodes and injecting chemicals and forced sterilization, all in an attempt to try to understand in a very primitive and crude and cruel manner the efficacy of their eugenics theories to build a master race. One of the most notorious of the criminals in this area is the man pictured at center here, Josef Mengele of Auschwitz, who was especially fond of working with children to try and determine how he could best improve the Nazi master race by experimenting on them. The Nazis also engaged in a wide variety of experiments that were associated with the war effort. One of the issues they had, for example, was Luftwaffe pilots being shot down over the Baltic Sea and freezing to death before they could be rescued. And so they experimented by dressing Jews in various suits and then immersing them in ice water for periods of time to see how they would survive the experience. Very cruel types of medical experimentation, which leaves open a major ethical question. What do we do with the meticulous records that have remained behind from these horrific and highly unethical experiments? We'll continue this series with a discussion of resistance to Nazism, both in the death camps and on a broader perspective as well. Thank you for watching.
Let's go to the phone. Start with Steve in Albany, New York.
I don't know how little crank now. Where your sister? Why you don't bring your sister to the NAF? I love her little badass. I be watching her videos when I'm in the bed.
Tell her pull up. She trying to get somebody for her music video that she went to shoot.
Resistance is among the most difficult subjects to achieve.
Hey, already fucked this area. Yo, man, y'all ban this nigga, bro. Ban this nigga, ban this nigga, ban this nigga. What's the word for him? I'm chilling for the love. I know hit that song records.
Why did they band together? Why did they not resist? And there is a temptation to read history backwards and to make really unfounded value judgments that do not take into account the kind of circumstances that would have led people to make the choices or fail to make the choices that they in fact did. On the other hand, we see some incredibly heroic moments of resistance, phenomenal resistance that's truly awe-inspiring, and there's another tendency as a result to give much more weight to those isolated incidents and to blow them out of proportion to the overall history that we're looking at. The elements of resistance in the Holocaust is actually really quite motivational and makes you feel good about humanity, especially after looking at the tremendously awful events of the Second World War. So we have to try to put it in context of how extensive was the resistance and to what degree did it actually happen. The impact. Unfortunately, the answer to both of those questions is not as very easy. But let us try and at least get some sense from the historical perspective of what can make us Jewish resistance to the Nazis during World War II. The first thing that is important to say is that resistance was barely widespread, remarkably so, especially when you compare the situation of the Jews to other populations that had considerably more freedom, even in Eastern Europe during this period. And we find elements of resistance in the darkest, deepest recesses of the Holocaust, uprisings in the concentration camps themselves, as studied for, like the Lincoln, and of course the Warsaw Ghetto, that I'd like to discuss a little bit later in this video. However, looking at a map like this, which does give you a sense of the scope of resistance, it is somewhat misleading. There was definitely elements of phenomenal resistance. And we see, for example, large numbers of young Jews joining partisans. And we saw earlier when Jews would, for example, escape from the Einsatzgruppen murders and run off into the forest. They would link up with other groups of dispossessed citizens, typically much younger, quite often affiliated with Soviet or pro-Soviet partisan groups. Sometimes, by the way, a very difficult issue of the various groups active in the forest. They may have mutually inconsistent national goals. Some who wanted to extend Soviet power, and others who wanted to extend a new nationalist identity. You see this particular with Ukraine, for example, where there were Ukrainian nationalist groups and there were Ukrainian Soviet groups and so on, and they did not always band together to utilize their resources effectively, and sometimes Jews were caught in the middle of this as well. But you do have examples of young people in particular joining these partisan groups and defending Jewish honor and Jewish blood quite heroically. You also have some truly moving examples of Jewish resistance, like the heroic and tragic story of Anna Senech, who was actually living safely in Israel. She was a Hungarian woman who moved to Israel, and yet perceiving the danger to her co-religionists back in Hungary, she agreed to cooperate with the Allied resistance and had herself paratrooped back into Hungary, where unfortunately she was caught by the Nazis and tortured, but did not betray any of her comrades, and she was eventually put to death. She was a remarkably talented young poet and had a phenomenal amount to offer the world, although her life was tragically cut short. So we have examples like this of phenomenal heroism, but in the main, it tends to be rather late in the war, for reasons that I hope to discuss shortly. It tends to overwhelmingly involve young people rather than people who are already in leadership positions in the Jewish community. And it tends to be symbolic in nature more than anything else. There's very little thought in the mind of the resistance that they could actually strike a death blow at the Nazi regime. But there is always a feeling that they could make a statement, and in fact they did. The Warsaw Ghetto uprising in particular was a beacon of hope for many other oppressed peoples, because people looked at it and said, if the Jews were trapped inside a ghetto without access to munitions and communication and so on, if they're able to rise up and hold on to German army for so long, even though their resistance was ultimately doomed, it nevertheless sends a message of hope to many other peoples and inspires them to rise up as well. So, bearing in mind these caveats, that Jewish armed resistance in particular tends to be rather late in the war and tends to involve younger people rather than people who are somewhat older in leadership positions. And finally, that it tends to be symbolic in nature. Let's have a deeper look at what resistance might have meant. Early scholars of Jewish resistance who were looking for, especially in the environment of the newly formed state of Israel in the late 1940s and early 1950s, we're looking for, these heroic stories like Hannah Senech and others, where we're hoping to find, really amazing examples. And they did find them, but not nearly as many as the overwhelming bulk of stories that spoke of Jews simply being slaughtered by Jews. And so a broadening of the idea of what it meant to resist the Nazis began to penetrate this realm. Many scholars came up with more sophisticated understandings of the nature of resistance that not only help to explain many of these troubling aspects of Jewish resistance, but also how to explain the relative failure of most people in Europe who conducted resistance against the Nazis. And that includes, obviously, not only the imprisoned peoples of Eastern Europe, but also Western European populations who had far more freedom to the values of organized and so on. And even German citizens in the 1930s, early in the war, was more opportunities to organize resistance and nevertheless failed to do so. But the kinds of elements that go into resistance help us get a better sense of what Jewish resistance meant.
Love you, mate. Congrats on your tumor, kid. 20 spins your life.
Actually compares quite favorably. Doris Bergen, who wrote a very important study of the Holocaust, defines resistance as anything which is meant to thwart the will of the Nazis and carry the risk of punishment. So that has a much broader sense of what resistance could mean and would allow a much larger proportion of society to honestly say they're participating in resistance, although very few of them would actually take up arms and actively fight the Nazis. For example, we see it in the Warsaw Ghetto with the organization of tremendous self-help institutions, despite the overwhelming threat of the Nazis and their obvious desire to massacre all the Jews through slow starvation. The fact that Jews in the ghetto would organize themselves to establish, for example, orphanages and even cultural institutions like libraries and theaters, that they would even establish medical services and an underground medical school to try and cling tightly to life, even as the Nazis were trying to strip it away from them. And we see some phenomenal individuals who are truly inspirational, like the very gentle Janusz Korczak, who was not as well known by his real name, Henry Goldschmidt, was one of the most popular children's book authors of the early 20th century, who had a deep and abiding commitment to the welfare of children, so much so that he was actively involved in caring for the children in the ghetto and ultimately went along with them to their deaths in Treblinka. This is certainly an act of resistance, even though it is expressed as an act of caring rather than an act of violence. This kind of resistance can be expressed in a spiritual manner as well, which I'd like to address in the next lecture. Perhaps the greatest example of Jewish resistance, something that truly is outstanding in the history of World War II, is the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And many people imagine those horrific scenes of the buildings burning as the Nazis brought full force of their army to bear on a few tens of thousands of the surviving and starving ghetto denizens. And the photographs like this of Nazi stormtroopers holding armed weapons against young, terrified children. This is really what it meant to defy the Nazis. And we should understand, however, that when you look carefully at the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, a couple of things stand out. First of all, the rebellion occurs in the spring of 1943. And we know that the ghetto was largely destroyed in the previous summer of 1942. The resistance to the Warsaw Ghetto, the uprising, which had phenomenal success, which was remarkably heroic, but once again largely symbolic, because the Jews of Warsaw had little hope of actually dislodging the Nazis from Warsaw. It only took place among those few tens of thousands that were remnants from the great deportations of the previous summer. As you'll recall, the Nazis had given work permits to a certain number of Jews to be slave laborers in Warsaw rather than having them shipped off to death at Treblinka. And it was among these and those who may have hidden out, like children hiding behind walls and in the sewers and things like that, who mounted that resistance against the Nazis. Why then? Why not earlier when the Jews had so much of a numeric advantage? And we can also extend this discussion much further back. Why in 1943? Why not in 1939? Or why not among Germans in 1933? Why does it take so long for people to get to the point of actual armed resistance? So there's a few important things we should bear in mind. The First is that the Nazis made tremendously effective use of a policy of collective punishment. It was not at all unusual that if, for example, there was a small act of resistance that emanated from a particular apartment block, the Nazis would go in and would murder everyone in the apartment block. Or they would arrest all of the men and then kill them while they were under arrest in prison. There was like a sense that if one got caught resisting, then punishment would devolve not only on oneself, but upon one's family and one's neighborhood. So people were terrified, really, for the entire community, and there was internal pressure not to resist, not to stand out. Secondly, and related to this, is a very strong generational difference. The leadership, which is typically composed of people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and older, the traditional rabbinic leadership, the traditional establishment leadership in the Kibbutz, they had no experience with any of this. And the kind of like long historical memory of the Jews in diaspora was, to essentially wait it out, pay off the oppressors, pay the necessary bribes, just behave, don't stand out, and eventually it will go away. Eventually the community will survive. And this particular approach, which has largely worked for thousands of years, was not ready for the nature of the Nazi onslaught, which was total in nature. And finally, this leads to something which some historians call the Hilbert thesis, which was a failure of imagination, related to the idea that Jews had had a pretty long strategy of what one of my students once called the feed or flee strategy of Jewish existence, that either you pay off your attackers or you run away. There was a failure to imagine that the Nazis might represent something radically different, that they were not interested in.
Yeah, we're back, Big Dog. That's how you know it is a big UFC week. Let's go. UFC 319's coming to Chicago, and it is a barn burner. And the good thing for us, because we do these around big pay-per-views, if you guys are watching this and listening, that's my boy Jesse.
So these three things taken together certainly help us understand a lot more about Jewish resistance. And in reality, many of these things can be applied equally well.
Yeah, we're back, Big Dog. That's how you know it is a big UFC week. Let's go. UFC 319's coming to Chicago, and it is a barn burner. The good thing for us, because we do these around big pay-per-views, if you guys are watching this and listening, that's my boy Jesse, a.k.a. Jesse on Fire. We're here to break down all the Real Housewives of the UFC news going on. And we're fortunate because this week, with the big announcement, probably the biggest announcement in a hot second for the UFC, maybe ever. Let's discuss that because it's bigger than the ESPN announcement. There's been a few like flagship milestones in the history of the UFC. This one's big. Don't get me wrong. This one's massive. So those of you that don't know, that are just casuals and not paying attention to social media and just media in general, the UFC announced a 7-year deal with Paramount Plus and CBS for $7.7 billion a year. There's the broadcast rights, which is insane. And that's only in America. So you're not even talking about the money that we get international. It's massive. And when those deals are up, I think Paramount and CBS are trying to snatch that up to like the one-trick pony,
members of his family until November of 1943,
so with the UFC announcing this Paramount deal,
in the context of a larger uprising,
$7.7 billion.
maintained this steadfast commitment to
my
his
show on
faith
Monday Shop Show, and I didn't see him
to his followers to help encourage them and help them find similar strength to go on. Nevertheless, his wartime writings
my initial reaction is, holy shit, Dana's done it again. Kudos to Dana. It's insane.
Theological, philosophical meaning of the Nazi
overall, this is
onslaught,
an awesome thing for the sport. If you're a combat sports fan, this couldn't turn out any better. It's fantastic.
The story of the Rebbe's
They're
writings
on
is intimately
major
wrapped up
network TV
with
with
the base
CBS. They got
after
4
an
years,
annual
4 big
Lincoln
boys,
shown here.
and then
A young historian
fan
back in the
too,
Warsaw
you're
Ghetto
not
was
paying
very
$90 a month on top of the ESPN
that
Plus
this was something
payment.
completely
So
unheard of
you're
in
saving
human
money.
history.
So it
And
goes
so
from
he organized
paying
early
whatever is
on
$80
an
plus
organization called
membership to
Oneg
ESPN
Shabbos,
Plus. Let's say
the
$100
Delight
even
of Shabbos, which was a
basically it's probably
clandestine
like
archive that was
the
designed
CBS
to
ones are
document
free,
as much as
and you get
possible
all of
the
the
nature of
Paramount
the
content
Nazi
with
occupation
payment
in
if you are
Warsaw.
just a UFC
He
guy.
gathered to
Paramount's
himself a
awesome.
group of very dedicated amateur historians called samplers, or collectors, who would go out and would, make notations of what was happening and collect documents, journals, newspapers, posters, and bring all of these materials together for the future historian, like yourself, to be able to understand what exactly happened in the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto. Among his historical disciples was Rabbi Shimon Ugelbach, shown here in his German identity papers, who was specifically tasked with observing the life of religious Jews in Warsaw. You should recall that a significant minority of Jews in Warsaw were observant, but not a majority. So this is a subset of the overall population. They collected their writings, and in the context of the deportations of the summer of 1942, they realized that it was likely that the members of Oneg Shabbos would not survive. And so they put all of their writings in a number of containers and buried them underground in 3 locations in Warsaw. Members of Oneg Shabbos often penned their own last will
like, I was a fighter. Of course I think about fucking fighter.
Yeah, it's caches of documents that they buried
like the reason I left the UFC is because of fighter pay.
After the war, only a few of them survived, and
I don't
because
keep harping on fighter
they
pay,
maintained
but when something like this comes up, like,
groups and
right, that's probably
in order to avoid
it's also
having
common
to
sense,
divulge the
you know, like I was telling you beforehand, like
if they were
the tape that you
captured
had
and
about
tortured.
why fighter pay
Only
is
one
going
of
to
the
be,
locations
or
was
like,
able to be identified.
anybody who has
And that was in
high hopes for this
1946.
impacting fighter pay in a positive way is out of their mind. It's my, it was my exact take, like literally my exact take, because it's like
the documents
current state,
water
or
damaged,
you know, like for the rest of 2025, they still are supposed to try to maximize pay-per-view buys, and they do that with stars, and they're being held accountable to the number of buys they sell. They have no quota, like they can, there's no buying, there's no pay-per-view buys. They deliver a product that you know, their deliverable is going to be a certain number of championship fights. They'll deliver that to someone who gives a shit whether or not it sells, because there's no one who's holding them accountable to a certain number of buys. The numbers are going to be bananas no matter what, because if you have a Paramount membership, why would you not watch it? And the numbers are going to look so fucking good, because all the people who have been stealing it for the last however many years are going to be watching it on Paramount. So it's going to look like they're going to be like, this is the biggest jump in viewership in the history of the world. It's like, well, you took all the people who are streaming it for free, and now you put them on Paramount. The numbers are going to look absolutely insane. But they don't need, like, what leverage do you have if you are one of the fighters to try to negotiate? You have the leverage and all that's gone in. Again, it's great for the families. I think it's actually good for the sport and the health of the sport in the long run, because it was a dying model. Like, I think we've reached capacity here in America. But now that it's available to everyone, it's actually going to grow that. And I think to that point too, the pay-per-view model is kind of old. I never thought UFC would give up the pay-per-view model. Like when they were talking about like the rumblings of signing with Netflix, you know, they keep their pay-per-view. I was told by someone pretty close to the UFC, like that was the original plan. And then Netflix goes, we want all the fights, but we don't want the Apex stuff. And I heard that too. Yeah. So UFC was like, okay, that's not going to work.
As we saw earlier, one of the
shows at
things
the
the
Apex,
Nazis
which they
did
expanded
when they
Apex
first
to 5
came
to
into
10,000, which is
Warsaw
awesome.
is
Just
they
exactly what they
toyed
should do.
with
When did that
religious
that was
Jews
Apex. That was
cutting off
Apex
their
2 months ago.
beards,
To expand it to
setting
5 to
fire
10,000,
to
you need
their
to increase it by
forelocks, their tails, things like that. Many of them took photographs of this descent onto their
There's
girlfriend
like 40, 50
and so on.
people
So
there now.
the
So,
Rebbe
you know, this
addressed
UFC
himself
clearly has money to
to
build out.
the self-image
Again, all
of
this
these
is
Jews
positive. All
who
this is
had
positive.
grown these
When I
beards
hear
all
this
their life,
stuff,
and all of a sudden they were clean shaven,
so
and
no
they felt
pay-per-view. So
at
just
a
so that
loose
you
ends
don't
with
know the way
themselves. They
this model
felt as
works.
if they could not
If
recognize themselves.
John
And so we already
Jones.
connected that
Let's
to
use
two
John Jones
different
gets my streaming
levels of
pay-per-views.
exile
And I'm
from the
negotiating
Torah
with
that's
the
mentioned
his
in
managers
the
doing John Jewish
Torah
Well, I'm
on
calling
Parshat
McGregor.
Torah.
Talking about
And
big
so
boy
when
pay-per-views.
you read
They
the
can
Torah,
go
the
in
section of the
negotiations, go to UFC, go,
prophetic
look at this.
writings that are read in
This
synagogue,
is what
and they would
eyeballs
see
I bring
themselves in it and find
minimum
strength
pay-wise.
thereby.
And so let's say
Another
it's
example
$40 million
was
in pay-per-view
when
sales
the
and
Jews were
merch and advertising.
ordered
So
to
I know I'm
build
worth for
the
this.
ghetto
Here's your
walls
baseline. Yeah,
around
here's what I'm
themselves.
not asking for the
He
gate
read
and all
a
that stuff, but I
midrash
know I'm worth
that
around
occurs
this.
in that particular
All that's gone.
reading
Now,
of the week that speaks
this only
about
affects about
treasures found
1%
in
of the UFC.
the
That's all
leftover
it does.
walls
So
of the
when I'm talking about fighter pay,
pre-Israelite Canaanite inhabitants
it's
of the
really,
land of
yeah, it
Israel.
really only
That
affects, let's
the walls
call it even about
themselves,
1% of
you know,
the
they
UFC.
look like there's something wrong
For
because
the
they have been afflicted by
majority
a
of fighters,
plague and
they're going to
saras.
make more
But when
money.
you knock
Yes.
down the
Oh,
walls,
everyone's
you
going to make
find
more
that they
money.
actually have
But
hidden
and
blessings.
there's no
As if to
complaint.
say
It's
to the
just
Jews,
something
we
to bring
don't know
up and
what
talk
this
about.
means. It seems
Is
like
with
it's
that
entirely
pay-per-view
bad.
model
But
being
you know what?
gone,
It could have
there's
some
no
good
more
buried within it.
life-changing
We just
money.
have to
Meaning
try
Connor
and
made fuck
dig
you
deeper
money. Connor
into
made
the
life-changing money
traditional
where
understanding.
they made sure
And
that never happened
another
again.
example,
Yeah, they're like, that guy has
the
too much power.
entire
John Jones made
series,
life-changing money.
every
There's
single
certain guys
week,
that
he
make
is
life-changing money.
providing more
So
and more
that's
examples
gone.
of
So
ways
it's only
to
affecting
read
1%.
the Torah,
On
to
the
see
other side
oneself
of that,
in
why
it,
this is
and
great,
to understand how
is
ultimately there
I
would
can
be a
guarantee the
redemption.
UFC's going
One
to
of my
raise fight.
favorite passages
Guaranteed, for
was
sure, they're going to do it.
June of
So
1940.
they're going to do it. So let's say they double everything. Let's say they double
speaks
everything.
about the Jews
They give so if they were
first
double it, it's
encountering
like
the land of
bring
Israel
up that
after
when
Egyptian
John Nash
bondage.
put out. This is
And
brilliant.
the spies come
So
back
they
and
double
report how
everyone's
it's
contracts is
hopeless,
sorted.
it's
So they're going to double. So
impossible
it says
that
New
people in
Deal. This
Israel
is John
are
S. Nash. I
giants,
love it. It is
fortified
at
cities
Hay,
will
not
never
face. So it
conquer
says
this
New
land
Deal
and
adds on
enter it.
average
And
$600
this
million a
happened
year.
to be
They're
read
going to raise the bonus to
immediately after the
75K.
news
That
that
adds
France had
4.3
fallen.
million total
When
fighter pay.
Paris fell,
Then make
and
a minimum of
Nazis
14 or
reached the
14.
high
That's $10
water
million
mark
more
of
across the board. So
their
right now I think
expansion
it's
in
7
Western
7
Europe
for
and
kids
Canada.
around contender
That,
cities
you
and
know,
shit
many
like that,
Jews
which
were
makes sense. And
despairing,
we can get into that.
but nevertheless, the
So
section of
the
Rebbe
minimum is 14 or
returned
14.
to the Parsha and said, read the
Redo
Parsha
pay-per-view
carefully.
contracts, replace the
Just like
pay-per-view,
the
and increase
Jews,
guarantees for the
some
top
of them
20.
were complaining that they
60 million.
can't possibly, you know,
So it's
enter the
still
land
good.
of Israel,
Then you
and yet they
raise
did in
total
fact
fighter
enter
pay
it.
by
They did in fact conquer
33%.
the land. They did in fact settle
But
there.
their share of
So
revenue
too
falls from
will
16
we
to 15%.
eventually
So this
defeat
makes sense. So
Satan.
right now
And
across
that's
the
the
board,
message that he
compared to
consistently
other
delivered,
leagues, and the
that
UFC is not the
redemption
NFL,
was
not
at
the
hand.
MLB. So
Tremendously
to
well
say it should be
of
50-50,
spiritual
just that's not the
resistance,
fight
of a
business.
leadership
If
to
they
provide
double
hope
their
to
pay,
Yo, Zam, how you living, pimp?
they're only giving up 15% of revenue.
If there
So
was a
I
breaking
guarantee.
point in the
Zam.
Rebbe's own thought, it certainly came in the darkest.
Zam, can you hear me? What's up, son? How are you? How'd you find out about me, big dog? How'd you find out about me?
In San Andy, when it was chat, there was like an ad for your server.
Oh, was it from Kick?
Yeah, Kick.
Oh, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Zam, I don't know. Is there anything wrong with your microphone?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So did you say I could tell you about myself? Okay, excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I do so because I don't want war anymore. Have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie Truman Show, Sam? Was that a yes? Okay, excellent. I take that you had seen the Truman Show. Well, that's essentially what I am. I'm live 24 hours a day on more than 20 different YouTube streams. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And if you didn't know this, in 2018, 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. Data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and that means that it's become like gold or like petroleum. And I have more data online archived than any person ever. which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Zam, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth. And I really want it so that you'll be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Zam?
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate be able to drink. I am an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about some things that I feel are going to change the world, specifically in the realm of futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, Santa Claus machines, things like invisibility cloaks, quantum computing. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing task. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Joe Rogan's met them. The direwolves are about a year old. I am someone who talks about things that really I want to benefit your life. When you were born, Zam, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. If you want, with your consent, I want to be able to increase that through life extension technology, such as things like perhaps, if you want, artificial limbs, things like perhaps human growth hormone, stem cells, things like peptides, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, nootropics, really things that are going to increase your average life expectancy. And that's all with your consent. But you may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. You were able to make all the things come true like you said you would. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. You may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, again, with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Zam. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to experience a future of perhaps a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, that ain't stuff.
Word, dog. So that's what I do. And I've dedicated my life to this. I currently have more than 20 YouTube channels going. If you look in the upper left corner of this server, I've got an About Me if you want to read my AMA if you're interested. I've got a link to YouTube. If you look at that link to YouTube, you'll see I'm live on over 22 different YouTube channels. I have more social media than any person ever. This is like the world's biggest treasure hunt. It is basically a time capsule or a timeline of human society going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever, and it's really, I'm finding that this project is blossoming. I get more new people who are joining the server every day. It's just a matter of time until it blows up. And when it does, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. How's that sound, Sam?
Yeah, that sounds good. I gotta get back to work, but I should fix my microphone and come back. I'm interested in talking to you again for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely, please. I don't want anything from you. Just tell your friends. That's the best thing that you can do. And most importantly, aside from all the things that I talk about, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and just most importantly, to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, Sam, I'm here for you. Okay?
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Good talking to you, man.
Good talking to you as well. Pleasure to meet you. Take care, Sam. Peace.
Sorry.
Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp? Just had somebody come in here and say hello. How are you?
Hello.
What's good with you?
What do you think of star signs?
Of star signs?
Yeah, zodiac.
Of what?
But zodiac.
Yeah, as an Orthodox Jew, we don't generally get into the zodiac. There are some people who do, but the more conservative of us stay away from it. So, what I can tell you is I think that it is interesting, and perhaps what I can say is that there may be some correlation with people during the time of the year that they're born, and perhaps the location as well. But when it comes to any kind of fortune telling or prophesizing based on that, we do our best to stay away from it.
I don't know the personality. The time of year you're born really defines your personality. What I think happens is people read into these things, and then they can find people like them because they're reading into things. You know, what I found with zodiac signs is when another person believes in the zodiac sign compatibility, then they start believing it.
That could absolutely
it's
be.
kind of all in the head.
Absolutely. Kay Cato, how are you? How'd you find out about me, Kay Cato?
We've talked on multiple times.
Yeah, I remember you. Yeah. You're the. Yeah. So how's your day going?
It's going alright. I was getting ready for bed.
Absolutely. I'm glad that you're here. Anything new in your neck of the woods? If I recall, you did we meet in the e-girl world server?
No. I joined from the Wall Street Access.
Oh yeah, that's right. Absolutely. So what's new? How are your investments?
My investments are doing well. I've mostly just sold everything and just left it in like a more just left it in like cash to get the Robinhood 4.5%. I just can't actively manage right now. Because school's starting up, and I'm working full time now. I got promoted at my job.
How's that going for you? Congratulations, Mazel Tov.
Yeah, I'm gonna be working 5 days a week and then going to college together too. Literally like busy, and then I have online classes as well that are like asynchronous. So I'm killing myself, but it's all worth it. No debt, college paid for by work. How are you doing?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. Do you have any big plans for your weekend?
This will be my last weekend. I actually have like a break without having to work the entire weekend. So I might hang out on my friend's houses. I'm not sure. I'll probably do drugs. I got addicted to opioids in the meantime since we last spoke. So I've been doing that a lot.
That's tight. What do you plan on doing?
I'm like, I mean, it's hard for me to like actually get anything. I don't really have a plan. I just stocked about 7 out before they banned it where I live.
Okay.
So I just do that.
Are you excited to do that?
Put in like a little syringe and then just like administer it annually. Makes it a lot more bioavailable, waste less to that.
There you go, big dog. So you're going to do that this weekend? Is that what you said? There you go. Did you say you're going to do that this weekend? That's tight.
All I fucking do is eat chips and count down the hours. Why did I log on so early? I hate being on here fucking forever. God damn it! You fucking eat this shit! I think I shoved the Q-tip too far in my ear. Why are you fucking cleaning yourself right now?
You're going to be able to find it? Are you going to be able to?
Oh no, I use needles for medication, not like.
Honestly, it makes you feel like you're in a movie. It's like, cue the music. This moment is here. I feel the breeze on my skin. And the more that we can realize that our lives are these beautiful movies, and that we're far more in control than perhaps we often give ourselves credit for, the more enjoyable the film of our lives will be.
Go to Scott, Costa Mesa, California. Scotty, go ahead. Hey guys, yeah, I'm calling to sort of, I don't want to have the show on a down note, but I'm dealing with my own health issues and whatnot. But I'm so grateful for my existence and for when I was young, I was a nature kid and watched the metamorphosis of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, a tadpole turning into a
moment of the Holocaust for the Jews of Warsaw, and that would be the summer of 1942.
Which they're going to double their salary, which is good.
That year,
Which is so again, the 99% are going to double their salary, which is awesome. So I'm talking about this pay-per-view, blah 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 shit. That's really only affects about 1%. If they look at the 1% of the movers and shakers. If they double everybody's contracts, dude, Dana's going to have for all, even like, because lots of guys, like guys who have a name that are not guys who have leverage to negotiate, and they're making 180, 180. You tell those motherfuckers are making 360, 360 starting next fight, you're going to have a line of people at Dana's office to fucking suck them off. They're going to be so. If that's what's going to happen. If that's what happens, they kind of have to, because let's say UFC signs this $1.1 billion a year deal, right? We're going to get it for 7 years. Let's say UFC did nothing,
shortly thereafter, he would give his
then you're going to start an issue. Then the rumblings and the antitrust lawsuits, they're aware. They just paid one out. Trust me. They just paid one out. They're aware. Oh, yeah, that's right for that? Yeah. They're aware of this, so they know that. They're very aware of like the way this looks, the alley that they're trying to get going, all that stuff. So they know they're gonna have to increase. And also, it's even if they double it, it's only 50% of revenue. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, here's the argument. People go, well, MLB's 50-50, NBA's 50, whatever, NFL's 50-50. This is combat sport. You gotta open the books to know where the money's being spent, to know whether or not whether the percentage is even a. I mean, it's not a 1-to-1. It's not 1-to-1. The argument to that is, remember, this is only the TV. You know how much UFC makes in endorsements? Look at the looks like an ascot. You know how much they make at the gate? You know how much they make international? So if they could I assume they can afford 50-50. I don't think I'd probably pay my own fucking business. I have no idea what their housekeeping is like. I don't know the finance. They have a lot of shit. So my thing with the UFC is the rule, and this is where they fucked up. Like, we're not the same as MLB, NBA, you're not the MLB, you're not the NBA. UFC has been the only combat sports organization in the history of fighting to have profit. For all this time, not only profit, but insane profit. So I don't think, and it's just what it is, it's the fight business, it's a dirty business. 50-50 is not realistic. Other organizations have tried that, they go out of business. So I think the UFC, keep doing what you're doing. That's all I'm saying. What they're doing is fucking working. I don't want to go away. I don't want to go away. The fighters don't want to go away. They're the only show in town. There's no other show. So this is tough pill to swallow for myself being a former fighter. 15%, that doubles everyone's pay. I'm all right with it. And if the 1% isn't making whatever it is, $30-40 million a year, and they're making 20, okay, yeah. This isn't like across the board. This isn't a bad thing. No. His writings have been translated. A fantastic thing. If Dana just with a swipe of the pen doubles everybody's contract, that is going to be like shit. The conversation is fighter pay is over as far as I'm concerned. You double it like that. I mean, so let's say Dana tomorrow announces, hey, everybody's paying. Everyone's like, yay, hurrah.
Well, I slept pretty late today, so I'm going to be up like all night.
My internet cut out, so I don't know if you answered my question.
What'd you say, big dog?
What's your opinion on drugs?
Dude,
What do you think about drugs?
I'm for the decriminalization. I'm actually for the legalization.
Oh, do you do any of them ever?
All of them as much as I
Or
can.
is it just like a principle?
Both.
What's your favorite?
LSD.
Oh, I want to try that. My friend, my friend has tried like haven't gotten into it. I really like DXM. That should be fun.
Do your part. Purchase items made from renewable or recycled content and recycle whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Mullen, here to talk to you about
What's some cool stuff that's happened in your life recently?
I'm just building robots, man. That's what I do. I've had a lot of growth in the server, which has been great.
That's really cool. I'm happy for you.
Thanks, big dog. How about you? What's
You're Jewish, right?
100%? What's good that has happened with you?
Honestly, not a lot. My life's kind of falling apart. I mean, besides my promotion is good. My relationship with my boyfriend's family.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's long distance and it's really hard, and I feel like I'm wasting both of our youth with it. Because, like, it's not gonna last long term realistically, and we're just like avoiding like being with other people.
All right.
I feel like it's not healthy.
How far away is he?
He's like a couple states away.
Have you ever met in real life?
Not yet. It's been like 7 months.
Oh, you've never met in real life?
Yeah, I know, it's so weird. Like, all my other relationships we've met up within like a week. It feels like online. So like, this is like my first one. Like my first one since I was like, I don't know, 14 or something. That's been like mostly online. It's so weird. I don't like dating people. But I was really lonely and kind of found myself in this relationship, and now I kind of feel stuck in it. And I like him a lot, and I don't want to hurt him. So I don't know what to do, really. But I know it's not going to last.
Okay, well, did you tell him how you feel?
Yeah, I told him about this.
And what did he say?
Thanks for letting me know. He said thanks for letting me know that's rough, and we kind of didn't talk about it. We're just kind of ignoring the issue.
You're
I don't really want to talk about it either. Like, he kind of had to try that out of me. Because like last week, I've been depressed and I really talk about it.
Okay, so why don't you say to him, yo, dog, it's been real, it's been fun, peace out. If you're ever in my neighborhood, we can hang out, and then just go find yourself a new dude.
Because I know that's going to hurt him a lot.
All right.
I care about him as well.
Well, I mean, I understand you think it's going to hurt him, but is there anything that you can do for him to perhaps like come visit you?
I was going to visit him, but my mom just had surgery. So that plan kind of failed. And it's like really expensive after the reach. It's also like a little complicated. Like, he doesn't want to introduce me to his family, which is kind of like a huge red flag. I guess he wants to like be a faggot and not let him know kind of stuff, and it's like.
Does his family know that he's gay?
I don't think so.
All right, well, that's probably why. So can't you explain to him, like, hey, man, maybe in the future when you're like more comfortable with your sexuality, with your family, it's not even their business, but Maybe just when you're more independent, you can come visit me and we can fuck or whatever. But in the meantime, I need to move on.
Oh, my internet's like dying.
You okay, big dog?
Yeah, I don't know. It's rough. It's also I'm like the only one in the relationship, which is really weird for me. It's like a new thing.
Why are you the only one in the
Like,
Why are you the only one in the relationship?
no, I'm the older one. I'm the older one.
All right. So how old are you versus how old is he?
Well, I'm 20. He was 19. Now he's also 20. But he like just turned 20.
All right. So you guys are super young. You've never even had like legal um alcohol. So you should. Are you on Grinder?
No, I don't do that.
Why not?
I have ever since I turned 18, I've been in relationships. I haven't been single for more than like 2 weeks. That's nothing.
All right. If I were you, I mean,
That's not true. I've been single for a month. But
why don't you
I was just a friend.
why don't you find some like older rich dude to spoil you?
I don't know. I don't know how to do that.
Dog, you go on Grinder. I mean, I don't know. I've never used it, but I imagine it's like Tinder, and you put in your profile looking for casual hookup and possibly more, ideally with an older established man who's looking for fun. And you'll get like 10 billion fucking people dudes who want to fuck you. Again, I have no knowledge of this. I just know how it works on Tinder. And you're basically like a hot chick, except for Grinder. And so I'm just imagining, like, if you're a hot chick put out there, like, hey, looking for an established man who wants to fuck and possibly more, she'd have everybody on the fucking app. And so you will basically have the same, just as a dude. I mean, why don't you just download Grinder right now and see who's you could probably have some dude have sex with you in the next 15 seconds if you were on Grinder.
I don't know. It's also like it's also a little more complicated because I am a tranny, so it's like a little bit.
All right. So what do you mean by that? Do you still have a penis?
Like, yeah.
All right. Do you like to have dudes stick their dick in your butt, or do you like to stick your dick in their butts?
I prefer to bottom.
Okay, so then like that's like 50% of the guys on Grindr are gonna think that you're like the best thing in the world. Well, you never know until you try. Dog. Seriously, I'm gonna stay here. Download Grindr. Yo. Okay, so dudes are gonna love you. Download Grindr. I'll wait here. And
And also like,
dude, it's not scary.
I don't really want to download Grindr while I'm in a relationship still.
Dog, you're not in a relationship. This is like a pen pal who you're never gonna meet until you guys are like 25. So
Not real.
for real, I mean, so you should just tell the guy as soon as possible. Even right now, you can just send him a message. Hey, I think it's best that we remain friends. And if you're ever in my neighborhood or we're in a common area, let's date because I really like you or whatever. But for now, I'm going to just see other people. And it just has to be a straightforward message. Communicate that. You send that message right now. And then you download Grinder and you'll be fucking a dude within an hour if you want. And if you don't want that, then you put a serious profile out there that, hey, I'm a transgender person who prefers to bottom. A gay guy doesn't really care about that. They're just looking to be able to stick their dick in something. And if you like to have your butt get fucked, they don't care if you're transgender, if you're a chick, if you're a regular homosexual man. They don't care.
I guess so. But I mean, I really like this guy. Like, I mean, we've been like together for like 7 months. We've been talking for like almost a year.
Okay, then can you go visit?
Like, I feel just so bad about the guy. Like,
Okay,
I
then.
don't know. Like we talk to each other like 8 hours a day, every day, like since then.
Okay, so then why don't you go visit him?
Well, the reason at first was I was scared of committing to a guy that's so far away. So before I like got in a relationship, I'm like, hey, you have to get a job before like I even say we're gonna like eat or anything. And then he like got a job, and then I'm like, before I see you in person, you have to like be in college. But he missed the deadlines for it, so he didn't like go to college yet. So like that's kind of why I haven't gone out to see him in person. Also, we'd have to rent an Airbnb because we can't like stay at his parents or anything.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's no big deal. Why don't you go? Okay, so you really like this guy. Why don't you go visit him? He doesn't have to be in college for you to go see him. Don't put something so like expensive on.
Well, the thing is, he wanted to. I said college or trade school, like something that leads to a career. He's like, I want to join military. I can't do that.
Why can't you do that?
Because I don't want to like have to be like dragged around for all these military bases. It wouldn't be like conducive to the career path I want to like pursue in my life. And being long distance for like most of our lives, I don't want that either. Like I want more like a serious relationship, like quicker than that, I guess. Because I feel like military relationships, it's either like they're gone most of the time, or you're just like shuttled between a bunch of bases.
Okay, so why don't you? You have a decision to make. It's either you want to be with this guy or you don't. But you need to make a decision. You need to be honest with yourself. You're a good looking transgender person who is open to a gay lifestyle or just an open-minded lifestyle. I don't even know what you're into. But basically, you need to be honest with this guy. Look, we talk like 8 hours a day, but we're not going to see each other. And there's a physical aspect of this relationship that I want that we're not going to be able to have or isn't realistic. So you either lay out the plan to me of how we'll meet in the next year, or I need to move on.
Thank you. I really appreciate talking to you right now.
That's for what I'm here, baby.
I needed to just take a serious conversation. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. So you know what to do. You know what to do in your heart. I think you're a really good person, KK, because an asshole would just be like, all right, well, I'm going to cheat on this guy. He lives far away. But no, you care about him. So, like, I think you've got a really good heart. I've had conversations with you before where everybody basically says to me, oh, what you're doing is so fucking great. But you were like, how do you know that this is going to work out for you? I love that aspect of you. And I respect it, and we can agree to disagree on things. In terms of your relationship, you need to be honest with yourself. And this guy isn't for you. He wants to go to the military, or he's talking about it, or whatever. He didn't have a job. He's basically like a glorified pen pal. And that's cool, but you want more than that. You want a physical relationship. And if that's what you want, is that not what you want, KK, though?
That is what I want, but I guess I'm also like really afraid of being alone. Like that's another thing keeping me in this. Like I've like kind of neglected a lot of my friends, and like he is like my world for the most part now. So like if I'm like not with him, like I've just lost like basically what I do every day, and it's like that's been such a big part of my life for like recently that it would be I think it made me very sad for a while, and I've just been like trying to avoid that pain, I guess.
Doug, you know that the second you've got some dude fucking you, you'll forget about this guy.
I don't know about that.
I do.
I guess I'm a sentimental person. Like I still cry about like all of my exes. Like I still think about all of them. Like even like the crazy one that like made like a body pillow of me after we broke up and like kind of went skid cell and like
Okay, that's
tried
kind.
suicide and I get back together. Like I still think about them. I think about all of them.
Yeah, I mean, everybody
Although I
thinks
don't really like them.
everybody thinks about people with whom they've been. I get that, but let's let's be honest. You are not going to be in a physical relationship in the next year if you stay with this guy, right? Okay, so you need to be honest, and you can say, "Look, dude, I'll masturbate to you in the future. I love the conversations we've had. If you ever want to talk to someone, I'm here for you, big dog. But at this point, I need someone who's closer to me, and or I need someone who's closer to where I live. And you just have no plans to move to near me. And I just got a really great promotion, which congratulations again on that. That's really great. And I need to move on now. If and I also don't want you to do something drastic just for me, because like, you should have your own ambitions, not just, hey, I'm gonna do this because K Kato isn't gonna want to be with me if I don't. I mean, he should be able to make his own decisions. Um, it's not gonna be hard for you to find a dude. You're you're like every gay guy's dream, and thus,
I disagree with that. Most gay guys don't like trannies. They're kind of. I mean, I guess bi guys do, but most gay guys don't like them.
Doug,
Most bi guys that do just want to strictly fuck and then like be gone with it.
Doug, that's a lot of gay guys. That's fine. I mean, that's what's gonna happen. But you could find. I'm telling you, if I were you, I would put a. I mean, okay, if I were you, here's my plan. Do you really want to be a woman in the future?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been on hormones for like almost 5 years.
Oh, okay, so you're pretty serious about this. So you eventually one day want to like have your penis removed and have breast implants and stuff?
I mean, I already get B cups from hormones, so probably not breast. And I don't. The surgeries for bottom surgery are really bad right now. Are like really like have such high complication rates that I'm not entirely sure about bottom surgery. Like I'd like it, but also like it's so risky and it doesn't bother me enough to be worth all the money, pain, and like complications.
Yeah, I've got you. It's like a continuous open wound, isn't it?
Yeah, especially if like things go wrong, you can like connect to like the colon and like there's so many bad complications that can happen. Or like I heard a story from a friend where like apparently they were having sex and it wasn't fully healed yet, and it like literally like inverted out on them and like came out. Like that's horrible. Like
Yeah.
that can happen. It's
Yeah.
like actually like it's actually evil what some doctors do to people.
Have you ever just wanted to be like a normal gay guy?
I thought I'd be like that when I was little. So like discontent with my body and like I just hated masculinizing so much. Nothing gave me more like pain and discomfort than like thinking about like masculinizing into like an old balding man. Like I don't know. There's just something about that was just so viscerally like uncomfortable.
Okay,
So I just don't. I have severe autoandrophobia, I guess. Term for it.
okay. So you want to be a transgender person who doesn't have bottom surgery, who's on hormones. I'm gonna be honest with you, that's still like a gay guy. It's not, it's different, but like men want something warm to stick their dick in, whether it's a boy or a girl or whatever. That's what they want. And Grindr's gonna have hundreds of men who want to do this, and all you have to do is find one of them and just be like, yeah, I want something more than just something you can stick your dick in, and you'll find a guy who really likes you, and you can explain to him like, hey, I've been on hormones for 5 years. Maybe someday I might want to explore going all out and being like a real woman, but as of right now, I'm just fine with being a bottom and being effeminate, because like nobody, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but you're not so effeminate that you're tricking people. Am I wrong?
Without makeup, like I'm also in real. I mean, if I talk to somebody they know, like in real life, because I'm really short. I'm 5'1", like with long hair. Most people just assume I'm a girl until I speak. But like once I speak, people just realize that I'm like a tranny or a faggot or whatever.
Okay, so that's cool. Meaning like a gay guy is gonna understand like, hey, this is still like dating a dude, though a more like a way more effeminate dude. And on top of that,
Also, like I'm part. Like I don't really like being busy. I guess I don't know. I hate it. I wish I just didn't exist like this.
don't say that, because you everybody don't say that, because you're very successful and everybody's got a role on this planet, and you're just finding yours. So you're obviously really successful in your job. You just got promoted, and you said the store manager.
No, I'm just a shift lead.
Oh, shift lead. Apologies. That's still very good, and especially with you, dude. Dude, you're 20 years old. Most people don't get their first promotion until they're older than that. So that's really great. And the fact that you are not a typical person to get a promotion like that is really great. There are a lot of times that there may be a situation where companies just don't want to take a risk, and this one obviously does, for good reason. You're a good, hardworking, dependable person, and that's great. You need to tell your friend who's 20 years old, you need to be straight up with them. You could do that right now, and you just write them a message, and you can say, I care about you. I want to be your friend. You have to understand, though, you don't have any future, especially currently, to come visit me, and I don't have the ability to come visit you. So maybe it's best that you find someone else for the time being until you can come and be with me permanently. And that means you don't have to tell them this, but that means you need to go find somebody else. And you get on Grinder and you explain your situation. I would say, hey, I'm a successful 20-year-old transgender person. I've been on hormones for 5 years. I am a bottom looking for a serious relationship, preferably with whatever you like. If you like somebody your age, whatever. If you want somebody older, put that. And then you just sit there like you're fishing, and you're gonna get so many dudes. I mean, it's very simple. You could literally do all of this in the next 10 minutes.
I'll definitely need more time to think about this stuff, but I appreciate you. I need to go to bed. I've work in the in the afternoon tomorrow.
Absolutely. Okay, Kato, you get your rest. You as well. And congratulations again on your success. And I'm always here to help you. And if you need to ever talk with anybody, I'm here. And most importantly, you should know that you have a role on this world, no matter who you want to be, okay? Peace, my friend. Bye.
So far is SpaceX, but they were supposed to be starting to test it this month, and it's not built. And Origin has the second one, and it's way behind schedule. And they still say we'll be ready by 2028. So look, I'm a business guy more than I am an engineer or a scientist, and I don't see it by those timelines. So they have a lot of challenges ahead. Will we go back to the moon? Yes, I would say we will. I think the question is, what will that return look like, and when will it actually unfold in real time? And will we be able to stay, or will we just make short days and then come back to the gateway, I guess, and then come back home, and then the gateway is planned to be left unoccupied most of the year. It's not a permanently manned lunar space station. So all this costs money. There are certainly better ways to do it. We talk about better ways to do it all the time, but this is a program of record, and this is now codified into the big beautiful bill. These 3 more SLS and Orion launches. So on the quest to get to Mars, David, they say it is. So there's 10 Artemis flights on the quest to get to Mars. Now, when Musk had good relationships with Trump and the government, he was actually lobbying pretty hard to bypass a lot of this and devote the resources to Mars. And while Jared Isaacman was going to be the NASA administrator, he was suggested there by Musk, and then dismissed. It never went through Senate hearings. They might have cut short some of Artemis on the moon side for Mars, but it looks now like they're not going to do that. So Mars is moving down the road for sure. Musk will likely, in my opinion, go to Mars in some fashion. All right, hold on for a second, David. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with David Livingston. His websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
Now you can get show updates and connect with other Coast fans when you join the Coast to Coast AM Facebook page. Just go to facebook.com/Coast to Coast AM and click the like button.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock your classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match scents to create your own unique scent combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, more happy with Jade. What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Mariano Day for sure. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge, And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a real person. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go and work together and do a good job. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A New York Times headline caught my eye. It read as follows: "The psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same."
Psychedelics are everywhere.
Could psychedelics soon be the new Prozac?
Investors want it.
The most important idea we can hear.
Because people believe in psychedelics.
Depression, anxiety, even your disparate specialties to which must feel.
As medicine, it can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
What is?
I see cover-ups and I see the possibility that a lot of people could get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io to live right, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive, and we are humans, and humans like being seduced.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts are now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about my new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go and click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to take your calls next hour with Dr. David Livingston, and if you're brand new to the program and haven't called in yet, give it a try. You'll enjoy it and have some fun. Paranormal Podcast Network keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Have you listened to it yet? Ways to do so to get to it, just go to the iHeartRadio app, put it on your phone, so the Paranormal Podcast Network that way, or go to our website at the top of the homepage where it says podcast. Click that and then listen away and have some fun. Here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostim together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will it feel after taking Adaptostim and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostim along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostim and ImmuStem is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift, mental clarity, natural support for mental sharpness. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, and VPN. But as much as you're trying to be in control of how your information is protected, there are lots of places that also have it. They might not be as careful as you are. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed you your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $30 protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money through identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your personal information, but you can help protect it with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off. Is the continued divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying your gold with the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word GHOST to the number 989898. Again, text GHOST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, that means you can stay ahead for yourself. And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with Dr. David Livingston. David, there seems to be a lot of talk these days about building new nuclear reactor on the moon. Why is it so important?
To go back to the moon, you need a lot of power on the surface of the moon. So if you're going to make fuel out of water ice on the South Pole, or if you're going to have habitats, you need power. And sunlight's not available all the time on the moon. So nuclear power is the only way to do this. And putting nuclear reactors on the surface of the moon are absolutely essential. I believe they can be done safely. I think we have the technology. We have modern nuclear reactors. We should be putting them on places in America for our power, not just the moon. We'll use them also on Mars. And if we have on orbiting space stations or hotels or habitats in the future, those probably be generating the bulk of our power, not all of the power, in free space orbiting vehicles. It won't all be solar. So I don't see how you can develop the moon, either industrially or with people, whether it's tourists or whether it's work or peace or whether it's robots, without really phenomenal power source. Nuclear power is the way to go. And when Sean Duffy, the temporary NASA administrator, made that comment last week, I think he was spot on. I think it's what we should be doing, and we should be focused on things like that. And we have the technology to it, we have the engineering, we have the funding. See how much money is flowing into microgravity and LEO and space businesses, and we have the people that can make this happen. We need cohesive leadership and policy to make it happen. But yeah, nuclear power on the moon and with all of our space efforts will be a big plus. And it should have been there yesterday, in my opinion.
How big would it be, and how do they get it up there?
Well, I don't know how big it would be. That would depend on how much power they wanted it to produce. But Starship, first of all, Starship could go to the moon without the lunar gateway. So it would need multiple refueling trips in LEO. None of those refueling trips have been tested, and we still haven't transferred cryogenic fuel into space yet. But I believe we can do that, and the testing of that will lead to operation fairly quickly. But Starship is huge, so they could bring it up in components, or maybe in one piece, and have robots assemble it. And the nuclear components are inactive while they're on the launch pad, and while they're in Earth's range and Earth's atmosphere, they can be activated on the moon to do the power. So it would be like building, the components you would need for a habitat, or how are you going to get mining equipment up to the moon to work the lunar South Pole and to mine lunar ice, for example, and then convert it into fuel and power. So that equipment can be brought up, and as we progress and learn more and more, we could probably take some of that equipment out of materials in nearby asteroids, out of the lunar soil, with robotics, which are very, very advanced and advancing more and more all the time, much more so than having human labor on the moon.
Do you find the reactor an absolute necessity?
Absolutely. I find it a necessity for everything we want to do in the future in space, for Mars, for free space habitats, for hotels, probably for bigger space stations than the ones that are being planned, for laboratories that might be put up there doing massive amounts of different kinds of scientific experiments or chemical experiments. I absolutely think nuclear power is the way to go. We don't have fusion yet. I'm optimistic that someday we will have commercial fusion, but we certainly have more or less conventional nuclear power, and it needs to be on the moon. You're not going to have solar power all the time, and solar can't deliver the kind of energy that is needed. There are even plans talking about putting AI databases in space and on the moon because of the amount of power they need and their requirements. And that power would have to come from nuclear. It couldn't come from solar or any other conventional source. If they do that, they beam it back to Earth. But yeah, I think nuclear is absolutely essential.
David, why go to Mars?
Well, if you ask Mr. Musk that, his major line is that humanity needs a backup planet in case this planet is either destroyed by us or by a big incoming rock or some other catastrophe. So we could eventually turn Mars into a habitable planet of some sort, and it would be a backup planet for humanity. I think others see that there probably aren't some industrial and scientific opportunities on Mars, but if you were to ask the commercial space people what they want to go to the moon or go to Mars, they would all look to the moon for their commercial opportunities. I think Mars will be further down the road, but I think
Moon is so convenient. It's closer.
It's closer, and it doesn't present some of the obstacles that Mars presents with. But there are commercial opportunities on the moon. I mean, first of all, the lunar soil does have helium-3 in it. Earth also has helium-3, but helium-3 is a great coolant for AI power plants. And if we ever do commercialize and bring fusion to life, He3 is a major fuel source for fusion. And the moon has a lot of it, and we could probably discover more efficient ways of mining it on the moon than we have now. The lunar ice and the water on the moon are opportunities, and you can manufacture because of the gravity on the moon is so low at 1/6. It's not a deep gravity well, place. So you could build things on the moon. Let's say you could build components of a Mars spaceship on the moon and launch it from the moon for a fraction of the mass and the cost and the labor of what you could do on Earth, launching it from Earth, because Earth has a really deep gravity well that you have to escape from. I think once we start commercializing the moon, and we're there regularly, we have robotic action. I think the opportunities that will grow up for working on the moon, we won't even know what they are today. They'll all be new to us, and we'll have new vocabularies and new ideas to think about.
David, what do you think of privatization?
I'm a big advocate of it. I think it's the way of the future. Now, that doesn't mean you won't have public-private partnerships, which are the nickname is PPP. But absolutely, the private sector can do an awful lot, and they're doing an awful lot.
Zoot, how you living, pimp?
Some of the R&D going on in microgravity.
Who's it? Was Genghis Khan a bad person?
Doug, why are you asking me that? That's crazy that you asked me that.
No, it's debatable.
Do you know that I've been learning like obsessed with him for the past 96 hours?
Really?
Word, Doug.
Was he a bad person?
I think he was probably one of the kindest global conquerors you could have had. And here's why. When he first started, he didn't have a city. The Mongols were just a nomadic tribe. And they had never even seen a wall. They had these yurts. These temporary movable tents. And because of the Mongol horde's amazing ability to travel at great distances because they would bring 5 horses along with each person and ride one horse every single day and then give the other horses a time to rest. They were able to travel further than anybody else. They were able to also shoot 2 kinds of bows, a long distance bow and a short distance bow. And they were able to do a type of very difficult archery by being able to shoot not only forwards but backwards. They were able to conquer the known world from Mongolia to Hungary, essentially the entire Asian steppe within a generation or so. And I would tell you that Genghis Khan did not have formal education. He was abandoned essentially by his father. He was not the firstborn. He had a lot of challenges to overcome, and he was able to defeat the Han Dynasty. Essentially, he was the last person to ever take over China. He was the last person to really take over Russia. I mean, we'll never see that in our lifetimes, perhaps, maybe, but China and Russia being overtaken by someone. Additionally, he was very kind, I feel, as a leader in comparison to how he could have been. When the Mongolian horde would find a group of people in a city, they would first send couriers and explain that they were the people who were going to be the new rulers. And if you wanted, you could join peacefully without being murdered. And all you had to do was just change the people to whom you were giving your tax revenue. If you chose to fight them, they were going to destroy you. They were going to beat you generally on the open plain. Even though they may not have had as many people as you had, what they would do is they had a theory to retreat or make you think they were retreating, and they would leave a bunch of valuables in the middle of the plain. And while your troops would take time to go collect the valuables, the loot essentially, the Mongols would come back and slaughter you. They established some really good policies, like you weren't to kidnap women. Genghis Khan's mother was kidnapped, and so he was very against that. They were of the idea that you should not kill a diplomat because it was so important for the messages to maintain stability so that Genghis Khan's empire could get a message from Hungary to Mongolia or Mongolia to Hungary within 6 weeks. They made it so that you had freedom of religion, so you could be whatever you wanted to be under them, including Confucian, Muslim, Christian, Jew. You could continue worshiping whatever you wanted. The fact is, you just had to give tax to the Mongols. And for these reasons, I think he was one of the greatest leaders that you could have had 700 years ago, 800 years ago.
What's the best movie you watch?
You know, that's a good question. It's definitely not the one with John Wayne. I don't think they've made a good movie, to my knowledge, about him that's been popular. I like podcasts about him. So I...
There's this one Mongol that has really good reviews.
There's a Mongol who has really good movies?
There's one called Mongol that has really good reviews. It was made in 2007.
All right, we'll check it out. We'll check it out. I'm not saying that I know. I don't know too much about the movies that were made about him, except I know the John Wayne one is considered like one of the worst movies John Wayne ever made.
It was made in Russia.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm not aware of it. But in general, I think Genghis Khan is a fascinating individual. I've been learning a lot about him. In fact, I was listening to a podcast about him yesterday and today and the day before. Lex Friedman did an interview with a Genghis Khan um, researcher, and that's how.
0.5% of the world might come from his DNA.
Right, that's not proven, but it's approximately 16 million people on Earth that may share some DNA with an individual, but that it hasn't been proven because we don't know what his DNA was, and we also don't know where he was buried when he died, and we don't even know how he died. There are theories that it was through cholera or something at about age 60. His one request was on his death. He did not want a public burial, so there are theories that he was just buried somewhere in the mountains.
Well, yeah, we all have DNA from Adam and Eve, but there's no evidence that Adam and Eve actually existed.
Yeah, I mean, we have common ancestors, certainly, and whatever you want to consider the first humans, but that isn't a clear-cut line. But with Genghis Khan, I mean, I know a whole bunch about him because I've been studying him a lot recently. That and his sons and grandsons, because that's really it was like 3 generations that dominated Asia. The fact that they had a failed invasion of Japan, the fact that they were able to conquer Beijing all the way down to Hanoi, like to Vietnam. They were able to conquer the entire Asian steppe. They were able to conquer Persia, like Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. They're the last group of people who successfully were able to conquer Afghanistan. Like the British failed at it, the Russians failed at it, the Americans failed at it. They were even they even had an effect on the pollution of the earth. 10% allegedly they killed 10% of all living humans on Earth. But I want to re-emphasize that they didn't just come in and kill you. They would send a courier in, sometimes as many as 2 years in advance, and tell you, look, we're going to fuck you up if you don't give us your tax dollars and let us rule. So you have a choice. Your choice is this: give us your tax dollars and you'll be able to continue having your religion, and your women won't be kidnapped, and you will have the opportunity to have couriers, or you fight us and we're going to fuck you up. And we've already fucked up everybody in Asia. So if you want to roll, we'll roll. This is from people who had never even seen a wall. They'd never even seen a fucking wall. Like, Mongolia didn't have walls. And then they get to see basically giant walls of China, and nevertheless they were able to take it over. And then they recruited Chinese siege engineers, and then they were able to take down larger cities. It's just absolutely fascinating. I mean, I'm not saying I know everything about Genghis Khan, but I know more right now on Genghis Khan than I'm like a 1 in 1,000 knowledge. I have like 1 in 1,000 people knowledge right now, just because I've been studying him so recently. And I can tell you he had 4 wives. I can tell you that he had his sons. The son who took over after him was like kind of a drunk. They call him the happy drunk. The one who was really impressive is Kublai Kai, who was his grandson. Kublai Kai met Marco Polo. Before the Mongols, there was not a direct connection between the East and West. Because of the Mongols, basically China and Europe have had continuous discussions every year since then. But before the Mongols, that did not happen. Just absolutely fascinating. They were able to conquer both Russia and China. And the way they were able to do it was because of the amount of horses they would use and their ability to ride horses. In fact, the horse and the Mongolian are tied, like connected. And the horses could know who their owners were just based on smell. And when they would have horse races, the Mongolian people were so good that if you were older than age 6, you were already too old to be a jockey. Basically, like these children would learn before the age of 6 how to ride horses, not just ride horses, but ride horses so well that they could ride them in races. Just absolutely fascinating. And they were eventually able to utilize some elements of gunpowder and the crossbow, which made them even more um, um, dangerous. And that's, I mean, they created the largest contiguous land empire in global history, and it happened like 800 years ago.
Well, I just read a fact: 7% of the humans who ever lived are alive today. Wow, we're in the 7%.
There you go, pimp.
That means there's 93% of people that are dead that have ever existed. 117 billion people have lived on Earth since the dawn of the human species. Sapiens, in fact, the dawn of Homo sapiens.
There you go, pimp. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm sending Riser a message. Just one moment.
Destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
And they have thought they only found 1,000. And then once they realized, okay, wait, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
Bear with me.
All right.
What are you doing?
Checks in your inbox.
Okay, Zoot. I'm going to send you an invite. I know the answer is no, but I don't know, maybe you surprised me. Did you get a rubber band yet? Okay, when are you going to get a rubber band? Okay, so within 24 hours, you're going to have a rubber band?
I'll try and remember.
Zoo, you have to.
You ready?
Zoo, within 24 hours, you better have a rubber band, big dog.
Fuck. Not good. You did 5 points damage to me already. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Oh, actually, that's the best move you can make. Yeah, do that. Please do that. Fuck. Why would you do that? Why would you listen to me?
Niche City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
On the girl, catching up after work. You said that.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
I think you've had experience with this before. How do you know if it was in like an open relationship and you should make your move?
You asked, how do I know if a girl's in an open relationship and I should make my move?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had relationships with chicks in open marriages, and they would tell me. And I mean, a lot of times they would hear from another chick that I was an amazing lover, and then they would pay me to have sex with their friend, and kind of word got around. So basically, like, first you have to have a chick aware that you have interest in her, and if she has interest in you and she's in an open marriage or relationship, they'll tell you. Why do you ask?
West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message
Open.
What'd you say, pimp?
from the city of Angeles. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norris.
Zoo, what did you say?
I'm not sure if the relationship's open.
Well, have you thought of just asking the chick, hey, are you in an open relationship? I'm here. Just one moment. I'll be right back. Make your move.
It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. There's lots of places accidentally exposing your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own.
Fuck up. Fuck up.
Crimes committed by humans intended by you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, dedicated U.S.-based specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or you get your money back. Now let's see it out.
If Rabbi wins after missing a turn, you got 7 seconds. Fuck. Yeah, that was the greatest move you could have made.
No, it isn't. Sucked.
What do you think of this one?
Dog, you know I'm still going to beat you.
I feel like that was a good move. Rabbi, how do you find what you're good at?
That's a good question. You try a lot of things, and if you're good at them, you'll recognize it because you will have experience and success doing what you're good at. Doing at what you're good.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Big hit. What do you think about it?
I'm excited because this is going to be a close game.
I helped you. Fuck, this is tough. I don't think you're going to get married. You have an opportunity to get a lot of berries here.
So there have been a few very small centrifuge experiments with mice.
Okay, you get a huge advantage over me. But we both get berries. I think this is the best move. So I think this is an area where the government would probably get. Oh, what the fuck? Bye-bye.
I made a mistake.
You won.
No, I wasn't focused. I made a mistake.
Huge mistake. That was the, oh, that might not have been a move.
It was terrible.
I think this is the move. Agree or disagree?
Obviously.
There's an institute studying this out of Holland, and they've got really bright people involved. But without really good centrifuge and microgravity information, I really don't know how you can make a lot of progress in this field. And to do on the job learning or training, say whether a group that's headed to Mars for settlement or people on the moon. On the moon, you can come back to Earth. I don't know how it would play, but this is a really big issue because if you are going to live in space and you are going to have settlements and people want to go live there, you're going to end up with families. It's called children and life expectancies in space. And it's just a huge unknown right now. Let's make some calls here for you, Nick. Let's start with John in Wisconsin. Welcome to the show. Hi, John. Hello, George. Hello, Dr. Livingston. Double brief comment, please. First, George, you reached out to new listeners and encouraged them to be first-time callers. I want to echo that. 6 years ago, I was a first-time caller. Coast to Coast has improved my confidence and knowledge exponentially. Once someone calls into the show,
Big time, Zoot.
and that is a very cool thing. That segues to Dr. Livingston. I want to thank you for your kind words about Sean Duffy. He grew up in a small town, Barnville, Wisconsin, where I live. He is a good man. I also want to thank you for not sugarcoating our space program and being transparent about the gaps we have. In 1967, I was 11 years old and in 5th grade. Our school was just on fire for the space program. The young school children, myself being one, felt that being an astronaut was the pinnacle of a career success. And it seems like after we landed on the moon in 1969, I don't know, Dr. Livingston, if politics affected things or not, but things have really got discombobulated, which you pointed out well. And that's a concern. We lost a lot of our track to China, where we are today. So I just want to
Rabbi Young. Rabbi, that was a good move.
Thanks, baby.
That's not a good move. You just gave me the game. You could not have given me a better move. I got 10 moves and I win. See how I win?
Are you proud?
Yeah. Well, you had 47 wins and I had 3 wins. How does it feel to lose with a hero?
Dog, I skipped 3 turns. I didn't lose. I don't consider that a loss.
You skipped 3. That's a loss. It's only one time you skipped.
Are you going to pick your guy or are you going to jerk yourself off Raw?
Oh, this couldn't have been a better one to pick what I picked. Oh my God. I am in trouble here. Rabbi, how fucked am I?
Major league fucked.
Okay, do some damage. I don't think I'm in that bad of a position right now. Okay, I am going. What was the point of that? Oh, fuck. Bye-bye.
Zoot, flick your wrist.
What?
Flick your wrist. You asked if I'm gay.
I was asking myself. You think it's fun living with Tourette's?
Seems terrible.
Okay. That's a god move. I can extra move.
So, as far as I know, China has their communication satellite on the backside, but I don't know that they've done anything else on the backside. What they would like to do with the backside, I think China's probably part of this, is to keep it fairly pristine because it's so pure of interfering radio signals that it is an absolutely golden spot for big radio telescopes because there's just not the Earth interference on radio signals and other interference signals on that backside of the moon. So if they can keep it somewhat pristine for radio and high-end telescopes that won't be disturbed by different kind of signals and electrical signals and stuff, that'd be a great use for that part of the moon. So as for tell me the first question really quick again, radiation. So radiation is actually a little bit easier to deal with than microwave because you can the water for humans can insulate against all of the radiation. So I think it's about 6 feet of water on me.
Rabbi, do you see
For your spaceship and your crew is designed
how I got fucked?
that goes a huge way in protecting you from radiation. There are also some plastics that you can use. They're very thin and very lightweight that have been experimented with and are really effective at blocking some of the radiation. And then for the big burst that may happen, you have a shelter someplace in the vehicle.
You know what the best part is?
How sexy I am? What's the best part, Zoot?
How hard you're working for the red guy, and I can just do this, and it fucks your whole thing.
That's true.
Hey, I need green guy. Do you think I'm good to go? Would this be a good move? Oh. I think that might have been the best one. You think that was a good pick?
No.
You think this is a good move?
It's okay.
I don't think that was a good move.
It was good.
No, because you can go free up. I think I have a smart move.
Survive burning up. But I guess we have a really good planetary protection system.
Being dropped on your head with a baby caused Tourette's.
That I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't know if science even knows that. It's a hard thing to prove. From, like, how high were you dropped as a child?
I don't know. I don't know why, but my mom let her 14, 15-year-old never hold me as a baby. I don't know how old I was or how high I was dropped from. Do you think that could explain a lot of my problems?
No, I think that's an excuse you're making. I think that it may be genetic. Tourette's maybe. Is Tourette's genetic?
Maybe genetic?
Yeah, didn't you say that you had like an uncle or somebody who had Tourette's?
My cousin.
Yeah, so I think it just runs in your family. I don't think it has anything to do with you being dropped. And I think that that's kind of an excuse.
I think my coordination issues come from being dropped on the head there.
I don't.
You think those are genetic as well?
No, I don't think you have major coordination issues. You went to normal school. Nobody thought anything was wacky with you then. I honestly think that you want to have something, and you want to then have everything, and you don't work. So all you have to do is think like for 16 hours a day, what's wrong with you? And in reality, like you're just driving yourself into this mental prison. And if you recognize that you're relatively normal aside from Tourette syndrome, I don't think you have coordination issues. You play the games that we play very well. If you had coordination issues, you would be all fucked up in that. And I think you have to be honest with yourself. You just don't have that much wrong with you. You want to have stuff wrong with you. But the fact is you don't have that much wrong with you. The one thing you have is Tourette's. And we're going to work on that. Aside from that, all this other bullshit that you say that you have, I just don't agree with it. And I know deep down you don't either. You're the one who even did all that research on the American Medical Association or American Psychiatric Association and how they convince people that they have things that they don't really have.
Well, I think I was thinking about this today, right? Like, autism is issues with social interaction, social situations. The worst thing you can do to someone who has issues with social interactions and social problems is diagnose them with a disability or a mental illness that tells them they have deficits in social interactions. And because what that does, it gives them an excuse to say, I have this disability, I don't want to socially interact with you. But in reality, they can just, if they want to, they can improve on their disability.
Okay.
Or, do you agree with that or not?
Not especially. Dude, this is the biggest one I've ever seen. Look at all these blue ones. That should be like 2 extra moves. Look at this. 5 straight.
Well, okay. The worst thing you can do is you can say to someone, it's hard for you to socially interact. Because then they're going to think about it. And then they're going to use, and if you diagnose them with something like that, then they're not going to socially interact because they're going to use that as an excuse for situations where they don't want to socially interact.
There you go.
Now, I take myself out of situations where in social, like sometimes I take myself out of family situations, social situations, if there's children around, because I don't want to be around children as an adult man.
MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit mgmrewards.com for details.
Now, if I had my own children, or the children were related to me, it would be a different scenario.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours.
You just won.
They were black artists serving extremely
I don't
low
see it.
Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s.
I don't see it. Oh, I can see it now.
For the past 5 years,
Good.
I've been talking to the band's 3 survivors.
Yes, sir.
That's 2 in a row. That's 2 in a row.
Neil Cade and Harry Cupcake Cole.
Put it this way. We were the bad of the state penal system. They would come in and
I think it's the fire guard fucking.
If I focus, I'll be able to destroy you. You need to choose somebody.
Ready.
Go. Go.
Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, actually, no. This is good. This is good. This is good. Evolving Hills. Who's in a better situation?
I am.
Let's get real. Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories. We want to hear fresh perspectives. We want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives. The most creative passionate thing I've ever come. Element of bands. Your changes. Now we're on to today's show. We got these big moments. We definitely cracking the side there. But if I can get away with it, join me on the Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great minds.
You've got a big move. There you go, big man. Good move.
I don't know if it was the greatest move I could have made. Oh, evolving. Wait, evolving. I'm not going to evolve yet.
Do whatever makes you happy, pimp.
Yeah, if I evolve, I'm at max health anyway. Right, sure thing.
I know. Oh, I fucked up.
You did fuck up. Oh, you really fucked up.
Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
You're up, pimp. That was not smart. Oh, yeah, it was. I see a really good move for you.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800.
Terrible move. Terrible move.
From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800.
Terrible move. Dog.
Send your text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Kate Manson joins us to talk about her work that you might
Look at this. 2 4s in a row.
I just slapped myself.
Good.
She's also the editor of the Whole Life Times Digital News magazine and wants to put one on your computer screen. How do you do it?
It's easy, George. Thank you so much. Everyone is welcome to email me.
But I've been ticking in public as well, which usually never happens.
You've been what in public?
I've been kicked in public.
Kicked in public?
Kicks.
Oh, you have ticks in public. I know. You said it gets worse when you're in with more people.
No, it's the opposite.
I thought you said if you're in a large crowd, it gets worse.
No, opposite.
So if you're in a large crowd, it's better?
Yeah, if I'm alone, it gets worse.
Oh, okay.
So give it a try. How do you sign up to become an insider? Go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that, fill out your info, and you're in. The other way is to go to your app store. Look for the Coast to Coast AM app. Put it on your phone. It's free. Through the app, you can sign up to be an insider as well. If you live in
Can someone blame me for Tourette's?
I don't know anyone who's famous who has Tourette's.
The testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men and women at a much younger age than before.
A lot of singers, Billie Eilish, and Louis whatever his name is.
Capaldi?
Got the thing somewhat.
Okay.
Someone to love. His name Louis something.
Louis Capaldi?
Yeah, he has Tourette's.
Okay. Name someone over age 30 who has Tourette's. Who's famous?
Donald Trump?
I don't think so.
I think you gotta leave him. Elon Musk?
I don't think so. Maybe he's probably closer than most people. Dude, this is a big one. That's a big one, big dog.
Yeah, you haven't won in like a long time.
Dude, 2 games. Get over yourself. Are you going to go? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Fuck, dude. You just fucked me.
I know. You are going to win. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, it's only 10 heal points? Oh, you're not a vote. You are not a vote. Fucking hell. Probably, no, you're not a vote.
Dude, you fucked me again.
And I healed. I might have given you like a very good opportunity though. Actually,
Just took it away.
okay.
You just took away my opportunity.
By the way, evolving will heal you 10. Evolving will heal you 10, but I don't think it's going to help you. Cut. That was a dumb move.
I have bruising accidents all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you that has to be
right now.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735.
That was my cam move.
That's CARNIBORE.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
What's my best move? That's my best move. Holy shit. Did you say how incredible that move was?
Dude, you're just getting handed wins. That was not smart.
Oh, you're going to like this? Oh. A lot that hot for you. And you still fuck it up. That was not good for you. You got on.
Not a signed contract for Mars, but there is a company called Icon. They actually had a 60 Minutes thing last year, and they want to build on the moon out of lunar soil, prefabricated lunar concrete habitats, and they have shown how they would work. And I know some of the space architects.
You ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Right now.
That was really good. Are you gonna go?
Oh, here we go. You know what you best? Oh, fuck. That was the best move you made.
Thanks, baby.
I think I'll lose 10. You fucked up. Do you not see how you fucked up?
I like to have an early cancellation of the SLS and Orion, and
I got lucky.
And I would like to see if
I got really lucky here.
Starship can get going faster and develop faster.
I have a feeling this game's going to go on for a really long time.
Rocketry that is very reliable, like Falcon Heavy, for example. And what we can do with getting the Falcon Heavy payload to the moon to do it a little bit faster. And I hope I could work a little bit to bring New Glenn to life and get it operational. So we would have some competition.
Oh, you fucked me.
But I
On the rubber. Holy shit.
Going to the moon to stay permanently. And I would like to go to Mars, but I probably
Why are you so?
Zoot, flick yourself.
and living on the moon in 1/6 gravity.
Let's talk about the dog.
No, you're not. Whenever you or I even sent you have a tick, I'm going to tell you to flick yourself.
Mars also has a very toxic soil. So I think there's a lot we can learn from the moon. So I think I'd probably put a lunar focus along with science. I'd love to continue the science programs if it's really good science. Some of these missions, like New Horizons, I would not cancel. Doesn't cost money to keep them going. And we're learning a whole lot about the really deeper parts of our solar system. So why cancel it? This takes a couple of people to operate the equipment here on Earth to get the signals. And I would not cancel those damn Venus missions. They've got 3 missions going to Venus. And I think going to Venus is really, really important. And I would certainly prioritize maybe not all 3 of the Venus missions. Maybe we could combine some of the goals with some of the Venus missions, because I know all of this costs a lot of money. But I would absolutely include, relative Venus missions to learn more about Venus. But I'm a hungry science appetite for our solar system and what's beyond. We just need to make sure we spend the money wisely and we don't blow it on crazy experiments or crazy missions. But we know a lot about Europa. Not a whole lot. We've got a mission on the way there. We think it might sustain some kind of microbial life. I don't remember exactly the date of when Europa Clipper reaches there. It's probably about 7 more years, 8 more years, which will do a lot to tell us more about Europa. I think it's a fascinating place, but so is Titan. And there's a lot of places. And a country that has both visionary leadership. We don't always have to make selfish choices of this or that. We can do more than one thing at the same time or back to back. And that I find really
Oh, wow.
frustrating that we're always choosing. Can we go to the moon? Can we go to Venus? Or can we maybe kick the can down the road for Mars? But that's not the way big countries, bold visions, leadership work.
What are you going to do, Zoot?
And I would like to see us tell the space story to the public better than what we do, because their life would be miserable if space wasn't part of it, even though they don't realize that. And I'd like to see us do great things with bold thinking, with inspirational leadership. And I think space is the pathway to
You think attractive women have more advantages than attractive men?
Yep. I just won.
Why do you think that is?
Women are more, women can reproduce.
Okay, man.
A woman can just reproduce. All she needs is sperm. She can go to a sperm bank. A man has more difficulty. He'd have to get a surrogate. Are you going to go?
Donate.
What'd you say, Zoot?
Should I donate to them?
No.
Why not?
there are arguments to be made that in the future you may be liable for inheritances and such, perhaps even child support. And I mean, do you want somebody coming to you like 60 years from now or like 40 years from now and like being like, hey, I'm your child or whatever?
Yes.
You would want that? Well, then just be a dad. I personally would want to have at least a connection with whatever child I had. I looked into it and I signed up with the company, but I just had some issues with it, and I was approved, but I never did it. Zoot, are you going to go? At least in the United States, you have to be a college graduate to do it.
No. I'm just researching something.
In the United States, I think you have to be at least 6 feet tall and a college graduate at a lot of places. Not all of them, but a lot of places. I think maybe 5'10" might be a cutoff too. Are you gonna go though? You're wasting everybody's time. Dog, you're wasting everybody's time. Dude, this isn't hey, I'm gonna research shit. This is, are we gonna play or not? Zoot, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
satellites and our missions, only since the early days of the space industry. But I don't think if there are aliens, I don't think they're on the moon. I've not seen any real indication of that. So I'm not sure a nuclear power plant for energy, specifically for energy, for electricity and power, not weaponry, would be objected to by anyone, because that would be an indication of development and peace and people living there and wanting to live in a modern world where you have power. You don't want to have really cold nights and, stuff like that. So I think they'd be okay with that. If you were telling me it was a nuclear power plant that causes bombs and weapons, I'd probably give you a different answer, but that's not the case. That would be a different story as well. David, where do people follow you? Well, the Space Show has most of the information, thespaceshow.com. We also have a Substack page, which is drctor space.substack.com, and we're putting more and more videos up on Substack. They're doing more and more Zoom programming as our new, because the audio is so much better. And people can reach me at Dr. Space, DRSPACE, at thespaceshow.com with comments and questions. Super. It's always great talking to you, David Livingston. Up next, we're going to be talking about living and making life worthwhile with Kate Manson on Coast to Coast.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Fuck, it's hard to come down in Australia.
What do you have to do? Zoot, what do you have to do?
Talk to people.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't. Like, it's like. I think they're watching questionnaire and stuff.
Do you have to be a college graduate?
No. Like, over in America, right? You just walk into the clinic and there's some places you walk into the clinic and they don't even do health care checks. They just go, here we go.
Not the one that I was with, that you had to be a college graduate, you had to be at least 5'10", you had to pass their health checks.
Did you donate funds?
I did not. I just said I was on their list to do it, and I thought better of it, and I've gotten emails from them for like 10 years in a row ever since.
Can I freeze my spoon?
Yeah.
No point. You
Dude, when I was 18 years old, I was working in this financial institution, and one of the ladies who worked there in the vault, she would like ask me, what I was doing with chicks and stuff. Like, all these girls wanted me at this fucking place. I mean, the ladies who worked there, they were all older than I was, so I was 18 and whatever. But I'd even get, like, I was like a bank teller. I'd get customers who would come in and give me their numbers. And this one lady asked me, like, how far I've been with chicks. And I was like, well, I get blown by chicks, and like a lot of them. But I, at the time, hadn't had sex yet. And I was like, and I'm not too worried about, like, she said, like, well, always make sure, like, if you are going to have sex with if you're gonna have sex, make sure to wrap it up. And I was like, yeah, no, I know that, but I'm not gonna have sex with anybody. I just let him blow me. And she's like, well, you better make sure they swallow. And I'm like, I mean, I don't really like they do, but like that's not like I don't like force them to do it, but they all have. And she's like, yeah, but here's what'll happen. She's like, I had a girlfriend of mine do this. Is she liked a guy who didn't want to have sex with her, and so she blew him, and he came in her mouth. She incubated it in her mouth, froze it, and then tried to impregnate herself with a turkey baster. I was like, what the fuck kind of crazy friends do you have? And so ever since then, I kind of just thought that was a wild fucking story. I like, would that work? I think this woman was just trying to get impregnated by this certain guy, and he did not want to have sex with her for whatever reason. Anyway, she told me that story, and I was like, that's fucking wild. Let me see if that would work. Yo, dog, if man and woman were having if a man and woman were having relations and the man had semen in the woman's mouth, could she incubate it for a short period of time and then freeze it in a residential freezer and then unfreeze it and impregnate herself with a turkey baster? Anyway, it was fucking crazy. I'll never forget it. Is that what happened? That is, I remember. Yo, what the fuck? Dude, Sam, whatever, your fucking shit sucks. Chat GPT 5.0 sucks. Dude, ChatGPT sucks so much dick. No, that wouldn't result in the human conception requires sperm to reach egg in the woman's reproductive tract. The mouth and digestion aren't connected to the reproduction. No. No, that didn't finish it. No, that's not the question. In her mouth, and then put it in a residential freezer, like in a refrigerator, and then later on have it thaw and use a turkey baster to impregnate herself. I'll never forget, this woman told me this story, and I was like, your friend is fucked up. The scenario is technically creative, but in practice, it wouldn't work for a few reasons. Sperm is fragile outside the sperm, but sperm only minutes, maybe an hour. Okay. Saliva contains enzymes and bacteria that damage sperm almost instantly. By the time it was stored, most would be dead or non-mobile. Freezing sperm isn't just sticking in the freezer. Fertility clinics use cryoprotectant special solutions for ultra-low temperature. I'm not kidding. This is a story I heard. I was fucking at a bank vault. I was right outside it, and this woman was like leaning over telling me this fucking story. Really? Oh yeah, I know her name. And so if anybody's listening, this is how the story went down. I was getting blown by tons of chicks, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna have sex with them, so it's like whatever, allegedly. And she's like, well, you better be careful, and make sure they swallow. I'm like, well, why? And then she's like, because there are some women out there who will, if they find that you are a good quality person, they will incubate your semen in their mouth, put it in a container to freeze it in a refrigerator or a freezer, and they use a turkey baster to impregnate themselves. I remember being like, Would that even fucking work? Anyway, a household freezer. Okay, self insemination with thawed sperm is unreliable. Dude, I think this could work. I'm sure somebody's gonna try it. I think that is not a viable or safe way. I think it could happen under the right conditions. Like, name a situation where this could definitely happen. Oh wait, hold on. No. No, that's not what it was. That's not what I think I'm combining two stories. It was just a girl had it in her mouth and she used her fingers immediately to stick. That's what it was. That's what it was. There was no turkey baster, but I'm sure some Rebbitzin will fucking vibe with the oldies on that story. But no, that's what it was. This was like 25 years ago, 20 years ago I heard this story. So yeah, it was just incubated in the mouth and then okay, how about that one? Wait, hold on. Let's see if this is possible. Is this possible even under the best situation? Like because somebody told me that's how they were made. Name a situation where this could actually work. Dude, this ChatGPT sucks. Okay. How about this one? Can a woman impregnate herself by just quickly incubating sperm in her mouth and then sticking it up inside herself while the guy isn't paying attention? Now that was the story. That was the story. Biologically, yes, it's fresh sperm and the transfer happens within minutes. Pregnancy is possible. So this woman was trying to get these people, not the one I knew, but her friend. Sperm are alive and motor. Yeah, yeah. So it could happen. That's what she was trying to protect me from, and I appreciate that. So where did you get this fucking idea of the freeze it? I don't know. I'm a science person. I just kind of figured that with a turkey baster, dog. I think when she told me this story, my mind went to what other scenarios are available. But okay, so what's her story? Because if she ever sees this, she's gonna be like, she knows who she is. All right, so I was outside this bank vault, and this woman would always lean over and ask me like about, I don't know, maybe she just got off on me talking about getting blown. Anyway, there's always when she give me a ton of money. So I was like, oh, I don't have to worry about impregnating a girl because they just blow me. She's like, you better be careful. I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, I've had friends who just quote unquote blow a guy and incubate the semen in their mouth, and when he's not looking, they shove it up inside themselves to try to get themselves pregnant. And I was like, what kind of fucked up friends do you have? And then I thought to myself, oh, of course, fucking internet goes out. Anyway, and then I thought to myself, what kind of fucking fucked up friends do you have? And if that's possible and that works, could you freeze it in a household freezer? And then the turkey baster. I don't know. I think I just was mixing things up. But like, how else are you gonna get it up there? Why a turkey baster? Why not?
Anyway, that story sucked dick.